Shabbat shalom, everyone. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat
Hi,
shalom.
we are Temple Kifarim, Beulah Land at Temple Kifarim. We're saying Shabbat shalom and welcome to everyone. May the Most High be pleased with your presence today. All right, we're going to move. We got a wonderful lesson prepared today. Powerful lesson, in my opinion. Very, 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 all the lessons be very, 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 but this one is very, 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 very powerful lesson today. A day begins at sunrise. If you don't know this, then what's that F word with two in the middle and an L at the end? Okay, whatever it is, it is. Oh. Yeah. Shabbat shalom, Ima Sukari. Shabbat shalom, Sister Aisha. May the Most High be pleased with the both of you in your presence. Shabbat shalom, Lakim. Shabbat shalom, Lakot. 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 All right. So we're going to get this party started right. And today, listen, family, today we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to give our praises to the Most High, of course, because that's what's first. And then after we give our praises to the Most High, I would like for us to give some commandments before we begin our lesson today. We're going to give some commandments before we give our lesson today. All right? So get your pens, your paper, your pads, get your Bibles out, take your notes, and pull your commandments up that you haven't pulled out in so long of a time. And we're going to give some commandments today, if it is the will of the Most High. Im Yurtse Yotzeh, if it is his will. All right? So let's get started, family. We got 800 people in the room today. We're looking for 8,000 people today. Believe me, you got to stay for the duration of this lesson because the information in this lesson is going to be compiled. It's going to be compiled in one part, and then it's going to be compiled in the next part, and it's going to be compiled at the end. We're going to drop the bomb at the end. The bomb is going to just go boom at the end and destroy every ideal misconception or thought that you may have had that did not apply to the true teachings of the scriptures of our forefathers. Okay? That's how we're going to do this. We're going to do it in stages, pieces, and pieces until it all falls together. All right. So today, after our Thanksgiving praises to the Creator, we're going to do a portion of time where we say our commandments like we used to do in the second half. Shabbat shalom, Sister Gabby. Shabbat shalom. And then we're going to move forward with the lesson. And I'm telling you, today's lesson is going to be outstanding. Please like, share, comment. Send it to all your social media outlets, your Facebook, Instagram, what's that, TikTok, and whatever else y'all got. Go to your cell phone, copy the share, hit the share button, and then copy the paste. Go in your text messages and go down the whole list in your text messages and share with everybody because you never know who might be in need of these words that we're about to get into today. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. It's going to be a good lesson, y'all. We're going to do a lot of reading today, too. I hope my brother As is here to help out with the reading, or Sister Ornette, one of those two, to help out with the reading because it's going to be a lot of reading today. It's going to be a lot of reading. And I say that because there's a lot of genealogy that we're going to get into. But after we go to the genealogy, before we go to the genealogy, before and after, we're going to be dropping some jewels. So please, if you're a person who chooses to serve the Creator to the best of your ability, this is a great class for you to hear. And we're going to get started in this. We're going to get moving. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Ishi, are you coming on or you're going to stay in the background?
I can stay in the background. I don't have my computer.
Okay. May the Most High be praised. Your phone don't bring you on the screen?
I think, well, I can try.
Okay, well, it's up to you. It's up to you. Whatever you want to do. It's fine. All right. Let's rock and roll, family. So who would like to be first to thank the Most High? Anyone? Would anyone else like to thank the Most High for anything special? I think the baby just said he want to thank the Creator. Go ahead, Bang. Go ahead. What you want to say to the Creator? Would anyone like to thank the Most High for anything spiritual? This is call and respond. And call, go out. You're supposed to respond. If y'all don't do it, I'll do it. It doesn't matter. We do what we got to do. Anybody want to thank the Most High? Okay, I'm going to go. Imai, can you hear me?
Kane, I can hear you. I was in the middle.
In the middle of what?
I'm sending off. I'm sharing the.
Yeah. All right, I'll go. I'll speak there. Well, Shabbat Shalom Lekim. I'd like to thank the Most High for portions of his wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. I thank the Creator for allowing us to see another Shabbat day. I thank the Most High for protecting us, me and my Nasheen, my Isha, and my Yalda, Yelet, as we traveled across the skyways to travel to another place or one of our other homes. I'm grateful. You know, especially with all that's been happening recently, with all the incidents and plane crashes, I'm grateful and I'm thankful to the Creator for preserving us. And every time we finally land, as soon as we hit the runway, I'm thinking praises to the Creator. Soon or thereafter, one or the other, right away before I get off that plane, I'm thanking the Creator for allowing us to make it safely. Because life is not guaranteed to you, and that would be a hell of a way to go out. May the Most High be praised. You know, I walk onto the land, and it feels so peaceful. It feels so, the spirit, the energy is like, wow, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, and I'm just grateful. I'm thankful for the conditions that the Creator has us in, the things that the Most High has done for us mentally, physically, emotionally, financially, and most important, spiritually. A lot of people don't understand, but spiritual strength or spiritual weakness can come in the form of individuals that you have in your life. A lot of us don't understand that. Like a man might be married to a woman, and because that woman is a negative energy, she brings him down, or vice versa. A woman could be married to a man and she's walking in his truth, giving the Most High the best of her, and she has a negative husband, and it causes her spirit to go down. And it's just deep. But even in your spirit being removed and you being married in a relationship or with other people, you still have the opportunity to build up your spiritual strength again, your spiritual bond and your spiritual relationship with the Creator by doing what you know the Father will be pleased with in your life and beyond. So we have to keep those in our mind, those words in our minds. And then there's a lot of people who doesn't have a husband or a wife. They're single individuals, and they're saying, well, what about me, Prince? What about me, Prince? Well, your spiritual strength can be drained by the people you keep in your association. Your friends, your girlfriends, your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, aunts, uncles, whoever you got a decent relationship with, that you spend a lot of time with, that you talk to often. These people can be of a negative energy and pull your righteous energy or the blessings that the Creator has placed upon you spiritually. They can deplete that from you by you spending so much time in their company and in their care. You know, you're being around them so much, they can drain your spiritual energy, and you won't even understand why it's happening or how it's happening. So I thank the Creator for the energy that I feel currently here on the land. It's like a new beginning. I mean, I'm sad. I'm sad in one way, you know, because it's people that I care for. But in the other way, I really feel good because we have a new opportunity to do things differently. You learn from your mistakes, and then you improve off your mistakes and you do better. And that's what we have to do. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. All right. I think I'm done now. Would anyone else like to thank the Most High for anything special?
Be praised. I'm gonna read um, Sister Gabby. Coty Gabby says, I am thankful for the different trials throughout life. I count them as blessings as I get through them, which reminds me that I'm still alive to experience them, which is a blessing. And she says, of depletion of energy, I pray for strength through these last 4 weeks of this statistics class and pray to get a passing grade at the end.
May the Most High be praised. Sister Gabby, Sister Gabby, Sister Gabby. All you're looking for is a passing grade. You got to strive to get 100. Always strive for the best. And if you don't get that, then you might get an 89, 90, 92, 94. But always try to do your best. Positive energy, positive energy, positive energy. May the Most High be praised. And I know you can do it because you're very intelligent. I know you can do it. Anyone else, Seema?
Okay. Sister Aisha, Coty Aisha says, I am thankful for obedient children and the blessings and lessons children teach us. I'm thankful for the wonders in the sky. It's a beautiful show if one looks up.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. And you never know the blessings of beautiful children until you got disobedient children. When you get disobedient children, then you understand the blessings of obedient children. So if my sister, she getting on here saying she appreciate the blessings of obedient children, it is truly a blessing. Truly it is.
Okay.
Sister Gabby says she's trying. No, Sister Gabby, we don't try. We do. We do. We conquer. We achieve. May the Most High be praised, Iman Sukari. All right.
Says, thankful I made it to Atlanta. Just a little closer to you all.
Most High be praised. Come on in. Come on in. We ain't but about 2 hours more. 2 hours more ride. All right.
She came here before, remember? She was here.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special? Let me tell you, family, it could be anything that you feel that you want to thank the Most High for publicly. It's easy for us to acknowledge the Creator in private. It's very difficult for us to acknowledge the Creator openly and publicly. Like yesterday, I'm going to share something with you yesterday. I came here to the Creator in the temple, and I made prayer to the Almighty, to the Creator, to show me my hidden sin, to show me the things that are not right with me, that He's not pleased with, that causes me to get the results that I get through life. The things that I'm not pleased with through life. There's a way that you can alter your behavior in certain areas, in certain positions. And I am oblivious to that when it comes to myself. So therefore, I ask the Creator to show me where I need to improve. And you know, that's just honesty before the Creator, because none of us are perfect. None of us. And we all need that direction, that guidance, and that correction from the Almighty. So family, don't think that because we're public with this, that you don't have the opportunity to acknowledge the Almighty, because you do. That's what this portion of class is all about. So we have 1,100 people in the room. And if anyone wants to thank the Most High at this time, now is the time to do so. Toda Rabbah.
Shalom, family. Can you hear me? Okay, should be better now. I just want to thank the Most High for His mercy upon my life, day-to-day mercy, from traveling all the way here to Georgia, our home in Georgia, from just daily mercies, even though I may not be deserving of those mercies all the time. He is ever merciful. I'm thankful for the Most High's faithfulness and the patience that He gives me in order to just deal with life's hardships and be the best mother I can be and be the best wife and just learning this new phase of my life. I'm thankful for His mercy and understanding and giving me the strength to do what I need to do. I pray also, I pray also that we can all learn and grow from wherever we are in life, whatever that may look like for us individually. May we grow from where we are planted. And so I'm just thankful for the Most High's hand just over me and in my life. And that cannot be taken for granted because He can lift it at any moment as He sees fit. So I'm thankful that I'm still here. Total Rabah.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Iman, you want to do this one? Oh, you know what? Please forgive me. Aim Kater is here in the room with us. Shabbat Shalom, Aim. May the Most High be praised, and may He be pleased with your life. Total Rabbah.
Shabbat Shalom, Sister A Virtuous Woman. Shabbat Shalom, welcome. I'm thankful for the Most High Yah bringing me out of Christ insanity, no longer in confusion, and now in full truth. Shalom.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Leave that up here for a minute.
Mhm.
You know, a lot of people don't realize the amount of, and I want y'all to listen closely to what I'm about to say. A lot of us don't realize the amount of commitment, sincerity, and strength that it takes to change the way you think. A lot of people don't realize that, but it takes a lot of strength, discipline, humility, and commitment to change the way you think. And that sister says she came out of Christ insanity. Okay, it's a blessing, and it's hard to do. If you were once Muslim and you lived as a Muslim, and then you saw the light in being understanding the truth of the Most High by way of a Hebrew Israelite, it is very difficult for you to make that transition and that change. So my hat is off to you, sis, to see that you openly confess and you thanking the Creator that you came out of Christ insanity unto the way of understanding that you have right now. And that's a blessing. May the Most High be praised for that. Total Rabbah. Total Rabbah.
All right. Aim Kitar says, I am grateful for the people in my life who show genuine concern for my well-being and goes above and beyond to help me. It says, Prince Kez, Total Rabah, for your assistance this week. The matter is on its way to being resolved.
All right. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah.
Okay. Chief Malak says, thankful to the Creator for the Shabbat day, which is a time to rest the mind from adversity. Baruch Shema.
He's right. It's a time to rest the mind. And Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. It's a day to rest your mind from adversity. And you know, we go through it all week, and you shouldn't be carrying that burden in on the Shabbat day. Let it go just for that one day and deal with it that night. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom. And Kotiacia says, I'm also thankful for the power to manifest and speak thoughts into existence.
Hold up. Hey, sis, I've been trying to hit that lottery for that $600 million. So I'm gonna challenge you on that one, and then I give you like 10%. All right. So she says, I'm thankful for the power to manifest and speak thoughts into existence. So I want you to think, I want you to pray, I want you to meditate that we hit that. I hit me, Prince Kezari Dar hit that major lottery for $600 million. Okay? May the Most High be praised. I give you some of it. Don't worry about it. We'll split it.
You went from we to I.
Yeah, me. Let me hit that lottery so I can share. See, I know what's going to happen if I hit it. All the people going to benefit. But if somebody else hit, I know some people got a couple of dollars and they just keep it to themselves. Nah, it don't work like that with me. I share with all of my people. If done righteously, it's a blessing. That's right. May the Most High be praised. Somebody done said something that woke me up. May the Most High be praised. No, everybody that spoke kept me engaged throughout the duration of the conversation. I'm grateful. All right, she's just talking about she gets to speak things into existence. All right, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Confidence. See that, Sister Gabby? Sister Aisha speaks it into existence. Same thing you're gonna have to do. She gonna speak it into existence. She can get an A on. I can't wait till she bring that A and flash it on the screen and she got an A on her test. I can't wait. That's a blessing. All right. May the Most High be praised. She says a deal is recorded. Let's go. Let's move forward. Let's keep it going. All right. Does anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special at this time? If so, post it in the room, or I'll put the link here. You can come on the screen and you can speak it out of your mouth.
Shabbat shalom, everyone. Giving thanks and praises to the Creator first and foremost for all He has done, all He will continue to do. Praying for all those He can hear my voice at this time or in the future, that the Most High blesses your Sabbath day with rest, with joyfulness, with peace. Thankful to the Creator for my Horim, for their blessings that still reign upon myself and my family. Thankful to the Creator for my Ish and allowing him to make it here home safely. Thankful to the Creator for my sister wife and all of our sons for allowing them to make it home here as well. Thankful that I get to hold and hug our baby and just play with him for a little bit. And so thankful to the Creator for just the blessings of traveling mercies and allowing us to go up and down the road without any accidents or any mishaps. So thankful for that. I'm thankful that, even through hard times that we all go through, that we still have the ability to reach out to one another. And even if it's just a simple, I love you, or I'm thinking about you and I'm here if you need me, goes a long way. And so I'm thankful that the Most High has allowed me to be able to be that for, specifically my sister Tara during this time and her family. And, just even being able to, talk about the memories and just kind of just reclaim things at times when you feel like, you lost it. And sometimes death can do that. It can remind you of, moments in life that were beautiful, despite, anything else that came out of it. So I'm just thankful for the Most High allowing us to have one another when we need each other, most importantly. I'm thankful to the Creator, as Maish spoke, just about the peace that is present at this time. And like you said, it's a little sadness, but most importantly, it's a gladness of peace and renewal, because the Most High, nothing He does is by mistake or by happenstance or just a simple thought. Everything we go through, the Most High has already seen it before we have. And so we just have to walk through it, because I said before, the Most High will prove you so that you can prove yourself to yourself, if you understand what I'm saying. And so I'm thankful for these moments of clarity and the Most High opening up our eyes, our ears, and our hearts to understanding not just other people better, but ourselves better. Praying that the Most High allows all families who are going to be experiencing and in a space tomorrow of of mournfulness or celebrating the life of our family members, that the Most High is with each and every one of us to give us comfort, strength, to unite our families stronger than ever before. And, may the memory of those we love last forever for generations to come. And, may the Most High bless each and every one of you. Is that who?
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda. All right, family. So it looks like we done exhausted everyone who wants to give a commandment today. If you still want to give a commandment, you can type it into the room, or you can hit the link and come on the screen and speak your commandment to the Creator, before the people, to the Creator. All right, well, we're going to move on. So who would like to be first to drop that powerful commandment? Who wants to be first? What commandments y'all got? Y'all ready? We haven't done this in a long time. Before we get into our lesson, we're going to give commandments to the Most High. Anybody want to go first? All right, so nobody want to go first. I don't play with that hesitation stuff. You got to move forward. When the call come out, you got to be the first one to stand up to volunteer to get it done. Did you want to do something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I opened my book and it's on Exodus 12. So,
okay. You want to hear the commandment?
Okay. The commandment I'm giving starts in Exodus 12, Shemot, chapter 12. And it is speaking of the lamb. So I'm just going to go to the beginning because it was in the middle. It says, your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats. And ye shall keep it until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Yisrael shall kill it or unalive it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood and strike it on the two side posts and on the upper doorposts of the houses wherein they shall eat. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Eat not of it raw, nor sodden at all with water, but roast with fire, his head with his legs, and with the purtenance thereof. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning, and that which remaineth of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. And thus shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand, and ye shall eat it in haste. It is the Most High's Passover. So from the beginning, which is verse 5, says your lamb or your he-goat, a baby goat is a I can't think of it. Basically it with no blemish, nothing wrong with it, no sickness, no pink eye, no hanging ear, no limp leg, no chipped hoof. Everything must be a perfect lamb, a perfect baby goat, a kid. That's what a baby goat is, a kid, and a male of the first year. So it can't be a year and a half, a year and 1 day, 2 years, but of the first year. And then he says, you shall keep it until the 14th day. So normally you would take that that kid or lamb away from the herd and keep it to itself, so that the Most High, how he sees fit to prepare it for what is to come. Then it says, you shall gather together, Israel as a whole, assemble together, congregate together, and you shall unalive it, slaughter it, so that it can be eaten. And it says it should be roasted with fire, and it says not sodden with water. So that means do not boil it, do not fry it, do not cut it up in pieces and, or grind it up in meat and make hamburgers and things like that. It says roast whole with its head, its entrails, its legs, so that it's an entirety. And then it says, "We shall eat it with our unleavened bread and with our bitter herbs." And he said also, "Let nothing remain until the morning. That which remaineth of it, the morning you shall burn it with fire." And then he also says, "Eat it with your loins girded." That means eat it fully clothed, ready to get up and go. Eat it with your shoes on, because at this time it's Passover. We have to leave. We're leaving. We're eating in haste. He said this is his Passover. So in order for us to keep the Passover, of course, we can't do everything that our ancestors did, which is the blood on the doors and all those things. I mean, people do that, but we're not doing it in the same measurement of instancy, but we still should practice it in that same instancy, because we don't know what the Most High has in store for us and when we may have to leave. It's a preparation. So we do this in commemoration of the holy day, and we do our best. We do our best to mimic and remind and remember what our ancestors went through. Exactly.
All right. You just brought up a whole lot of interesting stuff. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Iman, did you see the Hemp Vibe Network? Who's that?
Oh, that's Dee Dee. Hey, Sister Dee Dee.
Sister Dee. Shabbat Shalom, sis.
And Shabbat Shalom, Malcolm Higdalia. She says,
You know we can get on her. We can
beautiful.
get on.
I have service in a few minutes, but I saw you and wanted to send my love. Shabbat Shalom, sis. I got your text. I'll text you back.
All right. So this one right here. Wow. Look at all them O's. And she really meant that. Shabbat Shalom. She meant that. Shabbat Shalom, sis. Peace and blessings to your family as well. All right, Sister Dee Dee, Shabbat Shalom. You talked about a lot of stuff just now. And you know, most people who do what we can to acknowledge Pesach and do what we can to say keep it, we all doing it wrong. So therefore, what I'm about to say is not in judgment to anyone, but it's just an encouragement or let's say a sign of appreciation. I am grateful for anyone, even with our differences, who take their time and set aside that holy day to keep that day sacred, holy, set apart, no matter what day you do it on. None of us know the absolute, but very few of us will admit that. Almost none of us, but very few of us will admit that. None of us knows the absolute correct timing and display of exercise to keep Pesach and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And today's lesson is going to bring out some of those things to show, and I'm going to speak on some of those differences in today's lesson whenever we get to it. You got to go share and like this page, y'all, because we only got 3 shares, 3 likes, and I only see no shares. So come on, family, let's get together. Let's do this, because it's going to be a powerful class today. Share, like, subscribe, ring the bell so you get the notification. But I am eternally grateful within myself of all of those who attempt to keep this day, the holy days coming up, even the Shabbat day. Like that sister that got on here earlier and spoke. What's her name? A virtuous woman. Even her name speaks positivity. But I'm grateful for anyone who gets on the Shabbat day and hold it as sacred. Even those who start the Shabbat day when the sun rises. I'm grateful that they even put forth that effort to walk in the ways of the Most High. I'm grateful for all those who have said that Pesach was last month. who say Pesach is this month, who say Pesach is next month. Even with our differences, I'm grateful. And I want you all to understand that. It would help us if we all got together, the leadership, and had a real sit down and leave the egos behind. But I know that this ain't going to happen right now. It's only going to happen when the Most High is ready for it to happen, or when he forces us to get together to do these things. But a lot of these things are going to be explained in today's lesson. But there were some simple things that her commandment covered that we don't do, that we don't even take. For example, even with congregations, living in the cities, even with congregations, a lot of those congregations go to the supermarket and buy their lamb. They'll buy chunks of lamb, and they'll take and they'll cook those chunks of lamb and give it to the people. And then that's not how it's supposed to be. It's wherever that animal, that chunk of lamb that you consumed for Pesach, whatever of that lamb that's left over in the morning, you're supposed to burn it on the fire, roast it on the fire. But there's a lot of people who buy lamb from supermarkets. They don't know where the rest of that lamb is at because they sold it to somebody else. So therefore, that lamb could never be burnt on the fire. So, only the Most High knows that we're doing our best to serve him. When we were in Philadelphia, Temple Kifarim, we used to go to the butcher shop, buy the animal whole, slaughter shop, buy the animal whole. We would take the animal to the back. I would go over and I would unalive the animal, as she said. She so precisely explained it, so I'm going to follow her lead. We unalive the animal by cutting his throat and letting the blood drain out upside down, hosing him down, and then we skin them. They actually skinned them. We didn't skin them. They would skin the animal, and then we would take and watch them as they cut the animal up, and then they put all the animal in the bag for us. We took all the animal back to the temple, and we worshiped the Most High to the best of our ability. We did what we could do. Another important thing about the lamb, family, is when you go to the market and you buy a lamb, you don't know how old he was. The Creator gave a specific commandment that animal that you eat on Pesach had to be a year or less. He couldn't be over a year old. And you wouldn't know if you bought your lamb at the supermarket whether it was a male or female lamb. Same thing if you bought a goat. You wouldn't know if it was a male or a female goat. But this way, we had to make sure that it was a male. We had to make sure that it was under a year old. And like my wife pointed out, you won't know if the thing was sick or not because you don't know what to look for. Matter of fact, you couldn't look for anything because all you see is a piece of raw meat. But when you buy the live animal, you should check his eyes, look in his eyes, look at his skin, see if any infections. You have to look around his mouth and see if there's any infections around his mouth. A lot of times people don't know what they're doing, and everybody wants to be a leader today, but very few people actually know how to lead. So therefore, we have to learn, ask questions, and allow somebody to direct you in these steps. Most people are not that anal when it comes to keeping this commandment or the commandments of the Almighty, but you should be. You should be, because you want to do it as close as possible to what the Creator commands. So that's how we should be flowing. That's how we should be doing this. As close as possible, if not exact, how the Most High commands it, is how you should be doing it. Stop buying your Passover lamb at the supermarket. Stop buying your Passover lamb at the butcher shop if you can't see the animal while it's alive. If you can see it while it's alive and you're at the butcher shop, then yes, you go get it. Make sure it meets all those criteria. But if you go into the butcher shop and they got a big chunk of meat and they want to cut it up and sell it to you, do not buy that. Buy the animal alive. Let them slaughter it if you're afraid to slaughter it. If you're afraid, let them do it. Stand there and watch them while they chop it up. Take the skin, put it in a bag. Take all the meat, put it in a bag. Take all the entrails, put it in a bag. And in reality, what we will do this year is our first year. We're going to be doing it, rotisserie. But what you're supposed to do by the commandments of the Most High is you are supposed to skin the animal, take out nothing. Skin the animal, take off all of his skin, and run a spike from his anus out of his mouth and put it on a rotisserie and slow cook him. As he turns, you're supposed to roast him whole. Previously, we've been cutting them down the middle, opening them up, taking out all the entrails, putting all that in a bag. We skin them, take all the feet, the hoof, the skin off, put that in a bag, and then we chop all the meat up, eat the meat, and then the next morning we will burn up everything in the bags that we had left over. This will be our first year. We don't know how the meat gonna taste. We don't know how it's gonna taste. This is gonna be our first year of cooking that animal completely whole. But what I think I may do is still take out the stomach and the intestines, those parts. And the reason why is because that could contaminate the meat. Yeah, that stuff could contaminate the meat. Did you want to say something, Ima?
Oh yes, I've been watching a video on how to do it, the whole with the entrails. It's a way that you have to, from the mouth to through the anus, there's a way you can do it without hitting the intestine, because that's the only thing when you cook it, the only thing that's gonna taint the kid or the baby lamb is if you puncture the testicles or if you puncture the intestine, the intestine. So, but there's a way you can do this without, so there's a way. It's just a matter of watching the video, and it's almost like a surgery. You just got to pay attention to how we're, putting it in the body and just take our time to do that part.
Yes.
Doesn't the Most High say cook it with all its entrails?
Yes.
So why do you want to take out?
Because we haven't mastered that yet. We don't know how to do that yet. But we're more than likely we're going to attempt to do it that way. May the Most High be praised. I too have been watching videos on this subject. I too. And I'm still not finished because, up until that day, we're going to make sure we understand. And Sister Sharam, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you and the family. Yes.
So cooking it with all its entrails also includes like the lining with the poop in it. So after we cook everything, I guess we would cut it open and then take.
You don't have to cut it open. When it's all cooked, you can cut pieces of it off and eat that.
Okay, so you won't, after you cook it, you won't have to cut it open to get the entrails out. You could just get the meat right there.
Yeah, and you ain't gonna eat the entrails. You just, the next day you burn everything else up that's left.
But you're saying there's a possibility if we
don't do it right,
right,
we'll puncture the stomach. And if you puncture the stomach, the food, the poison inside the poop, because the poops is inside the stomach, you can poison the meat, and we don't want to do that. So we'll deal with that then. All right. So if there's anyone here, Sister Sharam says that's how we do it. I don't know if you mean that's how your family does it or that's how Israel does it. But if you are, I don't know if Sister Sharam, if you'll be coming for Pesach, then we can use that. If this is what you're saying, if you know how to do that, we can use that. If there's anyone who knows, any of our people who already know how to do that, then please let us know. Speak up, because we don't know. We've never done it that way. And this is something new for us that we're doing next month. This way of cooking the lamb. And we're not too big. We're not too big to act like we know. Shabbat Shalom, Elder Petros. We're not too big. Do the intestines empty out in the 4 days? Yes. Well, see, that's what it is, sis. They don't completely empty out. But that's what the whole process, that's why the Father tells us to get it on the 10th day and let it sit up to the 14th, the 13th at evening. You don't feed it. You just let it sit there. You may give it some water, but you just let it sit there so it cleans or dries itself out through the process, but it's not completely emptied.
It could clean itself.
Yes. You know, this book is wonderful, man. This book, you know, all these people, so many people say this book is a forgery. It ain't the word of the creator. It didn't really happen. It's all this, but it's so much knowledge contained in this book. So much knowledge. Now, who would even think that you can't take an animal and that very day cook it whole without taking all that stuff out? The creator told us, get it on the 10th day, let it sit up. And this is what we do every year. We do that portion every year. Let it sit up to the 13th day of the eve, and then do what you have to do. So what I'm asking is, if there's someone here who knows better, who knows the exact way to do it, to roast it whole without contaminating the meat, then please, by all means, speak up and let us know.
I was also going to say, from what Malcolm Higdali brought up about the intestines emptying out in those days. The other part is, one thing about sheep and goat, they poop literally like as they walk all the time. So the good thing about it is it's they eat a lot of grass. Of course, they eat all day, but they're pooping so much that they're not full of their intestines. From what I've seen, when we have slaughtered the animals in the past, their intestines are never like exploding or imploding into their bodies, because they poop so much. They're constantly cleansing themselves. So yeah, so I agree with those 4 days. By the time that 4th day comes, they are not completely empty, but almost empty, and they're cleaned more. And then, of course, you set them where they're not eating more grass to keep going, but the water is good for them too, because that helps them to urinate the stuff out too. So yeah, so I was just saying, like all of those things to help, so that when, like you said, the Most High told us exactly what to do, because he knows the nature of the animal that we are slaughtering, that we're going to take part in. So he knows the impact of, how we can do it, so that we won't have, I guess, what you call poop taste in our food and things like that. It won't be tainted. So we just have to, really go in and study how to put it on that rod and make sure, we're doing it right. But it can be done. So many people have done it. But I see what Maura Sharon was saying about taking the guts out of the meat, because a lot of people do that. I was saying we spill the guts on the meat, burn. I'm not sure if it's the way it makes the meat poisonous, from what Adon has mentioned.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. It makes the meat poisonous. It contaminates it. If you cut that stomach and some of that feces from in the stomach gets in the meat, then you contaminate the meat. And that's not the way we should be eating it. So yeah, when we skinned it, normally when we skin the animal, we split it down the middle, we cut it at the esophagus, under the neck, and then we cut it at the anus. It's a piece there, and we pull all the entrails out, and we cut it all. We burn it all up. We take all that out, and then after we take it out, we hose it down to make sure that no contamination has gotten on the animal at all. Shabbat shalom, my brother Yehusadek. May the Most High be with you. And Shabbat shalom to my sister, Atara, underneath the crown. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah, Toda Rabbah. All right, so are there any other questions or concerns, family, at this time? Are there any other questions or concerns? So what I'm asking is, if anyone here has any experience with roasting the animal whole, please make it known so that we will know the proper way, the best way that we can get this done. But we will be researching the best proper way to do this. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. Now, for a lot of you who come in late, you've missed a lot about what this class is going to be about today. So go back and watch the video again. You can hang around to the end. We're going to drop bombshells in the beginning. We're going to drop bombshells in the middle. And we got the major bombshell being dropped at the end. Okay? So all the way through this lesson today is going to be some powerful information. All right? Do I have any of the readers in the house with me today? Do I have anybody that wants to do any reading in the house today? Any of my brothers or my sisters that typically read for us? Are you coming in to do any readings?
Are we still doing
Oh yeah. Set up for a little bit later, that's all. So go ahead. Who's going to be next with the commandment? Who else got a commandment that they want to present today? Did anybody post any commandments in the room?
I can do mine.
All right.
No.
You want to come up here or you going to do it on your own? You want the mic or you going
I'll do it.
Okay.
Shalom, family. My commandment is from Genesis. I'm trying to remember wow, I need to review this. Can't remember the Hebrew word for Genesis. I know it though. Okay, I'll keep moving on for time. That ain't got nothing to do with it. I haven't studied it in a while. I need to look at it again. Bereshit. I knew it. I knew it. I told you. I knew it. Okay, anyway. Genesis chapter 1. I just lost it, but I think it's verse 28. And okay, my service is going out. But if I'm paraphrasing, it's the verse that talks about being fruitful and multiplying. Now, in this verse, we know the Most High is talking to Adam and Eve, but I'm going to use this commandment anyway because it is technically in the first 5 books, so I'm going to use it as my commandment. Being fruitful and multiply. It also, in that same verse, I believe, talks about having dominion over the animals and subduing them and things like that. But I just wanted to harp on the first part of the verse, which talks about being fruitful and multiplying. I just want to harp on this part because I have been seeing a lot, as we know, a lot of things in this society and this world are gearing towards homosexuality and a lot of craziness. And this commandment is for a man and a woman only. Man and woman are the only two that can procreate. That's in the animal kingdom. That's in any type of kingdom, man and woman. And the only exception I know of is that the seahorse carries the eggs, but the Most High created that to be like that, in the male. But even still, it still takes a man and a female, even with seahorses. So the reason why I'm harping on this is because I was on Facebook this morning and I saw a children's book that actually said, I come from my father's, something about coming from my dad's womb. And we all know that this society is about, people who go from man to woman and vice versa, all those type of crazy things. And I just thought it was really wild that, I mean, of course we've seen it lately, so it's not a surprise, but they're actually starting to put it in children's books now, not even just adult information, but they're starting to indoctrinize our children, basically. They're trying their hardest to do that and to make it normal. And I've seen a lot of videos where not even just white women, white men, but a lot of Black people are starting to, not just starting, I guess, but a lot of Black people are indulging themselves in that culture as well. I've seen a video where a man claims he has a pregnancy and things like that, right? And it's just a lot of confusion. So yeah, that's my commandment. And also I've been seeing a few things at the school that I work at as well that have been making me uncomfortable, and it's just a lot of craziness. So I think it's just a sign of the times that we are in, for sure. And yeah, that's it.
All right.
Zehu.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. That's exactly what's going on. So her commandment was that be fruitful and multiply. And is your speaker down?
It is. That's
I'm getting a little bit of feedback.
Sorry.
Be fruitful and multiply. And that today, that commandment shows that the Creator intended it for it to be a man and a woman. Because two men can be fruitful and multiply, two women can be fruitful and multiply. So therefore, the command was, it was given to a man and a woman to come together by the orders of the Creator. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom, Brother Asa.
Shabbat Shalom.
Did you want to give your commandment?
Yes. I have one commandment, and it comes from Shemot chapter 35, Exodus 35, and it's part of what I've been studying. It's so coincidence that you intend to talk about the Sabbath day today, and I'm looking at Exodus 35 verse 3, which says, "Do not kindle a fire in any of your dwellings on the Sabbath day." Right? In its full context, 1 to 3 says, "And Moshe assembled all the congregation of the children of Israel and said to them, These are the words which has commanded you to do. Work is to be done for 6 days, but on the 7th day it shall be set apart to you, a Sabbath of rest to the Most High. Anyone doing work on it is put to death. Do not kindle a fire in any of your dwellings on the Shabbat day." I always focus on that of not lighting a fire. But it just came to my mind, what are some of the do nots that we're not to do on the Sabbath day? I was taught that we're to make it a delight and do not focus on the do nots. But I want to, to be reminded of what are the other things that the scripture specifically speaks of regarding refraining from on the Sabbath day. One is kindling a fire. I'm also mindful of the one that we're not, which suggests that we're not to gather on the Sabbath, right? There are work, obviously, you're to rest, but I'd like our feedback. I'd like our feedback on that of gathering on a Shabbat.
You like feedback on gathering on the Shabbat?
Yeah, because there is one. I think it's Exodus 16 that actually says forbids gathering when it was pertaining to the food or the manna. Mm-hmm. But I just want to look at it if we really need a physical gathering on the 7th day Shabbat.
When it's speaking about gathering on the Exodus 16, the manna, I don't understand what you mean. You think that means that the people should not come together on the Shabbat day?
It suggests that at first reading.
Okay. Let's go to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. Leviticus 23.
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, let me grab it. Okay. Leviticus 23. Okay. You see that on the screen?
Yes.
All right. And this
I
is what,
don't see it on the screen, but I'm following.
Can't see it on the screen?
Yeah, I'm seeing it now.
Okay, it's coming up. All right, here we go. And the Most High spake unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feast of the Most High, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocation, even these are my feasts. You see what that says?
Yes, gathering. These are my holy convocations.
What do your version say?
Well, mine says gathering. Says the appointed times of Moses, which you are to proclaim as set apart gatherings.
The appointed times. That's right. Now you see this right here, right? Diber el Benai Yisrael. We are Marta. Alahim Mot Meodei. Meodei means appointed times of the Most High. These are the appointed times of the Most High. of the Creator, Yohe Asher, that Tikra, that you shall read or have a holy assembly coming together. This is what this is. Tikra, Atim, you should all come together or have a holy reading at this Mikra Kodesh, holy assembly. We have to have a holy reading by all the people coming together to have a holy Mikra Kodesh gathering. Elohim Hain Meal Day. Now, this version says the same thing, but there's another version that you can read. Let me see if this will give me a different version. Septuagint. Let's see what the Septuagint says. No, this one is pretty much saying the same thing. All right, I don't want to do that. What I want to do is I want to see what this one says. Give me 1 second. Some different translations will translate it differently. A Mikra Kodesh is a holy assembly. Okay, holy convocation. Okay, let me put this one up because this one might be a little bit better for us to see. Give me 1 second to do the transfer.
Okay.
All right, can you see that?
Fine.
It should be coming to the screen shortly. You see it? All right, this is the Leviticus 23:1. And the Most High spake unto Moshe, saying, let me pull this up so you can see the bottom of the screen. Down here, the words are going to appear, but they're only going to appear in the Hebrew. These are the appointed feasts, Moedim of the Most High, the appointed times, meaning that these are the times you're supposed to appear before the Creator. And you shall proclaim as holy convocations, a holy assembly. They are my appointed feasts, my Moedim, my holy times to come together. All right. Proclamation, Koreh, that's the word that I just read. Holy convocation, Mikra Kodesh, holy assembly, coming together. Now, on all of these days, the people always assembled to keep these holy days together. The weekly Shabbat is the very first one that he speaks of. 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is a Shabbat of solemn rest, Shabbat Shabbaton. The weekly Shabbat and the Day of Atonement are the only one out of these holy days that we have that are Shabbat Shabbaton, which means absolutely no work is done. And you have to have a holy convocation, a holy reading, a holy coming together of the people. You shall do no work. It's a Shabbat Shabbaton. Lo moleket avodah. It is a Shabbat to the Most High in all of your dwellings. So I pray that that answers your question about us coming together on the Shabbat. We are commanded to come together to keep the holy Shabbat. We are commanded. And as you read through these commandments, a lot of these, matter of fact, we're going to read today. In this is wonderful, man, how the Most High does what he does. In this reading today, we're going to read how the people, last week we read how the people requested that Ezra brought forth the book of the law. All the people was assembled in the place, and he stood on a podium, which made him above the people as the people that was assembled heard the words that was being brought to them. So this is a wonderful thing, man. We just got to, focus and really set our minds on righteousness to listen, to obey, and do what the Creator has for us to do. But yes, we are supposed to come together on the weekly Shabbat day and all of the holy days. I don't think there's anyone that we are not supposed to come together for. And then 3 times a year, all males are to appear before the Most High.
Thank you. I was about to ask you that, in the same breath, that command to 3 times a year for those feasts.
That's
However,
right.
the weekly Sabbath, I'm wondering if any particular reason why that was not mentioned in those 3 times, in addition to those 3 times a year.
Well, one reason would be because the 3 times a year is only kept in a certain location. We had to go, but the Shabbat is done in all of your dwellings. That's a different story.
In our homes.
Yes, all of our dwellings. Wherever we dwelt, wherever we lived, per se.
Final question. In the Exodus 16:29, I know that there are some, it was forbidden in a specific circumstance that they stay in their own place and do not go out of his place on the 7th day. This restriction.
No, you're not reading that correctly.
Okay.
Go ahead and explain your part, and I'm going to pull it up. Go ahead.
All right. Exodus 16:29. See, because the Most High has given you the Shabbat, therefore he is giving you bread for 2 days on the 6th day. Let each one stay in his place. Do not let anyone go out of his place on the 7th day. So what I'm explaining is that in this specific circumstance, they were forbidden from coming out of their place. In other words, they were to stay in their homes. I'm bringing that, bearing in mind that there are other restrictions for the Sabbath, like no traveling, no carrying loads, no drawing water, no working in the fields, no sex, but no fire, right? But this one, what's the real reason behind this, though?
Okay. Exodus 16. And I'm going to start at verse 22. Let me grab it. All right. Exodus 16 and 22. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man, and all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moshe. And he said to them, this is that which the Most High have said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Shabbat unto the Creator. Bake that which you will bake today. See that which you will see it, or boil what you will boil today. And that which remaineth over, lay up for you to be kept until the morning. He was only, this command is only speaking specifically about cooking the manna, preparing the manna, organizing, structuring the manna. We had to cook it before the sun went down so that we would have the manna already prepared. Because remember, with the manna, what we did was we went out into the fields, gathered it up and collected the manna, brought it back and did what we did with it so that we could eat it. Well, there was a man in the book of Deuteronomy, I believe it's I believe it's the 15th chapter, I believe it is, where a man was out on the Shabbat gathering sticks.
Numbers.
Moshe, and they put him to death. The Creator said not to be out on the Shabbat day gathering anything. So he doesn't want us to go out on the Shabbat day, gather the manna, bring it back, have to cook it. So therefore, on Shishi, which is the day before, which is Friday, Shishi, we are to get our food and cook our food before the sun goes down so that we can be prepared that once the sun goes down, we'll be ready for Shabbat. We don't have to go out of our houses to get anything to prepare for any of those things. And that's what I just wanted to explain to you. That's why you only find it in this location, because it's only talking about in preparation of the manna. Nowhere else will you see what the Most High says for us to stay in the house on the Shabbat day. I've just shown you commandments throughout all those holy days. We were commanded to come together, and the Shabbat was the first one. And we're going to read in the book of Ezra where they went and got the ancient books of the law, not the version that we got, but the ancient versions. And they read it. And in that, they all came together and they all assembled in the streets, in the water places, by the water gates. So that will show you that this is not what many believe it to be. And Moshe said, eat that today, for today is a Shabbat day unto the Most High. Today you shall not find it in the fields. See what I mean? You shall not find it in the fields. 6 days shall you gather it. But on the seventh day, which is the Shabbat, in it there shall be none. All right?
Thank you
So I pray that helps. May
very
the
much.
Most High be praised. Total Rabbah.
Most High be praised.
All right. Now, Ima, I think you got a couple things you want to read, right?
It was just more people commenting about his question. So Malcolm Hegdalia says 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Shabbat of rest, a holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of the Creator in all your dwellings.
That's right. May the Most High be praised.
And Chief Malak says we must gather on Shabbat in order to have a holy convocation.
May the Most
And
High
then
be praised.
underneath the crown, she did ask, or are you saying to gather objects? Because that was my question too, but you all explained it, so we got it. And Chief Malak says streaming is not a gathering, holy convocation. Streaming service is for individuals who can't make the assembly.
Mr. Otter. Read on, please.
He said, but if you can make the convocation, then by all means make it. And then they was just asking if that was a rooster, and I was saying yes. And then
Brother Asa, what country are you in? What city and state?
I'm in Cayman Islands.
He's in the Cayman Islands.
So we have lots of chickens, lots of roosters all over in every corporate area and location. They're there, and it's forbidden for us to restrict them. So they are protected by law, and they just spread. Nobody eats the meat, and nobody eats that kind of egg. So we have the solution to the shortage of egg worldwide.
Wow. May the Most High be praised.
mhm.
All right, Sister Hegdalia.
Alia says, "What we have to remember how powerful our brains are and constantly consider the law." She's in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 23, verses 13 says, "And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, and it shall be, when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith, and shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from." I think this is her law. And so she said abroad is outside of the camp. And I know she texted me because she was saying that basically it's saying where you relieve yourself, you have that paddle so you can dig it open and then cover it back up once you're done. So
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. That's exactly what it means, and that's her commandment for the day. So, family, are there anyone else with any other commandments for the day? What's that? Numbers 15.
That was in relation to the man who gathered sticks on the Shabbat, and I was just providing reference because I think you had said Deuteronomy 15 at that point.
Oh, I said Deuteronomy?
Yeah, but it's actually Numbers 15, right? I know we get it.
Yeah, please forgive me. I gave the wrong information. Not Deuteronomy 15, but Numbers 15. As I'm thinking in my mind all that about giving her the fringes, the laws concerning the fringes and all those things. So yes, I quoted the wrong book, and it should have been Numbers. May the Most High be praised.
Quick question, Prince. Fringes. Somebody asked me this week why I wear my fringes, and I didn't feel inspired to tell the person the reason because the person didn't seem genuine. Seems to be like mockery. But on my way home driving, I was saying to myself, my wearing the fringes, is it for persons to see or is it for me to remind myself? And if it's personally for me, then am I obliged to really share? I know I can share, if the person is genuinely interested, but isn't it really a reminder for me and not for others to see?
It's a reminder for you to keep the law. But who's the you? Because if I got my fringes on and you see it, then you are reminded to keep the law. You see what I'm saying? So it's for all of us to remember. It's not just for you personally as the individual, it's for you collectively, all the people. Think about this for a second. When you see somebody with fringes on, what's the first thing you think about? Hey, that's my sister, that's my brother. That person is Israelite. Hey, shalom, shalom. Hey, it reminds you. It first is identity piece that puts you in association, make you affiliated with someone else. You see that, you be like, hey, that's my brother, that's my sister. But the purpose of you having those on is supposed to remind you, not just yourself, but you collectively, like him, you all, remind you all of the laws of the Most High. That's what it's supposed to be.
Thank you.
All right. May the Most High be praised. It's supposed to be for you all, to remind you all of the laws of the Creator. But it's cool. That's what we do. It's cool. And if you want to make it personal, make it personal. But when you wear fringes and someone asks you, that's your opportunity to expound on the greatness of the Creator. Yeah. That person's soul could be looking. And the body don't understand why the soul is saying, ask that brother that question. But that soul could be trying to find its way home. And it recognizes your soul and says, hey, listen, let me ask you a question, opening up the door for conversation. So,
Thanks. I'll get back. Fortunately, the person is in my work circle, so I'll get back to her and those that were in the presence. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Iman, you want to say something?
I was just going to say that I know for me, I see it as both because I wear my fringes every day. And one thing I will say is we wear our fringes every day, but that does not mean that we remember the law just because we have the fringes on. A lot of people have their fringes on just because it's remote, it's rote, it's just routine. They just do it, but they don't touch their fringe. They don't look at it sometimes and be like, oh, my fringe. And, it's a reminder. Some people do it for fashion. Like you have people making fringes to match everything, to do different things. So like when I have my fringes on, like I literally will beat myself up if I realize I'm out the gate and don't have my fringes on. I have to go back and get my fringes. And when people stop me and be like, oh, what are those? Can I touch those? Are those sacred? I tell them, well, it's not necessarily that it's like sacred or holy set apart, but it is to remind me of the law. And I use it at that time to explain to them what the law is, that how the Most High says to wear this, why he said we had to wear it, because of the things we did to go astray, to follow after the other people. And people were like, oh, wow, that's really, important. And he tells us to speak of it while we walk, in and out of our house, wherever we are. So that's why I feel like it's appropriately for both, because it's a constant. When people ask you, it's a reminder for you to remember that you have your fringes on, because a lot of us don't. And I can't speak for everybody, but generally I'm, thinking as a human how we are. And then it's also to spread his word, because we are a light. So everything we wear, everything we do, people are watching. And when people ask you something, having the answer, and it may not be, everything that they or always, how they want to hear it, but sharing that knowledge, like you said, can open up somebody's eyes or ears to something that they needed to hear or see that day. So that's where I'm at with it.
Thank you for that, because I really wear it and sometimes I do not remember that I have it on. I mean, there may be one day I go to work without it, but what really reminds me more than the fringes that I'm keeping command is when I aim in the bathroom, I'm reminded of my circumcision. So it's the only commandment that reminds me more than even the fringes, but the fringes really for others. The hypocrisy today is that some I've seen on Facebook where a lady wear fringes but her breasts outside showing. So it's inconsistent. There are persons who wear fringes, but they do not really represent the essence of Torah, and we ought to be consistent.
Yep. I know people. I knew one sister, she used to wear this shirt, with no bra, see-through shirt with fringes on. It was just that bad.
Mm.
So let's go here because my brother Chief Malak, he says something really important. And this is what he says: my opinion don't matter, but your opinion does matter, bro. That's why you're here. He says, I go by the book, word for word. So if you ask me, it's for the individual, like the book said, and no problem. And he gave his opinion, and we appreciate it. And your opinion does matter, bro. Always remember that. Numbers 15 and 38. Speak unto the children of Israel, speak unto the children of Israel, Lechem, to them all, and bid them that they make them fringes on the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringes borders of a ribbon of blue. And it shall be unto you, who, to Moses? No, it shall be to you all, Lechem, to you all. It shall be, and let's check it and see if that's what it says. Lechem, it should be to you all. Let me pull it up so you all can see it, so you understand what Prince is speaking about, and his own interpretation of the matter is what the Most High has in the scriptures. That word right here means, and it shall be, Yihye, Yohe, Wahe, Yihye means to be, and it shall be to you all. Lechem means to you all, not just to one individual. Liata will be to one individual. Lechem is to you all. It shall be to you all. No Ascension Strong. It says unto you. They translate it as unto you, but it's speaking. Lechem is in the plural, which means to you all. For fringes, lezizo, for fringes. It should be to you all for fringes. All right. And this oto means to you. Oto would mean how they would say just you. No, oto is plural as well. Oto is plural as well. To you all. Uzkatim, for you all to remember, Zakor, to remember at all the commandments, mitzvot is commandments, the Most High, Yohe Wahe, all the Most High's commandments. So it's for you all. It's not just for an individual, but it's for you all to remember the commands of the Most High. So that was a very good analogy, a very good question there, brother, and appreciate that. And if you think about it, when you got your fringes on, how is it reminding you of the commandments when you got it on? But when you see somebody else's with them on, it will more so remind you of the commandments. So yes, I see that. But I respect my brother's opinion. You know, if that's where he's at with his understanding, that's cool too, because we know we do see things differently, as long as we begin to work together to make these things happen. Iman, you want to read some of those comments, please?
Okay, that's it. So sister, a virtuous woman, she says it depends. When I see those tassels on brothers and sisters, makes me think of Babylon. They look exactly like Babylonian tassels.
Stop there for a second. Sis, I need you to explain what you mean when you say you see them, they look like Babylonian tassels. I don't know, and I don't want to add to the understanding that you have. So if you can, please explain to us what you mean by they look like Babylonian tassels. By Babylon, the first thing we think of is something negative, something evil, something wicked, the Babylonians. But explain to me what you mean. All right, go ahead, Iman, please.
Okay. I'm sorry, they're going back. I'm just gonna go here. Sister Lyrical Dream says, this reminds me of a conversation I had this week at work. An IT tech asked me to unlock the control room for him, and he saw my Zeet and asked, or Zeetziot, and asked me about it. I told him, and he asked if I was an Israelite, and I said, yes, I am. And he said he was as well. So I said, well, shalom, brother. But I thought to myself, sir, where are yours? Where are yours? LOL. But hey, they are a reminder for all because maybe he's seeing mine reminded him that he should be wearing his as well.
Sister Lyrical Dream, Shabbat Shalom to you. Which one of the brothers was that? If you know his name, that's an Israelite that asked you that question that work on your job. Now, I'm just asking that if you don't mind sharing. If you know his name, can you just put his name in? Because I like to know which one of them are practicing. And I might have the opportunity to speak to him as well. But if you don't know his name, that's fine too. May the Most High be praised. But that was a perfect example of what I mean. It's for you all, not just for the individual wearing it.
Okay. And then Malcolm Hegdali says the practice is only for you, but seeing them is for all, as it will be an outer garment. Not all things are explicit. And then she puts in Deuteronomy 22, verse 12. Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the four quarters of thy vesture, wherewith thou coverest thyself.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. All right. Do we have any more commandments that we need to cover? Does anyone else have any more commandments that they want to talk about, present, bring forward?
Oh, she said, Sister Virtuous Woman says tassels were a customary fashion in ancient Assyria and Mesopotamia.
Okay, very well. May the Most High be praised.
And then Brother Asa says, I'm only wearing 2. I need 2 more, but with the right material.
All right, let's talk about that too. Now, I want to talk about what my sister Virtuous Woman said first. Virtuous Woman said, tonsils were a customary fashion in ancient Assyria and Mesopotamia. I don't know where she drew that information from, but I do know that on ancient pictures, they had tonsils, but they were different from what we do. On ancient relics, they have ancient Babylonians with tonsils on their garments. That's true. But a lot of those people were us. A lot of those ancient Babylonians that we see those pictures of depicted were ancient Israelites who lived in Babylon, because we lived there for a long time, many years. We were intermingled with the people. So I don't know if they customarily wore it as individuals, but I do know that they do have relics where they have pictures of people with fringes on, like addressing the king. They have fringes on. That was our people doing those things. A lot of them, not all of them. And also some of the relics from ancient Egypt. The slaves have fringes on their garments. Right around the bottoms and borders of their garments. They wore them around the borders of their garments. It was different. All right. So may the Most High be praised. And I do thank you for that contribution, sis, because it's very good that you're strong in the knowledge like that, that you would know that that's how they dress and how they adorn themselves. May the Most High be praised. All right. Brother Asa, he says, I'm only wearing 2. But I need 2 more. Why do you need 2 more, Brother Asa?
My sister shared that text in Deuteronomy. It says 4. Did it say 4?
It says 4 corners. 4 corners.
Right. So I'm square. I'm not round as the ladies. So I'm square. So I need 4.
All right. So you're square, right?
Yes.
All right. Does your garment meet anywhere during that square point?
No.
You mean, hold up, bro. Your garment don't meet right there? See my square right there, but in the middle, they come together and they meet. That's where I put my fringe, right there.
Okay.
Where those 2 meet, that's what I do. So let me tell you the advantage to that. for me. You covering both of them in one shot. And not only that, when you buy them from Israelites who make them, you get a whole bunch. Because they think you buy one set of fringes and they selling you 4 or 2 sets, 4 individual fringes, because they think you need one for each corner. I don't do that. Both of my corners meet at the end of my garment. So therefore I put it right there on that side. That's what I do.
So the more not the better, the longer not the better.
The longer, no, it doesn't give a specific length. And I think that people who wear them long wear them based on their personality and their character. If that's how they like them, they wear them long. I just wear them normal. I don't even tell them how long to make them. I just order fringes and the people deliver them to me, and whatever length they give me, that's what I wear. I don't say I need the extra long ones, or it is what it is. I accept them, but I only wear 2. I put one on one side, one on the other side, and I'm done. There are some who they have to have 4, but there are also Israelites who wear them completely around the bottom of their garments. Like my sister right here said. She said, as long as the fringes align with scripture, I have no quarrels. Okay, this is the part right here. She said, I agree. We're intermingled. But the Assyrian king specifically wore them as well. Okay, very well. May the Most High be praised. To distinguish between, what is she saying though, Ima? That's why the Most High made us use a cord of blue. That's absolutely right. To specifically know that it was us that he was talking to. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. And I like what she said is, as long as they're in alignment with scripture, then she cool. She ain't got no quarrels. All right.
Well, the commandment is so important. The fact that when we read the background of the story, why it had to be worn, no wonder some persons actually go to extremes to add to the Sabbath to ensure that there's a buffer between, adding to the law in terms of ensuring that you're keeping the Sabbath way ahead of it being due to be kept.
Say that. I'm sorry, Brother Assis. My mind was somewhere else just now. Could you repeat that, please, one more time?
Oh, I'm saying the story behind the instruction to wear the tzitzit is that somebody broke the Sabbath, right? So because persons today are so careful not to break the Sabbath, they build and make additional rules and constraints around the Shabbat, and to the point where they'd rather keep it a day before and a day after, just to be ensured that they do not break the Sabbath.
Very well. May the Most High be praised. And if I'm not mistaken, that person that broke the Shabbat was a Israelitish person. He wasn't even a Hebrew. He was a sojourner. An Israelitish person. He wasn't one of our people. I think his mother was Hebrew and his father was something else. I believe that's what it was.
Was the commandment to wear fringes not just for the men but the women also, right?
Yes, for the children of Israel. But in the Jewish sects, only the men wore fringes, but we don't follow the Jewish order. Oh, that's the one who blasphemed? Not the sticks. All right, Toda Rabbah. That's why you got to have good people on your team, man. Good people keep you in track. Good people keep you in place, on track. May the Most High be praised. All right. So let's go, family. Let's go. Is there any more commandments? I mean, we done went through the commandments quite a bit today. Are there any other commandments? And she's right, virtuous woman, she's right about the ones that go all around. Look up Babylonian tonsils. Yeah, they go all the way around. All right. Any other? All right. No more commandments. a virtuous woman. That's what I meant by around the hem. All right. Yeah, some Israelites wear theirs completely around the hem of the garment, around the bottom of the garments. Okay, sis says, thou should not bear grudges against thy people, Sister Tara. So what does it mean to bear a grudge, Sister Tara? Can you give us the understanding of that? What does it mean to bear a grudge against your people? And if there's any other commandments, please feel free to type your commandment in the room. And then we're going to get forward. We're going to move forward on today's lesson. Today's lesson is going to be a humdinger. We're going to have so much experience here learning about the Most High and how he requires of us to do certain things. This, when I read this, this was a thing that I had never imagined, never even thought about when I was approaching this situation. So now I'm convinced there's no other way to view this when a day begins. All right. All right. So, Sister Tara, underneath the crown, you would have to tell us what it means to bear a grudge or what it means not to bear a grudge. Okay. She says the definition of grudge is a persistent feeling of ill will or resentment resulting from a past insult or injury. All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. So she's saying that you shouldn't have these type of feelings toward anybody because of maybe they insulted you or injured you or basically did something to you. You shouldn't be walking around after that is over bearing a grudge, feeling, then I guess I got a lot of work to do. Because I got some people did some stuff to me, and I'm still having that negative energy is what's pushing me and motivating me to prepare my lesson the way that I'm doing. I got a lesson that I'm preparing, a whole documentary for those people who did wrong to me. And I listened to the recordings that they made and things that they don't know I got. I listened to all those things in preparation to prepare the documentary that I'm going to put out. And I'm doing all that because I guess I'm bearing a grudge based on what my sister said the definition of a grudge is. We are to be holy for the Creator is holy. Absolutely. And that's what I do. I take pride in being holy. All right. May the Most High be praised.
So you should.
There you go.
Yeah. This keyword for that is past. When a person continually does wrong and makes no amends, it is not a grudge, but wisdom.
That's right. I take that as wisdom. You're absolutely right. Now look at this one. She says, we fast yearly, pleading to the Creator for him to forgive us. Okay, yes. So what of the Most High holds a grudge against? He does. We're in captivity, ain't we? Shit, we're in captivity because the Most High was mad because of what our forefathers did, and we stay in captivity because of what we do. So, I get it, sis. The Most High brought his punishment and left it alone. He already said that we're going to be in captivity for a certain amount of time. He got to be true to his word. So he put us in captivity and left it alone. He ain't still thinking about different ways to get us. I see it that way, sis. I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that, sis. You are so wise.
Yeah, the Most High kept looking for ways to get us.
Yeah.
We would never rise.
Yeah, no, he did what he did that one time, and now we just waiting for that time to be over. My sisters, boy, I tell you, y'all sisters is something else, man. What would I do without y'all?
The fasting is to be unintentional sins. The fasting is to be for unintentional sins. People wrongfully use it for a high-handed witch is blasphemy.
All right. May the Most High be praised. So much wisdom is just being shared in this class today. You guys, wonderful. Thank y'all. You are so absolutely right. We got to stop making up things to condone us holding a grudge. Let it go. Let it go.
Sister Dolly says to make, no, Isaiah, Yeshayahu, chapter 6, verse 10, make the heart of this people fat, not make their ears heavy and shut their eyes, lest they see with their eyes and hear with their ears. And
But she got kicked out. And understand with their heart. Okay. And convert and be healed. May the Most High be praised. I like what Sister Hadassah said. She says, Yah made a judgment, not held a grudge. Absolutely. That's exactly what it was. He made a judgment. That's how I explained it. He said it, he left it out there, and now he leaves it alone. May the Most High be praised. All right. Isaiah 6 and 10 shows that there are some that never get forgiven. That's right. May the Most High be praised. Well, I tell you, y'all just dropping some jewels, man. Y'all just dropping some jewels. I'm grateful. All right. So, where we at? We ready to get started, y'all?
A virtuous woman says, I have to get close to the Creator, refrain myself from doing my own will, eating and hearkening to his word. Where you going? Atara says she's out.
Tara said what?
She's out.
She ain't out. It's time to get started with the lesson, girl. She means she out of that part of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
A lot fast to get close to the Creator, restrain myself from doing my own will, eating and hearkening to. Oh, it sounds like she on point. That's nice. That's nice. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. All right, here we go. Brother Asa, will you be reading for us today? Brother Asa, you still here? Brother Asa, is Prince, you trying to get me to read all that? That's a lot of reading, Prince.
You don't have him on the stage, so I don't think you can hear him.
Okay. Yes, I was backstage. So I'm saying I'm ready. Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 1.
I didn't know you had to be on stage to speak. Say something, Brother Asa.
Yeah, you do.
No, he read every week and I don't have him on stage.
Yes, you do.
Wait, no, watch this. Watch this. The way I can do it, where he don't have to be on the stage. Brother Asa, can you hear me? Maybe that's only when I'm sharing. So let me try to share and see if that works then. That might be the only way it's working. Let me see. All right. Brother Asa, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing.
Okay, let me remove you from the stage. Tell me if you can hear me now. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. I'll just leave you up. Because I've had people read for me in the past and they wasn't on the stage with me.
No, normally when someone reads, you just don't have they're on the side. But if they're not on stage, they can hear you, but you can't hear them. They have to be on stage for their mic to open up.
I know what I just said, and I knew how I did it in the past. I've done that several. That's the way I normally do it, but it's cool. Go back and watch some of the other videos and you'll see it. But it's okay. You don't have to accept it right now. It's okay. No big argument.
Oh, yes, sir.
All right. Virtuous woman. Okay. I like that. I forgot that name you told me the other day, Sister Amy. What was that name you told me that I'm supposed to address you by? Please forgive me. But yes, your statement is correct. When one forgives, two souls are set free. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. All right, let's get busy. So where we at now in our lesson today? We left off in the book of Nehemiah, right?
Yes.
Nehemiah, chapter 9 is where we're going to be picking up at.
Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 1.
All right, let's get rock and rolling. Y'all ready to rock and roll? Because we getting ready to get it started. You might want to get up and do some jump, loosen yourself up a little bit. Put your boxing gloves on. Get your notepad, your pens and paper. Get all your stuff because we get ready to get it in. Now, I know that there's going to be some people here who disagrees with portions of this information, and that's okay. You can do that. That happens sometimes. It's all right. Brother Asa, can I hear you?
Yes.
Thank you, Brother Asa. Thank you, Brother Asa, for proving my point. Thank you, Brother Asa. Say it again, Brother Asa. Can I hear you, Brother Asa?
Yes, we are hearing.
Thank you, Brother Asa.
Abba, you're not.
Whatever. They always, how did that sister say, Sister Tyra said it earlier, y'all always trying to find a way to make yourself right.
Oh my gosh.
So like I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted.
I'm just trying to help you technologically wise.
You've helped me. We getting it in right now, okay? You've helped me. Yeah. See, look at them in the audience, baby. They're asking you to let me go. Just let it go. Yes. All right. We gonna get this thing going. Can y'all see that? Is that large enough for y'all?
Yes, we can see that. We can
All right.
see that.
So let's go. You ready, my brother Asa?
Yes, I'm ready. We're
Let's
ready.
rock and roll. So just so everybody understands, so everybody knows, we're picking up from last week when our forefathers had built the wall and they had everything assembled within the city, but the man named Sanballat, enemy in disguise, and Tobiah, and all those people were coming against us, trying to separate us from doing what was right in the eyes of the Creator. Where I wanted to start at was right here, 8 and 13, to give us a short recap of where we left off at. All right, so we're going to start in Nehemiah chapter 8, verse 13, so we can get a recap, and then we're going to move forward. May the Most High be praised. Let's go, Brother Asa.
Okay, back to Nehemiah chapter 8, verse 13. And on the second day were gathered together the chief of the fathers of all the people, the priests and the Levites, unto Ezra the scribe, even to understand the words of the law. And they found written in the law, which the Most High had commanded by Moshe, that the children of Israel should dwell in booths in the feast of the 7th month. And they should publish and proclaim in all their cities and in Jerusalem, saying, Go forth unto the mount and fetch live branches and pine branches and myrtle branches and palm branches and branches of thick trees to make booths, as it is written.
So now they said, on the second day, the heads of the fathers of the house of the people and the priests, the Levites, together with Ezra the scribe, and they found it written in the book of the law, commanded by Moshe, that the people of Israel shall dwell in booths during the feast of the 7th month. So they're actually talking about what holy day? They're talking about Sukkot. On the second day, after they began to read in the 7th month, they found this. So let's see what they do now. What day, and this was I mentioned earlier, what day was Sukkot, according to the scriptures, supposed to be kept?
The 15th day.
The 15th day. That's right. Sukkot was supposed to be kept on the 15th. I believe it's all the way up to the 21st day. It was supposed to be for 8 days. You have a solemn assembly on the first day, solemn assembly on the last day. So let's see what happens here. Let me start at verse 16.
Nehemiah 8, verse 16. So the people went forth and brought them and made themselves booth, every one upon the roof of his house, and in their courts, and in the courts of the house of Elohim, and in the street of the water gate, and in the street of the gate of Ephraim.
Mm-hmm.
And all the congregation of them that were come again out of the captivity made booths, and sat under the booths. For since the days of Yeshua, the son of Nun, unto that day had not the children of Israel done so, and there was a great gladness. Also, they from the first day unto the last day, he read in the book of the law of Elohim, and they kept the feast 7 days, and on the 8th day was a solemn assembly, according unto the manner.
So they had that solemn assembly on the 8th day as well. Let's go. Read on, please. Now let's start at verse chapter 9.
Nehemiah chapter 9, verse
Hold
1.
on. She says the 8th day is not actually a part of the feast. She's absolutely correct, because you only feast for 7 days. And then the 8th day is a set apart day, just as a holy convocation, when you come together, praise and worship the Almighty. She's absolutely correct. Thank you, Sister Higdalia. Read on, please.
Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 1. Now in the 24th day of this month, the children of Israel were assembled with fasting.
Stop. Hold up. What month are we in? The 7th month, Etanim. This started in the 7th month, Etanim. And in Etanim, first you have Yom Teruah, the first day of the month. And then after Yom Teruah, what holy day do you have? Anybody know? The Day of Atonement. You're absolutely right, Isha. And what day of the month is the Day of Atonement kept on?
10th.
The 10th day of the month. But right here, we'll see in the scriptures where our forefathers are keeping it on what day of the month?
24th.
The 24th day of the month? Wow. Let's read, please.
Now in the 24th day of this month, the children of Israel were assembled with fasting and with sackcloth and earth upon them. And the seed
Now, I want y'all to pay close attention, because what is this lesson about? A day begins at sunrise. If you don't know this, then you are a foul person. F-O-U-L. Read on again. Start that part again, please. This is extremely important. If you blink, you're going to miss it. Read on.
Nehemiah 9, verse 2. And the seed of Israel separated themselves from all strangers, and stood and confessed their sins and the iniquities of their fathers. And they stood up in their place and read in the book of the law of Elohim 1/4 part of the day, and another 4th part they confessed and worshipped the Most High, their Elohim.
It says the seed of Israel separated themselves from all foreigners. Now, I tell you, don't blink, family, because if you blink, you're going to miss it. Just like Brother Asa, he just ran straight over it, and I know he didn't catch it, but watch this, family, because this is important. This is going to shut down so much controversy that we have in Israel. It's going to make the people do what Sister Tara said, go and try to justify while they're doing what they're doing. But we got it in the scripture. The scripture broke it down for us. So we're going to clear it up. A day begins at sunrise. A day begins at sunrise. And they stood up in their place and read from the book of the law and their Elohim. Did you read that part, bro?
Yes, and they stood up in their place and read and verse 3. And they stood up in their place.
Verse 2, because that's important.
Okay, that's important. Nehemiah 9, verse 2. And the seed of Israel separated themselves from all strangers.
Now, we separate ourselves from all strangers, all foreigners. We got away from everything that we brought into our union with the Almighty. That's important. And then watch this. We try to purify ourselves. And in the process of purifying yourself, all mindsets and all things that you get from foreign nations, you want to separate from. That's what our forefathers did. Now watch what's getting ready to take place now. Read it, please.
And stood and confessed their sins and the iniquities of their fathers. And they stood up in their place and read in the book of the law of the Most High, their Elohim, 1/4 part of the day. And another 4th part they confessed and worshipped the Most High, their Elohim.
Stop. Stop.
They still don't see it.
They still don't see it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're going to read it real slow for y'all. And then we're going to break it down. Okay. And they stood up in their place and read from the books of the law of the Most High, their Elohim, for a quarter or a 4th of the day. And then for another quarter or for another 4th of it, they made confession and they worship before the Most High. They say that our forefathers read and confessed for a quarter of the day. They read 1/4 and then they confessed another quarter, right? Earlier, last week, we read where they said that they started worshiping and reading from the book of the law at sunrise, and then they stopped in the afternoon. And then from the afternoon to the evening, they confessed their sins. So that's only half. That's 1/4 from the morning to 12 o'clock. That's a quarter. And then from 12 o'clock to the evening is another quarter. But they say that these quarters, in order for it to be a quarter, it means it has to have 4 parts to it. It has to have 4 parts to a day in order for it to be constituted as a day. So therefore, we have the evening, we have the morning, we have the evening, we have the morning, and we have everything in between. We got 4 parts to a day per scriptures, not according to what Prince is saying, not according to Prince's interpretation. There are 4 parts to one day. And there are so many of our people who believe and teach that a day does not begin until sunrise, and the evening has nothing to do, or the nighttime has nothing to do with a day. That's what they teach. Here we have it where our forefathers says that they confessed and they read for 2/4 of a day. So that's only half. If they started when the sun rise and then they ended in the evening, that's only half a day, according to what they said. Because they said they did it for 1/4 of a day, and then they did it for another 1/4 of a day. Well, a quarter lets you know that there are 4 parts to a day. So I need somebody who believes that the Shabbat starts when the sun comes up, and that the Shabbat is over, a day is over when the sun goes down, to show me the quarters of that day. I need to see where those quarters break down within sunrise to sunset. Where's the quarters? Now let's go this way. When the sun gets to its highest point in the sky, that's a quarter. When the sun begins to rise and it gets to its highest point, that's a quarter. When the sun goes down, that's a quarter. Now, where's the other 2 quarters? From evening to 12 o'clock at night, when the moon is at its highest point, as we could kind of like try to say, that 12-hour period, to that 6-hour period, to the next 6-hour period, right before the sun rises again. that would be 4 quarters. So that is a day conclusive. That day is conclusive of 4 quarters. The biblical holy days that they're talking about, and these are just the holy days, particularly, this is dealing with the fractions of a day, how they broke down as fractions of a day with 4 quarters. Each day has 4 quarters. So now, let's say those people who say, well, I don't believe that a day has 4 quarters. You can look in the scriptures and it explain it to you right there. But then we have people who say, well, still, Prince, a day still, even if we accept the fact that it has 4 quarters, it still start in the evening. I mean, it still start when sunrise. We still got to wait till the sunrise before our day begins. And we're going to cover that in the next part, in the 13th chapter of the book of Nehemiah. But we're going to deal with this right now. Let's keep reading, bro. We're going to get through all the Mammoth Jamma stuff. We're going to get through all the chapters, and then we're going to drop the bomb. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 9, verse 4. Then stood up on the stairs of the Levites Yeshua and Bani, Kadmiel, Shebaniah, Buni, Sherebiah, Bani, and Kanani, and cried with a loud voice unto the Most High, their Elohim. Verse 5. Then the Levites Yeshua and Kadmiel, Bani, Ashabadniah, Naiah, Sherebiah, Adijah, Shebaniah, and Pethahiah said, Stand up and bless the Most High, your Elohim, forever and ever. And blessed be thy glorious name, which is exalted above all blessings and praise. Thou, even thou, art the Most High alone. Thou hast made heaven, the heaven of heavens, with all their host, the earth, and all the things that are therein, the seas, and all that is therein. And thou preservest them all, and the host of heaven worshipped thee. Thou art the Most High, the Elohim, who didst choose Abraham, and broughtest him forth out of Ur of the Chaldees, and gavest him the name of Abraham.
Stop for a second. I want to check something. Where are we at right now?
Verse 8.
7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me check something real quick. Nehemiah 9. Just give me 1 second. I got something really great when I was on my research. There was something really good here that I needed to present to the people. I just want to make sure that this is the place where it was. Okay, this is the place where it was. All right. Now, for all of you who don't know this particular portion of information, Prince is about to share something with you that you might not be aware of. So let's rock on. We're going to move out together. But those of you who have been traveling with me for quite a while, you're very familiar with this portion. All right, here we go. The verse actually says, Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 7. It says, Thou art the Most High, our Elohim, who did choose Abram and brought him forth out of Ur of the Chaldeans and gaveth him the name Abraham. Do you all see that? This particular verse sets a distinction between the Most High being Elohim and Elohim or any other power being Elohim. Let me break it down to you. As you read scriptures, you'll see where it says the word God, G-O-D. That's a translation of the Hebrew word Elohim. So God can mean any power, or Elohim can mean any power, and people truly don't understand what that means when they say Elohim. It means any power. You don't have to necessarily be talking about the creator when you use the word Elohim. The only way that you can distinguish the Most High without any error, without any fault, is by saying Ha Elohim. Now, let me break this down for you. You still might be a little confused. So let me try to break it down for you in this sense. The word Elohim is plural for Eloah. It's plural. It means more than one power. The word Elohim means power, but Eloah is the word. Okay. Now, when you use the word Elohim, it means powers. So it's a plural word. But when you're talking about the Almighty, you can't just use, or you shouldn't just use because we don't understand. We shouldn't just use the word Elohim, but we are referencing the Almighty, because Elohim actually means powers. It don't mean one particular power. So what they did do in the Hebrew, that a lot of us who read and write and speak English and Hebrew don't pay attention to, is they take the word Elohim and make it singular and put the word Ha in front of it. They use the word Ha Elohim, which means the power, and not just any power. So they're letting you know that they're talking about the creator. And not only that, I want you to know that anywhere where you go throughout the scriptures and you read and it says Ha Elohim, it ain't talking about nobody but the Most High. And that's what 9 says. It says, it wants everybody to know that thou, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, are Ha Elohim. Do y'all see what I'm saying? He, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh is Ha Elohim. Do y'all see that? I'm going to highlight it so that you can see it. That's exactly what they're talking about. Who means who is he? He, the creator, he is Elohim. He is the Elohim. So when you walk around and you say Elohim, 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 as we so, mercifully do, we say it all the time, you shouldn't say Elohim. You should say Ha Elohim, because you could be giving glory to another and not the Most High. But by default, the Most High himself, there isn't but one Elohim that really truly controls and runs things. So therefore, when you say Elohim, always put the Ha in front of it to let people know you're speaking about the Almighty and not just any Elohim. When you do that, you're actually showing them that you know who you're talking about. Because when you say Elohim, you truly don't know people don't really understand that you know what you're talking about. But when you delineate it and you say Ha Elohim, you're doing it scripturally. Aloha equals one. Absolutely. Aluhan, Elohim, is plural. Yes. And it says Alu, that's right. You're absolutely right. That's the correct way. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be done. And you'll look through the scriptures, you'll see it in many places. That you can hold your place right there, family. Hold your place right there. You'll see it in many places throughout the scriptures where Ha Elohim is the Most High. And people don't realize this. For years. You try to teach people, but they don't listen. They don't want to hear. They don't want to understand. But that's okay, because we're going to show them what we understand. And maybe one day they'll understand. They'll accept it. Here's another place where it's written. All right. Now, let's look at this. This is Genesis chapter 6, verse 2. And it says that there was a day that the sons of Elohim, now I'm reading the translation, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair. Well, the question is, the sons of what Elohim? Because Elohim is plural, or Eloah is plural. The sons of what Elohim? So in Hebrew, they tell you, it says, Wayeru, there saw, B'nai, the sons of Ha Elohim, the Elohim, not the sons of any Elohim, but the sons of the Elohim. So there we go again. It's particular, and people has to understand what is taking place when the Most High, when the word is used, Ha Elohim. When we use the word Elohim, it does not really mean we know what we're saying. But when you use the word Ha Elohim, that delineates that you know what you're talking about. Here's another example. Let's go to the book of Exodus, chapter 3. Exodus, the 3rd chapter. Exodus chapter 3. And we're going to go to verse 6. You ready? It says, moreover, he said, and this is when Moshe went and saw the angel speaking or in the form of a burning bush. The angel was a flame, ash. The fire was in the bush. And the bush was on fire. The bush appeared to be on fire. What was really happening was an angel there. And that angel began to speak to Moshe. Let's see who actually sent that angel to speak to Moshe. Let's see what it says. All right. Okay. It says, more, he said, I am the Elohim of thy fathers. He's describing, this angel is speaking on behalf of the Most High. He's describing to Moshe who he is. He says, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yitzchak, and the Elohim of Yaakov. And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Elohim. Isn't that what the English says, family? That's what the English says. It's because he was afraid to look upon Elohim. But let's see what the Hebrew says. It says, Vayomer Anoki Elohim. I am the Elohim of thy fathers. Anoki Elohim. Abraham. Abika means your fathers. Elohim, the power of Abraham. Elohim, the power of Yitzchak. We Elohim, the power of Yaakov, Jacob. The power of Abraham, the power of Isaac, and the power of Jacob. Wayister Moshe. Pinei Ki, for he was afraid to look upon, Wayera, to look upon, what's that? Mishpekat, Mishkabeta, El Ha Elohim. In English, they translated, he was afraid to look upon Elohim. In the Hebrew, it says he was afraid to look upon the Elohim. Again, they're clearing the air, letting you know it ain't just any Elohim that you're talking about, that you're talking to when you reference the greatness of the Creator. It is Ha Elohim that you're making referencing to. And that's who you should be talking about. That's who you should be talking to. Ha Elohim, and not just Elohim. And a lot of people don't know that. So we took the time to explain that to you, that our forefathers knew exactly who they were talking to. And they were talking to Ha Elohim, and not just Elohim. You ain't going to get that knowledge anywhere and everywhere, because a lot of teachers don't even understand that. But now you got it. Now you can go and you can look through the scriptures. All throughout the scriptures, it'll be saying, Ha Elohim, Ha, the Creator. And if we want to be exact as possible, we should also say the Creator, because that's what the scriptures teach. Ha Elohim. All right. So did I confuse anybody in that? I hope I didn't confuse anyone. Brother Petros, you hang around, it's a whole lot you're going to learn. And on today, it's a lot you're going to learn. There's a lot to it. This is what we do. We serve the Most High to the best of our ability. And when you do so, he opens the windows of heaven and shower blessings upon you and give you greater understanding than you had before. Let's read on. Brother Isaac, you with me?
Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 8. Oh, well. Verse 7. Can I read 7 again, please?
King.
Thou art the creator, the Elohim, who didst choose Abram, and broughtest him forth out of Ur of the Chaldees, and gavest him the name of Abraham, and foundest his heart faithful before thee, and madest a covenant with him to give the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Jebusites, and the Girgashites, to give it, I say, to his seed, and hast performed thy words, for thou art righteous, and didst see the affliction of our fathers in Egypt, and heardest their cry by the Red Sea, and showed signs and wonders upon Pharaoh, and on all his servants, and on all the people of his land. For thou knewest that they dealt proudly against them. So didst thou get thee a name, as it is the day. And thou divide the sea before them, so that they went through the midst of the sea on the dry land, and their persecutors thou throwest into the deeps, as a stone in the mighty waters. Verse 12. Moreover, thou leddest them in the day by a cloudy pillar, and in the night by a pillar of fire, to give them light in the way wherein they should go.
Now stop for a second. Verse 12 says, by a pillar of cloud, the Most High led us in the day, and by a pillar of fire, the Most High led us in the night. Think about this for a second, family. There's so much knowledge here that we don't even pay attention to. In the daytime, they were led by a cloud. And in the nighttime, they were led by a pillar of fire. Both the cloud and the pillar of fire were angels. They was angels. If you go back to the book of Exodus and you read when they was coming out of Egypt, after, was it 10, 11, when they was coming out of Egypt, there was a cloud by day and a fire by night. It was an angel in the cloud who led the children of Israel because they followed the cloud. It was an angel in the cloud that they walked behind, and it separated the Egyptians from the Israelites. Now I'm going somewhere with this, so pay attention, please. Please follow. It separated between the Egyptians and the Israelites. When the angel showed his face to the Egyptians, they were afraid because it was a horrifying, something horrible to look at. But at the same time, he was compassionate toward the children of Israel. Don't go nowhere yet. He was a cloud by day. He was a fire by night. Where was our forefathers at during the daytime and at nighttime? When they was leaving Egypt, where was they walking across? Somebody tell me if you know. Anybody know what they was walking across? What is that region of land called? When you leave Egypt, it's the Sahara. What's that land called? The what? The desert. They was walking across the desert. Now think, because a lot of times we don't think, we just read and we just let things fall in place, but they don't always fall in place. Let's think about this for a minute. They was walking across the desert. The Creator was with them. The Creator was protecting them. Do anybody know how hot the desert gets in the sun in the daytime? Yeah, my research told me it was 120 degrees. The desert gets like 120 degrees in the daytime. Anybody know that? And if you do your research, you might find a different temperature somewhere in that area. Somebody do a search on it, please, real quick. Tell me how hot the desert gets in the daytime. Anybody grab it? So when I looked it up, it was about 120 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's somewhere around 70 degrees Celsius, I believe it is. Did anybody?
134 degrees Fahrenheit.
How much?
134 degrees Fahrenheit.
134 degrees. This is the daytime. You got 600,000 people walking across the desert in 134 degrees. Do you know how the attitudes are going to be with the people they hot? Man, y'all know how we get when it's 92 degrees. So now imagine 134 degrees. So Ima, while you at it, how cold does the desert get at night? How cold does the desert get at night? Because we're about to see something that we probably never saw. You got the children of Israel walking across the desert in 134 degrees, possibly 134 degrees. And it is 600,000 of us. So you know we're doing a lot of fussing. We agitated, we're aggravated. We don't want to do much. We don't want to do a whole lot of stuff. At 134 degrees, we can't hardly walk, can't hardly talk. We're lethargic, we thirsty. How cold does it get at night in the desert?
It says about 25 degrees.
It gets 25 degrees at night in the desert. Somebody please tell me. And my son just answered. Somebody please tell me, did anybody ever pay attention to this? Anybody? Besides those who walk with me frequently. You ever paid attention to this? He's a pillar of cloud by day, as we just read, and it's a pillar of fire by night. Why a cloud by day and why a fire at night? It was a cloud by day. There you go. It was a cloud by day to shade us from the excruciating heat of the sun. This is how the Most High loves you. Way back then, he loved you so much that he didn't even want the sun to burn you up as you was walking through that desert. Not even just to burn you up, but to agitate you, make you frustrated. He put a cloud to cover you. And when that cloud over the tabernacle moved, you moved. He put a cloud by day to cover us in the cloud because it was 100, possibly 134 degrees in the daytime in the desert. And at night, it went down to 25 degrees. He was a pillar of fire. For why? To keep us warm and to give us light in the darkness. This king is awesome. This king is taking everything into consideration when he thinks about you. How much do you give back to a king like that? He was a pillar of cloud by day and a fire because it got so cold at night. He was a fire at night. And of course, it was the angels. But the Most High orchestrated it all. He commanded it. And they kept us warm. That's how he cares about you, family. That's how he protects you. That's why it hurts him to his heart when we don't do right. That's why, because he goes all out and beyond to make sure that you're comfortable and that you're peaceful in your life. And how do you repay him? Read on, please.
Nehemiah 9, verse 13. Thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and spakest with them from heaven, and gavest them right judgments and true laws.
He came down upon Mount Sinai and he spoke with his people from heaven. When did that ever happen in the history of anybody worshiping whoever they worship, that their power spoke to the whole nation at one time? When did that ever happen? It never happened. Only with the creator of Israel. Read on, brother.
He gave them right judgments and true laws, good statutes and commandments. Verse 14. And madest known unto them thy holy Shabbat, and commandest them precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moshe thy servant, and gavest them bread from heaven for their hunger, and broughtest forth water for them out of the rock for their thirst.
Hurry up and finish that verse, please.
And-
Man,
and
y'all got me ready to. I'm
and
ready to
promised them
explode.
They should
You
go
want
in.
to say something? I'm ready to explode right now. I mean, y'all got to think about this. He gave us bread from heaven. for their hunger. Look how he loved you. Look how he wanted to make you happy, to comfort you like a father taking care of his child. It's just deep. You don't want your child to be uncomfortable, so you dress them properly when you take them out. The Creator wanted us to be comfortable in every aspect of the word. We got hungry. He didn't want us eating regular food. He has special food for us. You know why? Because in the desert, what you gonna eat? And we got 600,000. He had to be able to sustain us all. So he caused food to fall from the heaven. It was like little wafers on the ground. He caused food to fall from the heavens for us. And how are we repaying him for what he did for us? How? By not keeping his Shabbat day holy, by not loving your brothers and sisters, by not uniting together and coming together to build this nation, by, as my sister said earlier, holding grudges and allowing temptation to get in between of what you're supposed to be doing with your brothers and sisters. Come on, y'all. The Most High went over and beyond for us. He allowed food to fall from the sky. And then not only that, think about this. I mean, you got to tell me what other power was even claimed to have done half the things that this king has done for his people. Did Allah do that? Did Buddha do that? Did Mishnah do that? Did Krishna do that? Did any of them, Tammuz, do that? Did Ra do that? Did Imhotep do that? None of these deities did any of these things. Tammuz either. None of them did anything like the power of Yisrael. And watch what he did. After he caused food to fall from the sky, man should not live by bread alone. What else did he have to do? He caused water to come from rocks. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You was hungry. He said, you gotta eat. And you got thirsty in the desert. He said, you gotta drink. So what he did was he fed us food and he gave us water in conditions that normally don't produce those things. He caused water to come out of rocks. He caused food to fall from the heaven, from the skies, and he fed us. When we was out walking across that desert, it was so hot, he put a cloud over top of us. And at night, it got so cold, he put a burning fire around us to keep us warm. This king had every area covered in our lives. And how do we repay him? By doing what? You can almost not get two Israelite teachers or leaders to agree on one subject for any significant amount of time. Somebody always got to have a different twist to the story. You think that's pleasing to the Creator? It's not. We got to turn from this foolishness that we've been doing for so long to this king. We're special to him. Look how he took care of us. Not only that, he gave us a land that other people was living in, houses built, wells already dug. All we had to do was go into these places and dedicate them to him. Houses built, well dug, food already planted. We just had to dedicate these things to him. The work was already done. That's how much he loved you. And how do you repay him? Brother Asa, please finish on, please.
Nehemiah 9 verse 15 continued, and promised them that they should go in to possess the land which thou hast sworn to give them. But they and our fathers dealt proudly and hardened their necks and hearkened not to thy commandments.
What did we do? We dealt proudly, just as we do today. Everybody think they're right. Everybody. They think they're right. As I said earlier, ain't none of us right. You know when we right? When we get our people working on one accord. Then we're right. Then we're right. Everybody has an opinion. We don't know how to follow orders. We don't know how to follow instructions. I had two men swore their life to me right here before the Creator that they would do such and such and such and such. And every one of them have went against the oath that they made in the presence of the Creator. What good is an oath in the presence of the Most High if you're not going to follow through with it? You're taking your own life and putting it in your own hands. That's dangerous. Everybody wants to do what's right in their own minds. Always ask the Creator for guidance, for instructions. And if the Most High has a spiritual leader on you, people don't want to accept this, but this is a fact. If the Most High has a spiritual leader over you, you have to obey what that spiritual leader says for you to do. You'll find that in the book of Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, somewhere around the 8th verse. You got to do what they say for you to do, or the Most High will take your life. You don't understand that, do you? I know you don't. But that's what the Creator says. That's his law. Because the Most High put that in place because he understands that if everybody's doing what's the imagination of their own heart, confusion sets in. Separation sets in. And that's exactly where we are today as a people. Because, I heard what's that spiritual leader? I heard what he said, right? But as far as me and my house, we gonna do it like this. We gonna do that over here. And then me and my house, ain't no other man gonna come in here and tell me how to run my house. Shut up. Get out of go. You gotta go. Because the Most High understands. There has to be order and structure to everything that we do. Look at our households right now. The black man's house is shambles. Can't do nothing. Everything is all over the place. You know why? Because nobody wants to obey. Everybody wants to be in charge. Everybody wants to lead. That ain't the way it go. Look what happened in the story of Moshe. Moshe was the one man who took on all the weight and the burdens of all the people. Everything fell on his head. He had help. He had his brother. He had his sister. And then he had 70 elders. But all of them fed underneath the leadership of that one man. And that one man got the instructions from the Creator, gave it back to the people, and the people moved out. And when the person got out of order and didn't want to do what they was instructed to do, they died in the wilderness. It got so bad that the majority of the people died in the wilderness, the elders above the age of 20 that left Egypt. Because they would not obey the voice and the instructions of the one that the Most High put in command. If you got a spiritual leader, obey him. You might even disagree with him. You might even feel like what he's doing is not right. If this man is your spiritual leader, walk with him. And if you don't want to walk with him, go find yourself another spiritual leader. Just that simple. But you better pray that you're making the right decision. Because that one that you disagree with might be the one that the Most High sent for your soul to find true salvation. And because your ways are not like the ways of the Most High, and most of us aren't, because your ways are not like the ways of the Most High, and the Most High is giving that individual instructions to give to you and to direct your path. If you choose not to obey his voice because you think you got the plan, I got a better way of thinking things and seeing things, so you go do what's the imagination of your own mind, the Most High will deal with you for that. He will. This is why we have so much confusion in our families today, because every man wants to run his household according to how he sees best to run it. Do you all know, which a lot of you may not know, do you all know that in the ancient days, Israel didn't go to the Most High? What Israel did, even if they did go to the Most High, like in prayer, they did. But what Israel did was they went to a prophet, a priest, a spiritual leader, a king, someone in authority over the people to seek permission to do certain things. If you had a prophet in your midst, you sought the prophet. If you had a spiritual leader, you will go to your spiritual leader. If you had a priest, you will go to the priest. If you had the king, you will go to the king. If it was an elder running the community, you will go to the elders. Even in the African communities today, in Africa, that's why they have the babas in place, the elders. That's why they're in place, to lead the direction of the people. Only here in America do we got this foolishness like we got going on right now. And in Africa, when they walk away from the traditions and the teachings of the ancient ones, that's when the confusion sets in. We have to understand that we got to find some order. Listen. The sun, the moon, and the stars in the heavenly host, they all have rules and guidelines that they have to follow, and they follow it. They do. They follow it. Everybody has rules and guidelines that they have to follow, and they obey it. It's just us who don't want to be under nobody's authority. We want to do what we want to do, what we feel is best in our own, not knowing anything. We just want to do what we feel is best. We don't fast 2-3 times a week, every week for a year straight. We don't go on a 40-day fast, 40 days straight. We don't do these type of things. Man, we don't even fast 2 or 3 weeks. You know, we don't pray every day, 3-4 times a day. We don't do that as a custom to most of the people. We barely do these things. But these are type of things that need to be done to build up your spiritual strength toward the Most High. Now, when you start doing those things, maybe things would happen in your life where you can help others now and not just yourself. But the average one of us, we get up in the morning, we might say a prayer, then we're off to work. And we're so discombobulated with the everyday functions of life that we don't have time to get in tune with the Creator by getting in tune with nature. Sitting out, praying, meditating, taking silent seats in the park or in the grass with your shoes off and just sit there and pray for an hour, half hour, 45 minutes, and just commune with the Most High. We don't have time for that for the majority part. Those are the ones that the Most High is working with more intensely. The people who pay the price to have a relationship with Him greater and higher than the average person. And you're not one of those people for the most part. So therefore, we have to fall under a jurisdiction of authority of someone that we in our understandings know has a relationship and they commune with the Creator. If not, all chaos will be a part of what we're doing, no matter where we go. And you know what the problem is with a lot of Israelite people? A lot of our people want to take the easy way out. We want to go the flow of water, the path of least resistance, which means we don't want nobody telling us you can't eat chicken. You can't eat pork, especially if you love that pork bacon. You got to wear fringes, you know. You can't touch the dead bodies. You can, if you can, you go through a process, you get cleansed. We don't want nobody telling us and reminding us for real, about the laws of the Most High. So you know what we do? We'd rather go somewhere where people ain't talking about these laws. Yeah, they Israelites, they fellowship, but they really don't take no heed to the laws of the Creator on that spiritual level. And these are places that we flock to and fill them up. And then people look around and see that this guy over here got 700 people. Oh, he must be doing something right. No, he's not. He's allowing people to do what people want to do that makes people feel comfortable. And that's how he got 700 and 800 people. You don't believe me? Let me explain to you one thing. I knew a community. They had over 2,000, 2,500 people walking with them in this community. And I knew them personally. I still know them to the day. Personally. My spiritual mother was one of the women. She came from that community. She came over and delivered some babies for me, and then our bond, we grew ever since that day. So she would attend some of our Shabbat services, some of our Shabbat classes. When we gave the commandment portion, when we say everybody give a commandment, and then we talk about that commandment, she knew none. She knew not one. And she had been in Israel over 30 years. And she knew none of the commandments because the spiritual leader didn't teach them to the people. He didn't enforce any of the commandments or any of the laws of the Creator. Therefore, she knew not none. And we would teach her law. She'd be like, I've never heard that before. Where is that located? We had to go to the scriptures, present the scriptures, and explain it to her. This is what our forefathers were supposed to do. And these people who taught these things to the children of Israel had about 2,500 people because they didn't hold anybody accountable to the laws of the Most High. So when you don't hold the laws of the Most High in front of Israelites succumb to you. They walk with you. You know why? Because you let them do what they want to do. But when you say, here's the guidelines, the rules and the regulations, the restrictions that we can and cannot do, it makes people uncomfortable because then nobody telling them what to do. They don't like that, so they'll get away from that. Oh man, ain't no other man going to run my house. I'm going to run my house. You can't even run yourself. How you going to run your house and you can't run yourself? Understand what I'm saying to your family. We got a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do, but we can't keep doing it if we keep holding on to these egos that we have as individuals. The women, she don't want no man telling her what to do. I'm a single independent woman. I make my own bread. I'm going to run my own house. That's not how it goes, sis. That's not how it goes. Every woman in Israel should be under a man's covering. I repeat it, every woman of Israel should be under a spiritual leader, a spiritual man, somebody honoring the Creator. They should be under that man's covering. Don't let this world get your mind twisted. We should all acknowledge the order that the Creator has established. Brother Asa, let's get back to the reading today, man, before we start a whole new lesson.
Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 17. Our forefathers refused to obey, neither were mindful of thy wonders that thou didst amongst them, but hardened their necks, and in their rebellion appointed a captain to return to their bondage. But thou
hold on, bro. They appointed a captain to return to their bondage, but they wouldn't appoint a captain to lead them to righteousness. Ain't that something? We always go toward negativity, but in us to do righteous, there is none. Read on, please.
But thou art Elohim, ready to pardon, gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and of great kindness, and forsookest them not. Yea, when they had made them a molten calf and said, this is thy Elohim that brought thee up out of Mizraim, and had wrought.
Stop. Hold up, Brother Asa. Did you see what just happened? They didn't want to do what the Most High said for them to do by obeying Moshe and walking under his authority. Every man did what was right in his own mind because they didn't want to obey. Do you see what happens when you rely on your own mind? You come up with a golden calf. That's what they did. They made up a golden calf, but I want you to pay attention to this. Brother Asa, read that verse you just read again, please, with the golden calf.
Nehemiah 9, verse 18 again. Yea,
please pay attention carefully. Watch what it says.
Yea, when they had made them a molten calf and said, this is thy Elohim that brought thee up out of Mizraim, and had brought.
Stop right there.
Mizraim.
They made themselves a golden calf and then said, see, this is your Elohim that brought you up out of Egypt. Man's imagination will come up with multitudes of things. So they made an image. And then when they made that image, they try to say that image was the Creator. And they try to say that that image that they made, that they said was the creator, brought the children of Egypt out of the children of Israel out of Egypt. That was an abomination. But because they had no spiritual leader in place intact at that time, who was divinely given to them by the Most High, their imagination told them that what they already understood was right and correct. We're still in that condition today, family, and that's why we don't prosper. Not enough of us want to sit down. We want to be all over the place. We want to go to this man's page, that man's page, this man's congregation, that man's congregation. You know why? Because we got that freedom to do so. Freedom brings about destruction in many of our minds because we don't know how to handle freedom. We don't. If we understood freedom, we will still hold true to the Most High's laws while being free. But we don't. A lot of people get into this relationship with an Israelite man or Israelite woman. Let's say, for instance, a woman come into this way of life because her husband or the man that she wanted was already in this way of life. The moment they break up, where does she go? An Israelite man who did not know the Most High, but yet had an Israelite woman who was strong in the Most High. And that's the only way we're going to get married is if you learn about the Most High. When their marriage ends, where did he go? Back to where he came from. This is sad. And it's all because we didn't fall in love with the Creator. Our minds lead us into foolishness. Anything that we do that doesn't include the laws of the Creator will soon destroy itself. Whatever we do, we have to remember this. Anything we involve ourselves in that does not include the laws of the Most High will soon destroy itself from the inside out. Read on, Brother Asa. We made a golden calf and we said, "This is your God that brought you out of Egypt." A golden calf after the imagination of our own minds. And that's what we're still doing today. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 9, verse 18. Yea, when they had made them a molten calf and said, "This is thy Elohim that brought thee out of Mizraim, and had wrought great provocations, yet thou in thy manifold mercies forsookest them not in the wilderness. The pillar of the cloud departed not from them by day to lead them in the way, neither the pillar of fire by night to show them the light, and the way wherein they should go."
So even in all the abominable things that we did, the Most High still had mercy on us. No matter what we did, he still had his mercy upon us. Read on, please.
Verse 20. Thou gavest also thy good spirit to instruct them, and withheldest not thy manna from their mouth, and gavest them water for their thirst. Yea,
Even in our sin, the Most High still supplied our needs. This king is awesome. He's awesome, but we can't see it. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 9:21. Yea, 40 years didst thou sustain them in the wilderness, so that they lacked nothing. Their clothes waxed not old, and their feet swelled not.
Most
Moreover,
people don't know this part. Most people don't know this, that for 40 years, we wore the same clothes. For 40 years, we wore the same shoes. You know why? Because they didn't get old. They didn't wax old. We might have washed them, but they didn't get old. Our stuff did not get old. They didn't fall apart like today. If you wear a pair of shoes today and you wear them for years, and I mean wear them every day for years, they'll get holes, they develop holes, they'll fall apart. You'll start seeing the treads on the side to show the angle that you walk. You get holes in the top of them. They don't last. Well, for 40 years, our clothes did not wear out and our feet did not swell because our shoes didn't mess up. This was beautiful. That's how the Most High cared for us. Why would we want to disrespect a power like that? Read on, Brother Austin.
verse 22. Moreover, thou gavest them kingdoms and nations, and didst divide them into corners. So they possessed the land of Sion and the land of the king of Heshbon, and the land of Og, king of Bashan. Their children also multipliest thou as the stars of heaven, and broughtest them into the land, concerning which thou hast promised to their fathers that they should go in to possess it. So the children went in and possessed the land, and thou subduest before them the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, and gavest them into their hands, with their kings and the people of the land, and they might do with them as they would. And they took strong cities and a fat land, and possessed houses full of all goods, wells digged, vineyards and olive yards, and fruit trees in abundance. So they did eat, and were filled, and became fat, and delighted themselves in thy great goodness.
They delighted themselves in the Most High's great goodness. You got a good job, you delighting yourself in the goodness of the Most High. You got a beautiful wife and a nice family, you're delighting yourself in the goodness of the Most High. You got a nice car, you're delighting yourself in the goodness of the Most High. You got a nice house, you own some land, you got a nice sized bank account, you're delighting yourself in the goodness of the Most High. Now, how much do you give back to the Most High for all that you're delighting yourself in? The scriptures teach us, for thou have waxen fat. Sit back and have waxen fat with all these things that you didn't have to work for, and then beware, unless thou forget the Most High. Because that's what happens to a man when he becomes comfortable. When he got everything, when he has everything that he needs, his mind forget what he had to do to get where he was. He happens to just fall back and get laxy-daisy, and then all of a sudden that corruption falls in, and all that he had to do because he changed, he forget the Most High. That's what we do, and that's what we've done. So while we all out here struggling right now, we remember the Shabbat day, we remember the Most High. I had a young brother the other day, he was out working on the Shabbat, and I called him up and I said, hey, Shalom, what's up? What you doing, man? You still at work? He said, yeah. I said, well, why are you still at work? You know it's a Shabbat. He said to me, you know, we don't see things the same. What I say to you about, and I'm the spiritual leader, supposedly the spiritual leader. We don't see things the same. So this allows him to have an excuse to be out working on the Shabbat. When did that start? We didn't see the Shabbat the same. When did that begin? When did that happen? And he just got this job. So by him just getting this job, all of a sudden, he sees things different now. This is amazing. Because of the condition and the circumstances he finds himself in, it changes the way we think and how we honor the Creator. That's not a good thing. So I didn't force nothing. I left the conversation alone, and I keep it moving. Because I'm not here to make you do anything. I'm only here to speak on the goodness and the word of the Most High, to remind you of his law. You take it from there to do what you see is best. But here's a hint. If you don't do what is best, the Most High sees what you do. And he should judge you accordingly. Read on, please. We get high on that hog, and when we get high on that hog, oh man, our zeal for the king seems to dissipate. As long as we struggling to get that hog, oink, oink, that pig, as long as we struggling to get that unclean thing, we all in cahoots with the Most High until we get that unclean thing. And then all of a sudden we leave, we flee, we run. And it's not good. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 9 verse 26. Nevertheless, they were disobedient and rebelled against thee, and cast thy law behind their backs.
They did what to his law?
Cast their law behind their backs.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What did it say that they just did? They got, verse 25, they captured 45 cities, fortified cities. They went into a land rich, and they took possession of houses. They went into a new land. They took possession of houses, cisterns, wells. They got vineyards, food. They have olive trees to anoint themselves, and medicine, because you get all that from olive trees. And then they have fruit trees to eat. They had all that in abundance. What else does a man need for him to survive? Those are richness. Those are the riches. The things we do for wealth today is unbelievable. These were the rich things of the earth that the Most High had just given to us, and we didn't do any hard work to earn it, except we were supposed to serve the Most High in response for receiving it. And then as soon as we got all that, what did we do? We cast the law of the Most High behind our back. And what was I just saying about a lot of those people sitting up with 800-900 people in their congregation? 1,000 people, even that 2,500 people. The laws of the Most High is only, it's something that we talk about, but nobody enforces. Nobody does. Nobody does these things. And it's ridiculous. How you got a brother that's a priest? He says, my name is Cohen. I am a Kohen. The Kohen are only supposed to marry virgins. They only supposed to. That's the law. So what part of that law did he not understand? And if she's not a virgin, she had to be married to another priest, another high priest. Who don't understand that? Read on, brother, because we get ready to go somewhere else with this conversation. It's just so crazy how the laws of the Most High is being placed to the side while we grow in our membership. Because we're more worried about numbers than we are purity and righteousness. And that's not how it's supposed to be. Purity and righteousness, the laws of the Most High, is supposed to take precedence. If you got to walk alone in righteousness. And that's what so many of us don't understand. We rather have a whole bunch rather than having righteous. And that's the difference. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 9:26. Nevertheless, they were disobedient and rebelled against thee, and cast thy law behind their backs, and slew thy prophets, which testified against them, to turn
So
them.
anybody that came talking about turn back in the ways of the Most High, what did they do? They slew them. They killed them. They didn't want to hear nothing that reminded them of the laws of the Creator. So they would kill them. They will speak bad about them. They'll give a bad report about them. So anybody go and check them out, they'll see something negative and they'll run. They spread false doctrine and rumors about them so that nobody will be a part of those people no more. Read on, please.
And they wrought great provocations. Verse 27. Therefore, thou deliverest them into the hand of their enemies, who vexed
Deliver them
them.
where?
Into the hand of their enemies,
They
who vexed
got
them.
their punishment. And you won't see your punishment coming either. The Creator is good at what he does. He knows how to deal with us. Read on, please.
And in the time of their trouble, when they cried unto thee, thou heardest them from heaven, and according to thy manifold mercies, thou gavest them saviors, who saved them out of the hand of their enemies.
And again, think about it. The people did evil. They got beat up. They cried to the Most High, and he gave them saviors, putting them back under somebody's leadership. Righteous individuals, putting them right back in the hands of righteous individuals to do what? To turn them back in the way of the Most High. And watch what happens. Read on, please. He gave them saviors. Read that part, please.
And according to thy manifold mercies, thou gavest them saviors, who saved them out of the hand of their enemies.
Wow.
But after they had rest, they did evil again before thee.
So
Therefore,
after the saviors came and told them about the Most High and the oneness, and they had that leadership again, then again, their minds rose up and they didn't want that no more. And they left out and did what they wanted to do and got punished all over again. But the Most High is so merciful that he'll continue to allow you until he's done with you. And then once he's done with you, no more. Read on, please.
therefore leftest them in the hand of their enemies, so that they had the dominion over them. Yet when they returned and cried unto thee, thou heardest them from heaven, and many times didst thou deliver them according to thy mercies. Verse 29, and testified against them, that thou mightest bring them again unto thy law. Yet they dealt proudly, and hearkened not unto thy commandments, but sinned against thy judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them, and withdrew the shoulder, and hardened their neck, and would not hear.
Stop for a second, please. Do you know that's what Christianity does for us? Christianity don't hold you accountable to the laws of the Creator. They don't hold you accountable to the law. They allow you to move in the spirit of your own mind and do what you see best to do. They don't want you to be in alignment with the Most High's laws, because if you were in alignment with the Most High's law, the very first commandment you will be breaking of the 10 commandments, thou shalt have no other power before me. Because they take that man and make that man a god. And then many times they do just like we did in the wilderness with the golden calf. And we say, see, that's the creator that brought you out of Egypt. We take JC and make him the creator. Because our minds are sick. But we fall for that okie doke. We fall for it. Rather than separating ourselves from foolishness, like my sister said earlier, a virtuous woman, Christ insanity. Instead of doing that, when we come into the true knowledge of who we are, we bring that portion of understanding, we drag it right along with us, and we do what Sister underneath the crown, Sister Tara said, we make it work for us. We bring that sinful action, bring it into the righteousness of the Most High, and we make it work for us. We'll go through that book and we'll find all types of things that's good about the book and say, yeah, but see, here it is. This is what took place. This is what he said. And we make it work for us. But the Most High said it's idolatry. You shouldn't be a part of it. So, question. Is Jesus a God? Is he a God? Do people worship him as a God? Yes or no? Do people worship him as a God?
Yes, they do.
So if they do, then he's an idol. It's just that simple. So therefore, if he's an idol, why are you holding on to him? That's just a sad reality that we have today. I respect my brothers and my sisters, and I don't like to make this a conversation about that because I know it's so sensitive for so many people. But I respect my brothers and sisters to say, no, he ain't no God. He ain't the creator. He's a man like you and I. His teachings was this. And I leave it alone and I'm done with it and it's cool. I can rock with somebody like that. But somebody saying you got to pray in the name of somebody to get to the creator, and that one that they saying you got to pray in the name of is an idol. Oh man, you're looking for fire. You're looking to get a horrible life, a wake-up call. And it's not necessary because you're here listening to Prince teach, but yet you want to practice idolatry and mix it in the middle of all this. Prince is saying, no idolatry, stay away from it, run from it. And you still saying, but it's I know what Prince is saying, but still, this is going to work for me. It can't work for you. And you won't see that to the end. It can't work for you. Christianity gets you emotionally attached to that deity. Emotionally attached. And as I said to my sister, virtuous woman, it is extremely difficult for a man to change the way he thinks. And if she broke away, then that means that she has some serious strength working on her behalf. That's what it means. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 9, verse 30. Yet many years didst thou forbear them and testified against them by thy spirit in thy prophets. Yet would they not give ear. Therefore gavest thou them into the hands of the people of the lands. Nevertheless, for thy great mercy's sake, thou didst not utterly consume them, nor forsake them. For thou art a gracious and merciful Elohim.
He is a gracious and merciful Elohim. Read on, please.
Verse 32. Now therefore, our Elohim, the great, the mighty, and the terrible Elohim, who keepest covenant and mercy, let not all the trouble seem little before thee, that hath come upon us, on our kings, on our princes, and on our priests, and on our prophets, and on our fathers, and on all thy people, since the time of the kings of Assyria unto this day. Howbeit thou art just in all that is brought upon us, for thou hast done right, but we have done wickedly. Neither kings or princes or priests nor our fathers kept thy law, nor hearkened unto thy commandments and thy testimonies wherewith thou didst testify against them. For, for they have not served thee in their kingdom, and in thy great goodness that thou gavest them, and in the large and fat land which thou gavest before them. Neither turned they from their wicked works. Behold, we are servants this day, and for the land that thou gavest unto our fathers to eat the fruit thereof and the good thereof. Behold, we are servants in it. And it
Stop for a
yielded.
second.
Yeah.
Stop for a second. See, a lot of this goes right over your head and you don't even think about it. But I'm going to share this with you right now. It says, verse 34, our kings, our princes, our priests, and our fathers have not kept your laws or paid attention to your commandments and your warnings that you gave them. Even in their own kingdom and amid your great goodness that you gave them and in large and rich that you set before them, they did not serve you or turn from the wicked works. Now, because we did not serve the Most High or return from our wicked works, this was the punishment that the Creator gave. He sent us into captivity. Did he not? Are we here in America today under the rulership of a foreign entity? We are slaves today. Our forefathers were sent into captivity. Even in our own land, somebody else ruled over us and put us in servitude. A lot of people today are saying, well, Prince, I'm not a slave. Back in those days, 400 years ago, yeah, that was slavery. When they was out in the fields, they were working and they couldn't be, they was told what to do, what time to eat, what time to go to work. They were slaves. And we don't think we slaves today. What time you got to be to work tomorrow? What time you got to punch that clock? The holy days is coming up next month. Who you got to let know that you can't go to work on their job? Who you got to get permission from by putting a request slip to get the days off? See, we don't think we're in slavery today because we make a couple dollars, and this slavery that we're in today is slightly different from the slavery when we was out in the fields and eating slop. This is a different form of slavery, but it's still slavery nonetheless. We are still held in bondage as slaves today because of our disobedience to the laws of the Most High. And until you get a spiritual leader that's teaching you how to free yourself from slavery by first teaching you to return to the laws of the Most High, you're going to remain a slave. If you got a spiritual leader and your spiritual leader is not teaching you about freedom, true freedom, how to build your own, open your own, become your own man, then you are a slave and your leader is perpetuating your slavery. That's not the job of a spiritual leader in this way of life. Spiritual leaders are supposed to be teaching, leading, and guiding our people towards spiritual freedom, physical freedom, mental freedom. But that's not what we got. I know one spiritual leader, this brother, he gets everybody working for him. Everybody works for me. Yeah, make me rich. That's what happens. That's not freedom. You just an oppressor and they're servants. That's not how it's supposed to be, especially when we got a community. The community is supposed to combine their efforts, their energy, their strength to make the community successful, not one man. The community, the communal people coming together of a people is supposed to make that happen. One man sits and guides and make all the decisions, but one man is not supposed to be responsible for the electric, the gas, the water, the mortgage, the car insurance, the car note, tires and cars and cattle and food and that's too much for one man when you're in a community. That's what community is all about. Well, Moshe had to sit down and designate other people to handle certain positions because it was too much for one man to take on. But the key part of all that is that we work together as a community. And you don't leave all that work on your spiritual leader. You, as an individual, are supposed to contribute in that community. But you're contributing toward your freedom, not toward your slavery. That's the difference. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 9, verse 35. For they have not served thee in their kingdom, and in thy great goodness, and thou gavest them, and in the large and fat land which thou gavest before them, neither turned they from their wicked works. Behold, we are servants this day, and for the land that thou gavest unto our fathers, to eat the fruit thereof and the good thereof, behold, we are servants in it. And it
We are
yielded
servants in our own land. Do you know that the black man, the Israelite man of here, the Israelite man was here in America before the Europeans? We were here in America before the Europeans ever stepped foot in this place. Before the Europeans ever even heard about this place, our people were here. Israelite brothers and sisters was here in what they now call the Americas. A lot of us don't know that knowledge. So what makes us think that this also isn't a part of our land? Because we was here before the Europeans got here. There wasn't nobody here before we got here that I know of. The Indians came hundreds and thousands of years, not hundreds of years, thousands of years after we got here. The Indians came, the ones that they call Indians. We were the original Indians of anything. It was us, not them other people. But a lot of us don't know this knowledge. We are still slaves in our own land. We're still slaves in our own land as it is today. Now, this ain't the land of Israel. That's not what I'm saying. But this land belongs to us. And we don't know it because we allow our oppressors to teach us knowledge. That's why we opened our own school, GHA at Temple Kifarim. GHA at Temple Kifarim. We opened our own school so that we will teach right knowledge to our children. And we did that way before Trump decided to shut down the school system. We did that way before that. Think about it, family. Any spiritual leader that you got that ain't teaching you about true freedom is an oppressor. Did y'all hear what I said? Put that in your notes and post that around the world. Any spiritual leader you got that's not teaching you about your own freedom and how to be free, he or she is an oppressor because they got you serving them and you don't even see it. And if he got it to the position where you keep a job by going out punching somebody else's clock, he's still keeping you in your captivity. He should be teaching you how to build up, save up, and then get out on your own to start your own, independent of anyone else. That's what he should be teaching you, but that ain't what's happening. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 9, verse 37. And it yieldeth much increase unto the kings whom thou hast set over us because of our sins. Also, they have dominion over our bodies and over our cattle at their pleasure, and we are in great distress.
Do they have dominion over our bodies? You can't even commit suicide and fail without going to jail. If they catch you, you ain't even got dominion over your own. Oh, you know what? I don't want to be here no more. I'm going to hang myself. And the rope pop, you fall on the floor. Somebody walk in, see you do that, they're going to take you. You don't have dominion over your children either. Let me tell you, if your children go to the hospital and they say your child got, give me a disease. Your child got lupus. Your child got lupus. And you say, well, I don't want to give my child your treatment. I want to go get my child holistic treatment. You can't take your child out the hospital. They won't let you. And if you try to physically take your child and walk out, they will lock you up. You don't even have control or possession over the physical thing that come out of your body, your own child. This system that we living in is foul. You don't have control over your own body. Neither do you have control over your own children. It's only an illusion. It's only an illusion. Do you know that in the school system, when they was giving out those needles to the people in the school system, they was allowing your children to get that needle without you even knowing? Because you don't control your children. When you have those children, you get them a social security card and a birth certificate. You sign over your rights to those children to the government. And so many of us don't know that. You sign over your rights to those children it's a contract. You sign over those rights to the government. My children, I try to get them all when they ain't had no social security card, no birth certificates. This last one definitely ain't got none, ain't gonna get none. And several other ones ain't got none and ain't gonna get none. It's just the best way to be. But we don't know this because we sleep. Read on, please.
Verse 38, and because of all this, we make a sure covenant and write it. And our princes, Levites,
No, don't read that too fast. This got to go slow. Because of all the, now pay attention, family. Because of all the wickedness that we've done, because all the evil that we've done, the Creator brought a curse upon us, and He made us serve our enemies in our own land. Y'all with me so far, right? Yeah. And then it says, because of all of this, what we just read, what we just did, we make a firm covenant in writing. What is this firm covenant in writing? What is that? You're saying, you're taking an oath that you will do something before the Creator, and then you sign it, and you sign your name to it. Today, we don't write them down, but we speak them out of our mouths. We make a covenant before the Most High that we're going to do such and such and such and such. Well, a lot of us don't hold true to those covenants because a lot of us don't believe those covenants are real or enforceable. Our forefathers, they wrote that covenant, the Levites, they made that covenant, and then they sealed the document of all the ones who did it. They wrote it, they signed it, they sealed it. They made a pact, they made a covenant with the Most High, King of all creation, and with each other. There are so many of us who will give their word on a matter, and then next week we change it and we doing whatever we want to do, contrary to the word that we just gave. A man should always be a man of his word first. Always be, let that be. If somebody come to you and say you didn't do what you said you was going to do, ask him, what did I not do that I said I would do? And see what they can tell you. Most of them can't tell you nothing if you're standing on your principles and walking in your integrity. They have mixed emotions about why they don't like you or why they don't want to affiliate or associate with you. It's mixed emotions, and none of it got anything to do with you not being a man of your word. When that man was in a marriage with that woman, she went out and saw something else that she liked. It had more money. It looked good. She thought it can please her better. So she come back to her man. Now she wants a divorce. He asks her, why? What did I not do that I said I would do? You said you would love me. One time, tell me when I said that. Show me where that's at. You can't even go to the Bible and into the Torah and see where a man is supposed to love his wife. You can't find it in the Torah or the Bible. You can't find it. But people will teach you that that's what it is. Now, quite naturally, we know that if you're taking care of something and you're doing your job with something long enough, you're going to get some attachment to that thing. It's just the same way with people. You know, you do something with that individual long enough, you make enough sacrifices for them, you're going to grow a natural attachment to them. But we got so conditioned in our minds today, you don't even tell me you love me. Why do I need to tell you when I'm showing you 5 times 10? 5 times over, I'm showing you how I feel about you by providing, taking care of, nurturing, stimulating, talking to. We're doing what we got to do. And you don't do that for things that you don't love. So why do you have to say, why do I got to tell you I love you when I'm showing you 10 times over where you are in my life to me? It's because we got that outside influence, that European influence, and it feels so good. It feels so good. It feels so good that people say it every day, all the time now. You just meet them. Oh, I love you. You don't even know me. We talking about you love me. It has become common for people to say, oh, I love you. I love you. You don't even mean it because you turn your back on me and run as soon as something happens. That's not what love is. That's real. I know my son testifying. He testifying. Yeah, y'all hear him? He testifying. He said, you love me, Abba? Read on, please.
And because all this, we make a sure covenant and write it.
Chapter and verse, please.
Nehemiah 9, verse 38. And because all this, we make a sure covenant and write it. And our princes, Levites, and priests seal unto it.
They seal the covenant. They sealed it. Read on, please.
Nehemiah chapter 10, verse 1. Now those that sealed were Nehemiah, the Tirshatha, the son of Akaliah, and Zibzah, Seraiah, Azariah, Jeremiah, Pashur, Amariah, Malchiah, Atush, Shebaniah, Maluk, Arim, Meremoth, Obadiah, Daniel, Ginathan, Baruch, Meshulam, Abiyah, Miyamin, Mahaziah, Bilgai, Shemaiah. These were the priests. And the Levites, both Yeshua, the son of Azaniah, Benui, of the sons of Enadad, Kadmiel, and their brethren, Shebaniah, Odeah, Kelaita, Peliah, Anan, Micah, Rehob, Ashabiah, Zachor, Sherebiah, Shebaniah, Odiah, Beninu. The chief of the people, Parosh, Baath Moab, Elam, Zatu, Bani, Buni, Asgad, Bebai, Adoniah, Bigvai, Adin, Ater, Ishkiah, Azor, Adiah, Ashum, Beziah, Arif, Anothath, Nebai, Magpish, Meshulam, Ezor, Meshez Abil, Zadok, Yadua, Pelathiah, Ananiah, Oshea, Ananiah, Ashub, Aloesh, Pelea, Shobek, Rehum, Ashab, Maaseiah, and Ahiah, Anan, Maluk, Arim, Bahana. And the rest of the people, the priests, the Levites, the porters, the singers, the Nethinim, and all they that had separated themselves from the people of the lands unto the law of Elohim, their wives, their sons, and their daughters, everyone having knowledge and having understanding. They clave to their brethren, their nobles, and entered into a curse and into an oath to walk in Elohim's law.
They did what? They entered into an oath. When they entered that oath, they took a curse upon themselves that if they did not do what they promised to do, that the Most High would do something else to them, something negative. We got to be careful about the words we speak out of our mouths when we enter into a covenant. The greatest covenant you should make is with the Almighty. But scriptures teach us to be slow in making covenants because you're going to be held to it. And a lot of us, we never fulfill what comes out of our mouths. Be a man of integrity. Be a man of honor. Let your word be your bond. When you say this is what I'm going to do, you do your very best to make it happen. Nobody's perfect. If you fall short, you apologize, but you put forth every effort to make it happen. Be a man of your word. Read on, please. We get into the nitty gritty.
Nehemiah 10:29. They clave to their brethren, their nobles, and entered into a curse and into an oath to walk in Elohim's law, which was given by Moshe, the servant of Elohim, and to observe and to do all the commandments of the Creator, or Elohim, and his judgments and his statutes, and that we would not give our daughters unto the people of the land, nor take their daughters for our sons.
That we would not do what?
Give our daughters to the people of the land, nor take their daughters for our sons.
Last week in class, we covered the portion of where our daughters was only supposed to marry within the tribe. Okay. They was only supposed to marry within the tribe. They wasn't supposed to marry anyone outside the tribe of their fathers so that they could receive their inheritance. If they wasn't worried about an inheritance, then they could marry outside of the tribe of their fathers, but they had to marry another Israelite person. Israelite women are not supposed to be running around with any other nation of people. Okay? Read on, please.
And verse 30, Nehemiah 10, verse 30. And that we would not give our daughters unto the people of the land, nor take their daughters for our sons. And if the people of the land bring ware or any victuals on the Sabbath day.
Hold on. You get ready to hit on something again. I need you to back up a little bit because I want you to touch on this and I want you to do it slow. Read on, please.
Verse 31. And if the people of the land bring ware or any victuals on the Sabbath day to sell, that we would not buy it of them on the Shabbat or on the holy day, and that we would leave the 7th year and the exaction of every debt.
Stop right there. I want you to pay close attention to this because this is going to come into play later on. If the people of the land bring goods in or grains on the Shabbat day, a lot of people take that to mean during the daylight hours. Only the daylight hours. A day begins at sunrise. They believe that. They believe that the Shabbat day only starts when the sun rises until the sun goes down, and then the Shabbat is over. But we're going to see what scripture says. And hold on to that in your memory, family, because when we get to the 13th chapter, we're going to break it all down. It says they couldn't buy any grain or goods on the Shabbat day from the Shabbat day or any holy day. And we will forego the crops of the 7th year as an exaction of every debt. Nobody today that I know of does that. If you owe a man and you owe him past 7 years, you still owe that man in that 8th year. And these could be Israelite men. According to the law, you had to let that debt go every 7 years. And then when you got to the 50th year, the year of Jubilee, you had to let it all go. Everything had to return back to its original owner. This is deep. The Most High didn't establish this so that we will be poor and broke or destitute. The Creator established this in righteousness. Read on, please, and watch what happens.
Nehemiah 10, verse 32. Also, we made ordinances for us to charge ourselves yearly with the 3rd part of a shekel.
You're touching on something that is above the Israelites, the average Israelite's mind. We have so many Israelites today that will come into a community, will hear teachings year in, year in, and not contribute anything to that community the whole time. Our forefathers never moved like this. It says we also take it on ourselves to obligation to give yearly. Nobody had to ask. They didn't have to say, hey, you're gonna pay a portion of the money that you get and give back so that the works can continue on, so that the poor in our community can eat, so that the gas, the electric, the lights, and the taxes, all those things can get paid. They didn't have to ask that. They said we took it upon ourselves to do this thing. And then they said a 3rd part of a shekel for the service of the house of our Elohim. That's deep. They took it upon themselves. But remember, this was after the book of the law came out. This was after Ezra and the rest of the Levites began to read and teach them the laws, that our people got convicted and separated ourselves from all the strange women that we had, all the foreign women and men that was in our community. And the word that's being used is Eterab, which means the mixture of people. Everybody that was mixed from one nation that mingled in with the children of Israel, we cut it off. We gave them back. But we had the mind to do that. Then we say, well, you know what? We understand that the service of the Most High must go on. So let's take up a voluntary amount and let's dedicate it so that the works of the Most High can go on. How many of you have done that? How many of you have said in your spirit, I'm going to donate something to this community or that community so that they can continue to teach the truth of the Most High? See, it's one thing when you get involved with your mouth, but it's a whole nother thing when you back it up with your actions. Because as you walk through and out of Israel today, you'll see a lot of Israelites get lip service, but very few of them actually come out of their pockets and support and give up anything. And them be the same ones talking about, I love you. They'll be the same ones. Oh, I love you, bro. Oh, I love you, sis. Oh, I love you, community. And when it come time for them to give out their pocket, they up and run and hide and dodge and do everything and make up excuses so they don't have to pay nothing out of their pockets. And that's not righteousness. Our forefathers didn't move like this. And then you ask the question, well, why am I paying X amount of dollars to the community, Prince? You're paying X amount of dollars to the community. First thing is so that these types of things that you're being entertained with today can continue on. So that they can continue on. So that you can contribute to the benefit of them continuing on. Because they're going to happen as long as the Most High allows it to be. Second thing you're doing is you're helping people who can't help themselves. No electric, they don't have no electric, they don't have no house. They need a house, they need some electric, they need some food to eat. So a lot of the children are homeless. They need somebody to take and put them in and put them up and provide for them. We got a lot of older people who in their younger days didn't set aside enough income for themselves to live off of, and the monies that we get will help offset their living. We're supposed to look after the fatherless, the poor, the widows, and the elders. We're commanded to look after them. The Creator commands this of us. We are supposed to do this. Why should all that weight fall on one man or one household? It shouldn't. It should evenly be distributed amongst the community. And this is our community right here. You're part of that community right there. So ask yourself, family, when's the last time you contributed it to somebody other than yourself to let something else go on? And I ain't gonna hold you. We do get people that offers, and we got maybe one person, just Temple Kefar, Beulah Temple Kefar. We got one brother that, I mean, this brother, it must be every time he gets paid or every time he gets some extra money, he sends it in. He sends, here, this is for y'all. Here, this is for y'all. Do your thing. And he puts it in his donation. I don't want to call his name out, but bro, we greatly appreciate it. May the Most High bring you thousands and thousands of blessings for the efforts that you make, because you don't have to, but you're willing to do it. And I guarantee you he's listening right now. See, that's what I'm talking about. We can talk that talk. Yo, bro, I'm with you, man. I'm with you, man. Until you send out a light bill. You send out a light bill, they be like, yeah, I'm with you. And then they gone. I'm with you. I'm going to help, but I got to take care of myself first. I ain't got nothing to contribute so that person can live. And that's the part of the reason why you got to take care of yourself first, is because you don't understand what true love is. True love is, and true brotherhood is, I take care of your needs and you take care of my needs. So if we taking care of each other's needs, then we always have the opportunity to help somebody else, because all our needs are being met. You're supposed to want for your brother greater than you want for yourself. You're supposed to want for your sister greater than you want for yourself. But when everybody's being selfish and I'm only worried about me and mine, then you're not looking out for anyone else. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Go ahead, Brother Asa. Read on, please.
Verse 32. Also, we made ordinances for us to charge ourselves yearly with the third part of a shekel for the service of the house of our Elohim, for the showbread and for the continual meat offering, and for the continual burnt offering of the Shabbats, of the new moons, for the set feasts, and for the holy things, and for the sin offering to make an atonement for Israel, and for all the work of the house of our Elohim.
For all the work of the house of the Most High. So income tax season is upon us. And the majority of us got them income tax seasons from that slavery that we put out all year long. How many of you took a portion of your income taxes and gave back to the works of the Most High? And if you're one of those people who do it regularly, then my words don't mean anything to you because this is what you do all the time. But there's so many of us who will be a part of a community for years upon years upon years and not contribute a dime. And then it's not all about monetary. It's about if you don't contribute a dime, then how do you help the community physically? Because there's other things that you can do if you don't have no money. It's not about money. You're not making anybody rich. The wealth that I have, it didn't come from you and it ain't gonna come from you, and I'm gonna keep doing what I do. I don't need your money to do what I do. What I need is for you to look inside yourself and convince yourself that you just can't give up lip service. You have to physically get involved. And most people physical getting involved come out of their pockets. When you get them to break down with their monies, they helping you out and they're paying a little something for you, then you know who really loves you. Other than that, it's just lip service. And everybody got a mouth. Read on, bro.
Verse 35. And to bring the first fruit of our ground and the first fruits of all fruit of all trees year by year unto the house of the Creator. Also the firstborn of our sons and of our cattle, as it is written in the law, and the firstlings of our herds and of our flocks, to bring to the house of our Elohim, unto the priests that minister in the house of our Elohim. Verse 37. And that we should bring the first fruits of our dough and our offerings, and the fruit of all manner of trees, of wine and of oil, unto the priests, to the chambers of the house of our Elohim, and the tithes of our ground unto the Levites, that the same Levites might have the tithes in all the cities of our tillage.
So basically, it wasn't just the kesef, the money, the gold, the silver. It wasn't just that. They actually gave the first of their fruits, which means they sent gifts to the Levites. They had the first fruits, the first animals that was born, the first children that was born. They was dedicating them to the service of the Creator. When's the time you ever done anything like that, family? When's the time that you ever supported in that way? Man, we having Passover. How many of you are showing up for Pesach? Passover is next month, all day, the 14th. How many of you are going to make sure that you're present and accounted for on the most holiest day of the year? Well, besides the Day of Atonement. Pesach. Who's going to do it? It's a lot to this, family. That lip service don't work. The physical stand up, be held accountable for means more. I'd rather you not say nothing and do everything than for you to not do nothing and say all that talk. Talk don't get the bills paid. Talk don't feed the homeless. Talk don't feed the elderly, the poor, the widows. Talk don't do that. Work does it. Read on, please.
Verse 38. And the priest, the son of Aharon, shall be with the Levites, when the Levites shall take tithes, and the Levites shall bring up the tithe of the tithes unto the house of our Elohim, to the chambers into the treasure house. For the children of Israel and the children of the Levi shall bring the offering of the corn, of the new wine, and the oil unto the chambers, where all the vessels of the sanctuary, and the priests that minister, and the porters, and the singers, and we will not forsake the house of our Elohim.
We will not forsake the house of our Elohim. That's what the Most High meant when he says in the book of Malachi, he says, you robbed him. We robbed him because we forsook the house of the Most High. Read on, please.
Nehemiah chapter 11, verse 1. And the rulers of the people dwelt at Jerusalem. The rest of the people also cast the lots to bring 1 of 10 to dwell in Jerusalem, the holy city, and 9 parts to dwell in other cities.
Now, this is powerful. When I read this, I had to highlight it. Y'all see that highlighted? That was another powerful piece. The people actually took and cast lots. Every 10 of them, one of them who lost had to go take their family, or who won had to take their family and go live in the holy place. One of those 10 had to take their family and go live in Jerusalem. This was deep. We could fill the land up real quick that way if we cast lots and let the Most High decide who comes. But you who will be active participants, you would have to want to change your lifestyle. A lot of our people don't want to change what they've been accustomed. I remember when I was a boy. I was living with my mama. I was about 8, 9 years old. And we was living in West Philadelphia on Marion Avenue. And I had a dog called Pepper. Yeah, a little mutt. He was a mutt. And people told me my dog was a mutt, but I wasn't having that. And I was so happy. I was so proud little kid, you know. And my mother said, it's time for us to move. And I started crying. No, all my friends are here. I don't want to not move. I don't want to move. I want to stay here, Mom. Please, y'all can go. Just leave me. I want to stay here. And I boo-hooed, maybe a week or so. And my mom said, boy, shut up. Knocked me upside my head and moved me anyway. Tied me up and moved me. We went into the new house, started a new school. I made all these new friends, went to this new school, thought I was in love with a new girl. All those new things happened in that new world that I was forced to go to. Now, I didn't realize at the time, but I still had ties with my old life, even though I was in the new life. All them friends I made, I could still visit and talk to and conversate, call them, go down there sometime. And then all the new friends I made, I could still bring them and we can meet the old friends and we can have something real nice. I didn't want to move. So many people see this opportunity with all this land we have around here and refuse to give up the city life. They don't want to live in a country. They don't want to live in a community. They don't want to live on some land because they're afraid they're going to miss something, like I was when I was a little kid. They got a childish mind state. Change is necessary. It's necessary, especially when you're making a righteous change. When you're moving to elevate yourself and to free yourself from all the bondage and the things that you've had in your life before. Well, I got a job, man. I don't want to quit my job. I don't want to leave my job. Then you'll be a slave and you'll die a slave for the rest of your life. I always tell my people this, and I will stand hard on this. Don't ever have anything in your life that you can't let go. Nothing. Don't let anything be that important to you in your life that you cannot let it go. Anything you have in your life, you must be strong enough to cut ties if it needs to be and let it go. Now, if you want a life of righteousness, of virtue, and tranquility with the Creator, that you want to dedicate yourself to the Most High full time and really live this life like you know you're supposed to, you got to change the situation that you're in right now. You got to separate yourself from these cities, from these houses, from that life, and incorporate yourself in a new lifestyle. Build something new in a righteous order. Move into that community that you've been wanting to move into. But this is how you do it. If you're that afraid, what you do is you put your house and you keep your house and you visit from time to time, like on the holy days. Holy days is here now. So you come in your house and you stay down there. Oh, you still a slave. I forgot. So you put your time in, you tell your boss you need a certain amount of days off, and then you go to your house that you got set up on the land. We got 110 acres of land down here. 110 acres of land. But I'm going to tell you something. All of y'all ain't welcome. We ain't going to have just anybody to just say, well, I'm coming. It don't work that way. The Most High has to approve you. And if the Most High approves you, then who are we to say that you can't come? So I don't want y'all thinking just because we got all that land down here and Prince is giving out the invitation that you just say upon yourself, I'm coming. No, it don't work like that. If the Most High doesn't give you permission to be here, you will not be accepted. No love lost. I'm just telling you. If the Most High say no, then the answer is you can't come. But all I'm saying is we need to change our environment to better ourselves, to build a real relationship with the Creator. And the best way to build a relationship with the Creator is to return back to the natural order of things. And the earth is one of the primary sources of returning back to the Most High. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 11, verse 2. And the people blessed all the men that willingly offered themselves to dwell at Jerusalem. Now these are the chief of the prince that dwelt in Jerusalem. But in the cities of Judah dwelt everyone in his possession in their cities, to wit, Israel, the priests, and the Levites, and Nethinim, and the children of Solomon's servants. And at Jerusalem dwelt certain of the children of Judah, and of the children of Benjamin, of the children of Yehuda, Athahiah, the son of Uzziah, the son of Zechariah, the son of Amariah, the son of Shephatiah, the son of Mahali, of the children of Perez, Maaseiah, the son of Baruch, the son of Colossae, the son of Azahiah, the son of Adahiah, the son of Joai-Arib, the son of Zechariah, the son of Shiloni. And the sons of Perez that dwelt at Jerusalem were 408 valiant men. And these are the sons of Benjamin: Salu, the son of Mesholam, the son of Yohed, the son of Pedaiah, the son of Kolahiah, the son of Maaseiah, the son of Ithiel, the son of Yesiah, and after him Gabai, Salai, 928. And Yoel, the son of Zikri, was their overseer. And Yehuda, son of Senua, was second over the city. Of the priests, Yediah, the son of Jehoiarib, Yakin, Sariah, the son of Ilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Meraioth, the son of Ahitub, was a ruler, the house of Elohim. And their brethren that did the work of the house were 822. And Adiah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Beliah, the son of Amzi, the son of Zechariah, the son of Pashur, the son of Melchiah, and his brethren, chief of the fathers, 242. And Mashai, the son of Azareel, the son of Ahasiah, the son of Meshillemoth, the son of Immer, and their brethren, mighty men of valor, 128. And their overseer was Zabdiel, the son of one of the great men. Also of the Levites, Shemaiah, the son of Ashub, the son of Azrikam, the son of Ashabiah, the son of Buni, and Shabbethai and Yozabad, of the chief of the Levites, had the oversight of the outward business of the house of Elohim. And Mattaniah, the son of Micah, the son of Zabdi, the son of Asaph, was the principal to begin the thanksgiving in prayer. And Bakbuiah, the second among his brethren, and Abda, that son of Shammua, the son of Galal, the son of Yehudithan, all the Levites in the holy city were 284. Moreover, the porters, Akub, Talmon, and their brethren that kept the gates were 172. And the resident of Israel of the priests and the Levites were in all the cities of Yehudah, everyone in his inheritance. But the Nethinim dwelt in Ophel, and Zia and Gispa were over the Nethinim. The overseer also of the Levites at Jerusalem was Uzzi, the son of Bani, the son of Ashabiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micah. Of the sons of Asaph, the singers were over the businesses of the house of Elohim. For it was the king's commandment concerning them that a certain portion should be for the singers, due for every day. And Pethiah, the son of Meshezabeel, of the children of Zerah, the son of Yehuda, was at the king's hand in all matters concerning the people. And for the village with their fields, some of the children of Yehuda dwelt in Kirjath-arba, and in the villages thereof, and at Dibon, and in the villages thereof, and at Yekab, Zeel, and in the villages thereof, and at Yeshua, and at Moladah, and at Beth-Pelet, and at Ahazar-Shual, and at Beersheba, and in the villages thereof, and at Ziklag, and at Mekona, and in the villages thereof, and at Enrim-mon, and at Zaria, and at Yarmouth, and Zanoah, Abdullam, and in their villages at Lachish and the fields thereof, at Azekah and in the villages thereof. And they dwelt from Beersheba unto the valley of Inon. The children also of Benjamin from Geba dwelt at Michmash and Ahiah and Bethel and in their villages, and at Anathoth, Nob, Ananiah, Azor, Ramah, Gittahim, Adid, Zebohim, Nebalat, Lod, and Ono, the valley of craftsmen. And of the Levites were divisions in Yehuda and in Benjamin. Nehemiah chapter 12, verse 1. Now, these are the priests of and the Levites that went up with Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Yeshua, Sarai, Jeremiah, Ezra, Amariah, Maluk, Atush, Shechaniah, Rehum, Meremoth, Iddo, Ginetho, Abiah, Miamim, Mahadiah, Bilgal, Shemaiah, and Yohiarib, Yediah, Salu, Amok, Ilkiah, Yediah. These were the chief of the priests and of the brethren in the days of Yeshua.
Now, don't go anywhere, family, because the next chapter is going to start all over again. I mean, dropping some jewels, the powerful pieces of this day. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 12, verse 8. Moreover, the Levites, Yeshua, Binui, Kadmiel, Sherebiah, Yehuda, and Mattaniah, which was over the thanksgiving, he and his brethren. Also, Bakbuhiah and Uni, their brethren, were over against them in the watches. And Yeshua begat Jehoiakim. Joachim also begat Eliashib, and Eliashib begat Jehoiada, and Jehoiada begat Johannathan, and Jonathan begat Yadua. And in the
you see that name, Eliashib? Hold on to that too. Read on.
Nehemiah 12, verse 12. And in the days of Joachim were priests, the chief of the fathers, of Sariah, Meriah, of Jeremiah, Ananiah, of Ezra, Meshulam, of Amariah, Yohanan, of Meliku, Jonathan, and Shebaniah, Yosef, of Arim, Adna, of Meraioth, Elkiah, of Iddo, Zechariah, of Ginothan, Meshullam, of Abiah, Zikri, of Menahimin, of Mohadiah, Piltai, of Bilgah, Shammua, of Shemaiah, Jehonathan, and of Yoharib, Metaniah, of Yediah, Uzi, of Salai, Kilai, of Amok, Eber, of Ilkiah, Ashabiah, of Yediah, Nathaniel. The Levites in the days of Eliashab, Jehoiada, and Johanan, and Yadua were recorded chief of the fathers. Also the priests, the reign of Darius the Persian.
So the priest Elishab, that I told you to remember, hold on to that, but he was the leader of the people. He wasn't just a regular Levite. Read on.
The sons of Levi, the chief of the fathers, were written in the book of Chronicles, even until the days of Johanan, the son of Eliashib, and the chief of the Levites, Ashabiah, Sherebiah, and Yeshua, the son of Kadmiel, with their brethren over against them, to praise and to give thanks according to the commandment of David, the man of Elohim, ward over against ward. Metaniah and Bakbuhiah, Obadiah, Meshulam, Talmon, Akub, were porters keeping the ward at the thresholds of the gates. These were in the days of Joachim, the son of Yeshua, the son of Yozadak, and in the days of Nehemiah, the governor, and of Ezra, the priest, the scribe. Verse 27. And at the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem, they sought the Levites out of all their places to bring them to Jerusalem to keep the dedication with gladness, both with thanksgiving and with singing, with cymbals, psalteries, and with harps. And the sons of the singers gathered themselves together, both out of the plain country round about Jerusalem, and from the villages of Netophath-Athi, also from the house of Gilgal, and out of the fields of Geba and Azmaveth. For the singers had builded them villages round about Jerusalem. And the priests and the Levites purified themselves, and purified the people, and the gates and the wall. Then I brought up the princes of Yehuda upon the wall, and appointed 2 great companies of them that gave thanks, whereof one went on the right hand upon the wall toward the dung gate, and after them went Hoshea, the half of the princes of Yehuda, and Azariah, and Ezra, and Meshulam, Yehuda, and Benjamin, and Shemaiah, and Jeremiah, and certain of the priests' sons with trumpets, namely Zechariah the son of Jonathan, the son of Shemaiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micaiah, the son of Zachor, the son of Asaph. And his brethren, Shemaiah and Azareel, Melahai, Gilalai, Mahai, Nathanael, and Yehuda, Anani, and with the musical instruments of David, the man of Elohim, and Ezra, the scribe, before them. And at the fountain gate, which was over against them, they went up by the stairs of the city of David, and the going up of the wall above the house of David, even unto the water gate eastward. Verse 38, and the other company of them that gave thanks went over against them, and I after them, and the half of the people upon the wall, from beyond the tower of the furnaces, even unto the broad wall. And from above the gate of Ephraim, and above the old gate, and above the fish gate, and the tower of Ananiel, and the tower of Mea, even unto the sheep gate. And they stood still in the prison gate. So stood the two companies of them that gave thanks in the house of Elohim, and I, and the half of the rulers with me, and the priests, Eliakim, Mahasiah, Miniamim, Michaiah, Eloinai, Zechariah, and Ananiah with the trumpets, and Maasaiah, and Shemaiah, and Eleazar, and Uzi, and Johanan, and Milkiah, and Elam, and Ezra. And the singers sang loud with Yezrahiah, their overseer. Also that day they offered great sacrifices and rejoiced, for Elohim had made them rejoice with great joy. The wives also and the children rejoiced, so that the joy of Jerusalem was heard even afar off. Verse 44. And at that time were some appointed over the chambers for the treasures, for the offerings, for the first fruits, and for the tithes, to gather into them out of the fields of the cities the portions of the law for the priests and the Levites. For Yehuda rejoiced for the priests and for the Levites that waited. And both the singers and the porters kept the word of their Elohim, and the word of the purification, according to the commandment of David and of Solomon his son. For in the days of David and Asaph of old, there were chief of the singers, and songs of praise and thanksgiving unto Elohim. And all Israel in the days of Zerubbabel and in the days of Nehemiah gave the portions of the singers and the porters every day his portion. And they sanctified holy things unto the Levites, and the Levites sanctified them unto the children of Aharon. Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 1.
So now we read the majority of the genealogy. Now we're going to get back into the teaching portions of the lesson. Remember the priest Elisha that I told you to remember? Hold on to his name because he's about to come up. You remember the man named Tobiah? You remember the man named
Sanballat.
You remember these individuals? Remember, family, this story is now taking place in the 7th month, right after the Day of Atonement, is when all this stuff is unfolding. Read on. Let's see what's happening.
Nehemiah 13, verse 1.
Now, what's the name of the lesson? A day begins at sunrise. We about to drop the final jewel for this lesson today. It's about to come. So I'm telling you, you better get ready. And whoever else thought they was going to come to hear this part, you better come back so you can hear it because it's getting ready to come. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 13, verse 1. On that day, they read in the book of Moshe in the audience of the people. And
They read in the book of Moshe, the Torah, in the audience of who?
the people.
Whoa, the people in that day, they was assembled together. The people had all came together. Read on.
And therein was found written that the Ammonite and the Moabite should not come into the congregation of Elohim forever, because they met not the children of Israel with bread and with water, but
Now, because they didn't show respect to the children of Israel, the Most High said, I don't want them in my congregation forever. They was already cut off to the 10th generation. Now the Most High say, I don't want them at all, because they disrespected the servants of the Most High. How much more do you think that's going to happen to you as an individual if you disrespect the servants of the Most High? And who are the servants of the Most High other than the people that the Most High sends to help you in your situation? Read on, please. Watch this.
they hired Balaam against them, that he should curse them Howbeit our Elohim turned the curse into a blessing. Verse 3. Now it came to
A
pass.
lot of people will come to you and try to curse you. But if you walk in right with the Most High will take that curse and turn it into a blessing and put the curse upon the head of the individual who tried to bring it to you. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 13, verse 3. Now it came to pass, when they had heard the law, that they separated from Israel all the mixed multitude.
Oh man, you getting into something now.
And
It's soon. Hold on a second, bro. Please give me a second. This is an exciting piece. And as soon as the people heard the law, all they did was heard the law of the Most High. It convicted them in their inward parts, and they separated from Israel all the mixed people. And the word here, if you look at it, it says foreign descent in English, but it really means Arab in Hebrew. The mixture. Arab. A lot of people don't know this, but it's my duty and responsibility to share the information. The Arabians that you know, that the Muslims, the Arabian countries, they are a mixed house. And that's why they call Arabians. It's an Arab, it's a Hebrew word. Arab is a Hebrew word that means mixture. Those Arabians are a portion of a mixture of different houses. When you go back in the book of Genesis, you'll see where Esau and Ishmael mingled their seed. They became a mixture of one house. So when people ask you who is Esau today, I look over at the Arabian countries because scriptures that I have support that Esau took wives of the children of Ishmael. So that's where I see the Esau at today, Ishmael. But you know, everybody got an understanding. Read on, please.
And before this, Eliashib, the priest, having the oversight of the chamber of the house
Remember,
of
I told you to look out for Eliashib, showing you that he was like a high person in charge. He was the priest. So he's the high priest. He's the man in charge. But watch what he does, because you got a lot of these people in your life today who sit in that same position and want to bring enemies of the Most High or your enemies into their affiliation in their circle. So what am I saying to you? I'm saying to you that if you're my enemy, then my enemy should be your enemy. If you're my enemy, then my enemy should be your enemy. If you're my brother, I'm going to show you. Let me put it the right way. If you're my brother or you're my sister, then those who hate me, you should despise. Those who try to harm me, you should try to harm. If you and I are rocking together and somebody's trying to destroy us and you and I are rocking together and they outside shooting guns at us, next year I shouldn't see you being pals up with those people who were shooting at us. You follow me? It shouldn't be that way. But that's what we get ready to get right now. Now, Eliashib, the priest, who was appointed over the chambers of the house of our Elohim, Ha Elohim, and who was related to Tobiah. Who's Tobiah? Anybody know who Tobiah is? No, where did he come in this picture, Tobiah? Nobody remembers?
Wasn't in the beginning of this, he was one of the people to try to turn Israel?
That's right. They attacked the children of Israel. Sanballat and Tobiah, they attacked the children of Israel. Let's go to Nehemiah chapter 6.
Nehemiah chapter 6.
Yes. Nehemiah chapter 6. We're going to go to verse 8.
Nehemiah 6, verse 8.
Could you read that for us, please?
Then I sent unto him, saying, There are no such things done as thou sayest, but thou feignest them out of thine own heart. For they all made us of
Sorry, Nehemiah chapter 6, 18.
18. Nehemiah 6, verse 18. It says, For there were many in Yehuda sworn unto him, because he was the son-in-law of Shechaniah, the son of Ara, and his son Johanan had taken the daughter of Meshullam, the son of Berechiah. Also, they reported his good deeds before me and uttered my words to him. And Tobiah sent letters to put me in fear.
And that's how your verse 6 read?
Yes, chapter 6, verse 18 and 19.
Okay.
Verses 18 and 19.
Now, just for clarity, Yohanan, the son of Tobiah, he married a daughter of Meshullam ben Berechiah, son of Berechiah. Berechiah was a priest. He was a Levite who was a priest or a Levite and might have nearly related to the high priest's lineage. The high priest that we're talking about is the lineage of Elishab, who comes up here in 13 and 4. Elishab was related to Tobiah through marriage because Tobiah married a priest's Israelite Levite's daughter. Y'all follow me so far? He pulls the card. He woozes up to Elishab, and now Elishab is doing the unthinkable. The man who was the enemy of Israel, Elishab, after everything, all the hard work was done, all the orders was established, the wall was up, the city was already built, all those things was taking place. Now Elishab pretended to forget what Tobiah had previously done. Nehemiah didn't forget. Do y'all follow me so far? Your enemy, people you think are your friends, will side with your enemies unbeknownst to you. Let's watch how this happens. Read on.
Nehemiah 3, verse 5. And he had prepared for him a great chamber, where aforetime they laid the meat offerings, the frankincense, and the vessels, and the tithes of the corn, and the new wine, and the oil, which was commanded to be given to the Levites, and the singers, and the porters.
So did you see what he did? He took something that was prepared for the Levites and gave it to Tobiah, who wasn't even of Israelite stock. He was a pagan, but he moved him into the holy place. And you'll see that happen in Israel too. He moved him into the holy place, which meant that the things that was destined to go there, which was the holy things like the grain, the wine offerings, the oils, all those things couldn't go there no more because Tobiah and his family was there. Now, Tobiah's nephew or son married into the Levitical family. Let's see what Nehemiah has to say about this. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 13, verse 6. But in all this time was not I at Jerusalem, for in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, came I unto the king, and after certain days obtained I leave of the king. And I came to Jerusalem and understood of the evil that Eliashib did for Tobiah in preparing him a chamber in the courts of the house of Elohim.
That what Eliashib had done for Tobiah, the one who hated them. Read on.
Verse 8. And it grieves me sore. Therefore I cast forth all the household stuff of Tobiah out of the chamber. Then I commanded, and they cleansed the chambers, and thither brought I again the vessels of the house of Elohim, with the meat offering and the frankincense.
So what happened? Nehemiah came in and saw that Elishab had allowed a non-Levite to live in the most sacred place, the place that they held the holy things to the Most High. When Nehemiah found this out, he kicked Tobiah out, kicked all of his unclean, unfilthy spiritual belongings, kicked them all out. And then he had to have the place cleaned. Nehemiah understood spiritual principles. A lot of us today, we don't. Let me share something with you, family. Anytime somebody comes into your midst and they're unclean people spiritually, just their physical bodies leaving is not enough. Just their physical presence absent from you is not enough. You have to go through a spiritual cleansing to cleanse yourself and to rid yourself of the residue of evil or negative spirit that was left behind. If they leave some shoes, if they leave a coat, a hat, this is why I had a divorce from my wife one time. I took the whole mattress and took the mattress and put it in trash. She ain't had nobody in my bed that I knew of, but that was a bed that I shared with her. Took the whole and that spiritual essence had to go. Same thing that Tobiah had to deal with when Nehemiah found out he was in a place. Everything of Tobiah had to go. It was being dismissed. It was being released because a man's belongings carries a man's spirit. And that's what we got to understand. Nehemiah knew that. He couldn't just kick Tobiah out without cleansing the space. He had to throw all Tobiah's belongings with him, and then he had to purify the place. This is deep, y'all, but we got to pay attention, because if we want to get back to the Most High, we got to, it's the small things that we have to pay attention to. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 13, verse 10. And I perceived that the portions of the Levites had not been given them, for the Levites and the singers that did the work were fled, every one to his field. Then contended I with the rulers and said, why is the house of Elohim forsaken? And I gathered them together and set them in their place. Then brought all Yehudah the tithe of the corn and the new wine and the oil unto the treasuries.
So what Nehemiah is doing, the people had left the order of how to worship and serve the Most High in righteousness and began to do what Elishab, the high priest, ordained them to do, which had nothing to do with the Most High. Nehemiah had to come back and establish order and set disciplines and rules. Now, one man again establishing order. That one man is returning the people back to the laws of the Creator. He ain't just talking about it like so many of us do. He's actually showing them through his examples of how things are supposed to be. And watch what he does. Read on, please.
Verse 13. And I made treasurers over the treasuries, Shelemiah the priest and Zadok the scribe, and of the Levites, Pedaiah. And next to them was Anan, the son of Zachor, the son of Mattaniah, for they were counted faithful, and their office was to distribute unto their brethren. Remember me, O Elohim, concerning this, and wipe not out my good deeds that I have done for the house of my Elohim and for the houses thereof.
Here you go, y'all. Let's get it in.
Verse 15. In those
Here
days,
you go. This is the whole class right here. A day begins at sunrise. Let's go.
Nehemiah 13, verse 15. In those days saw I in Yehudah some treading wine presses on the Shabbat and bringing in sheaves.
Oh. A day might not begin at sunrise, but then when does the Shabbat begin? Because the Shabbat is a different day. Nehemiah says he came in and he saw people of Judah treading wine presses on the holy Shabbat day. Is that what he said? And let's see what he says. And bringing in heaps of grain. Read on, bro.
And leading asses, as also wine, grapes, and figs, and all manner of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Shabbat day.
They brought all this stuff into Yerushalayim on the Shabbat day. You should have no burdens on the Shabbat day. But on the Shabbat day, they did all this stuff. They brought things, they sold things, they brought all these burdens into the house of the Most High on the Shabbat day. Read on. Let's see what it says.
Verse 15 continued. And I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals. There dwelt men of Tyre also therein, which brought fish and all manner of ware. And sold.
The men of Tyre are outside of that. Tyre and Sidon. There's Zidonians. These men also lived in the city. Why do you have idolaters living there on that level? That's how the city falls to violence. The Most High said, don't give your sons to their daughters and their daughters to their sons. Because if you do, they're going to turn the hearts of your sons away from serving me. Now, we got Sidonians up in the land, and guess what's happening? We're walking away from keeping the Shabbat sacred to the Most High. Watch what Nehemiah did. Read on, please.
And sold on the Shabbat unto the children of Yehuda and in Jerusalem. Verse 17. Then I contended with the nobles of Yehuda and said unto them, what evil thing is this that you do and profane the Shabbat day?
What evil thing is this that you're doing by profaning the Shabbat day? Well, wait a minute. The Shabbat don't start till the sunrise. When the sun rises in the morning, that's when the Shabbat start. Am I right? There's a lot of people that believe that in Israel today. I've already shown you one place where a day has 4 parts. I've already shown you that. So if the Shabbat starts when the sun rises and then the sun go down, how you get 4 parts out of that? Read on. Let's see what else going on here. Watch this.
Nehemiah 13, verse 18. Did not your fathers thus, and did not our God, our Elohim, bring all this evil upon us and upon the city? Yet he bring more wrath upon Israel by profaning the Shabbat.
How do we profane the Shabbat day? When does the Shabbat begin? Read on.
And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Shabbat.
What? Ho. Wait a minute. If the Shabbat day starts when the sun rises, why is he saying when the sun was going down right before it got dark, before the Shabbat? If the Shabbat day starts when the sun rises and the sun go down at 6 o'clock, what's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night got to do with the Shabbat? Nothing at all. So therefore, he don't have to shut the gate 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. He only got to shut the gate before the morning, before the sunrise. But when did Nehemiah shut the gate? Read that part again, please.
And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark.
What chapter and verse for the audience? What they might want to know where they can read this. Where that's at?
Nehemiah 13, verse 19.
Uh-huh.
And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Shabbat, I commanded that the gates should be shut and charged that they should not be opened till after the Shabbat.
Wait a minute. So it came to pass as it was getting dark, he shut the gates. He already said no selling or anything gonna be going on Shabbat. So as it was getting dark, he says, shut the gates. That's the Erev, that's the evening. That's the mixture in the sky. He commanded that the doors be shut, and he gave orders that they should not be open till after the Shabbat. When is after the Shabbat? The same time he closed it, the very next day is the after Shabbat. It's a 24-hour cycle, 4 parts. But so many people only want to keep 2 parts of the Shabbat and call that a day. That's not how Scripture has it set up. Scripture, as we read earlier in the 9th chapter, there are 4 parts to a Sabbath day. 4 parts to a weekday. 4 parts to both a weekday and the Shabbat day. The Shabbat starts at sunset, the day before the Shabbat comes in. So according to what we're reading in Hebrew literature, Shabbat begins on Shishi in Erev. Shishi be Erev means on Friday when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down on Friday, Nehemiah commanded that the gates get closed. As the sun was going down right before the Shabbat, he commanded that the gates was locked. So no matter what your opinion is about when the Shabbat starts, Scripture makes it clear. There are 4 parts to a day. 4 parts to a day. And those 4 parts of the day is how you worship the Creator by honoring the Shabbat when that day begins. When does that day begin? According to Nehemiah right here, is before the sun goes down. I ain't say it. Nehemiah said it. Can you read Nehemiah 13 and 19 again, please, for the family?
Nehemiah 13, verse 19. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Shabbat, I commanded that the gates should be shut, and charged that they should not be opened till after the Shabbat. And some of my servants set I at the gates that there should be no burden be brought in on the Shabbat day.
He said he set servants up to make sure nobody violated the Shabbat day. When did the Shabbat start? The Shabbat started as the sun was going down. As the sun was going down, right before the Shabbat, he shut the gates. I can't see if the Shabbat don't start to 12 and 13 hours later, why is he shutting the gate when the sun goes down? If the Shabbat doesn't start until the sun rise, why is he shutting the gate 12 and 13 hours earlier? It don't take that long to fix up the city. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 13, verse 20. So the merchants and sellers of all kind of ware lodged without Jerusalem once or twice. Then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? If you do so again, I will lay hands on you. From that
He ain't
time,
playing. Nehemiah ain't no joke. He said, why are you outside this gate? If you come out here again on the Shabbat day, I'm going to get you. I'm going to cut you down. Read on, please.
from that time forth came they no more on the Shabbat. Verse 22. And I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves, and that they should come and keep the gates to sanctify the Shabbat day. Remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this also, and spare me according to the greatness of thy mercy. In those days also saw I Jews that had married wives of Ashdod, of Ammon, and of Moab. And their children spake half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in Jewish language, but according to the language of each people. And I contended with them and cursed them, and smote certain of them, and plucked off their ear, and made them swear by Elohim, saying, you shall not give your daughters unto their sons, nor take their daughters unto your sons, or for yourselves.
See, this is what Nehemiah did. Nehemiah reminded the people of the laws of the Creator. People didn't like Nehemiah because he didn't just talk about it, he lived it. He showed it through his example. People didn't like Nehemiah. They didn't like him for that reason, because people want the freedom to do what people want to do. Nehemiah saw these children, that these children were speaking foreign languages, but yet they were supposed to be Hebrew children. We speak in English today, but yet we're supposed to be Hebrew children. Come on, family. Let's get it together. Nehemiah wouldn't be happy with us today. Read on, please.
Nehemiah 13, verse 26. Did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things? Yet among many nations was there no king like him, who was beloved of his Elohim, and Elohim made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause to sin. Shall we then hearken unto you to do all this great evil, to transgress against our Elohim in marrying strange wives?
In marrying who?
Strange wives.
In marrying foreign women. Nakri, Ishteen. Read on, please.
Verse 28. And one of the sons of Jehoiada, the son of Eliashib, the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat, the Horonite. Therefore I chased him from me. Remember them, O my Elohim, because they have defiled the priesthood and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. Thus cleansed I them from all strangers, and appointed the wards of the priests and the Levites, every one in his business, and for the wood offering, and at that times appointed, and for the first fruits. Remember me, O my Elohim, for good.
Remember me, O my Elohim, for good. But this part right here will go over a lot of people's heads because they have no honor, no loyalty, and no integrity. This part right here, verse 28. And one of the sons of Jehoiada, the son of Elishab, the high priest, was the son-in-law of Sanballat the Horonite. Why is the son of a high priest marrying a pagan woman. And not only just marrying a pagan woman, the pagan woman of their enemy. Therefore, I chased him from me. He chased that man out of Jerusalem. But so many of our people who call them our brothers, our sisters, want to side up with our enemies. Our forefathers wasn't having that. They wasn't having that. Nehemiah said, you want to side up with the enemy of Israel, Sanballat? Then get out of here. You can go be with those people. He had the audacity to marry the enemy's children. And so many of our people today do just that because we have no honor amongst ourselves. We have no loyalty in the midst of ourselves. We will side up with the enemies quick, people who sought to do us harm, and we don't care. Well, that was before my time, or she didn't really say nothing to me. She wasn't talking about me. Yo, come on, that's your brother, that's your sister. If you with your sister, then be with your sister. If you with your brother, then be with your brother. But if you not, time is a true teller of all things, and time reveals all. May the Most High be praised, and may the Most High also be pleased with our lesson that we presented today before the family. So at this time, family, we're going to see if there's any questions or comments. Let's have a little discussion. Let's see what we got going on. Are there any questions, anyone? Any comments? How we do with this lesson, y'all? So a day begins at sunrise or not? Because these are things that needs to be answered.
It doesn't.
We didn't cover that several times. Does a day begin at Shabbat or no, family?
He said, does it begin at evening?
In the evening. All right. So talk to me, family. There's no chit chat. There's nobody talking about nothing. That was a hell of a lesson. You learned a whole lot of information in there. Share some of your thoughts, please. Share some of your thoughts. Share some of the things that you got out of that. Share some conversation that you want others to hear. What's that, Ishi? What you want to say?
I said this was yet another lesson that shows that you really need to just keep reading Torah over and over again, because I didn't know that Nehemiah was that fierce of a man, and then two, that's yet another scripture that proves that the day starts in the evening. I thought we went over all of them, but it's yet another one. It's like popcorn; it just pops up. You gotta find, like hide and seek. You gotta find it.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah.
Yeah, I just wanted to just say, I mean, it was, of course, you always bring out you always bring the lessons differently. But I knew like once you pulled up the Nehemiah and we were going into that to talk about when he commanded that the gates be closed, and the fact that he said, and if you come back here, like he wasn't afraid to stand up and represent the Creator, no matter what everybody else around him was doing. And he made it clear. And he told him, like, if you come back here, it's gonna be a problem. Like he didn't joke around and like, oh, okay, yeah, if I see you, he didn't make it. No, he made sure that they understood he stood on business. Like this is a serious matter, because it's something like we were talking about last night. Do we start to waver our stance, our righteousness, so that others could feel comfortable and do whatever wickedness they want to do around us just to have people around us? Or do we stand for whatever the Most High has set forth in his book, his laws, statutes, and commandments, And then we stand on it and we stand on business about it. Whether people come or not, we know we're doing what the Most High said we're supposed to do righteously. And so it just reiterated to me that we are choosing to do the right thing because we're standing on the Most High's law, statutes, and commandments as He has set forth, not what nobody else has decided. We're not saying, "Oh yeah, if you do the law halfway, if you decide, oh, this week I'm gonna keep the Shabbat because I'm off work on Friday, but next week I don't believe the Shabbat coming on the evening because I gotta work." You know, it's like it's a lot of Israelites that do that. They decide, oh, I'm gonna follow another way when it's convenient for their life. But that's not what the law is not set for that. It's not set for the convenience of of what we decide is set for. It's set because the Most High knows what we need, So I always like when I read or when you are teaching the stories where it shows the people's desire to please the Creator, when it shows our former forefathers and foremothers true desire to please the Creator, and it invigorates me. It shows me like, okay, yes, I'm right. I'm doing right. I'm not wrong, because obviously there were people like me before. It's just that it seems there's so many people that's not like us that it makes a lot of people start to quiver and shake and want to go and do something else because they want to be liked or they want to be amongst, so much of what's like them. And so, no, I appreciate it. And I am thankful for the lesson. Because once again, it's confirmation from the Creator of answering prayers of, are we doing the right thing? Is this what you have for us to do? And seeing some of the comments in here, knowing somehow some of the people who live here in the comments knows that, we're not out to seek. The Most High is going to send those who are like-minded, and we just have to be earnest and prove each other, because that's what the Most High does all day to us. He proves us, and we have to do that as well. So, Zehu.
Right. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. It's something about when a day begins that is eluding a lot of people. Let me pull this scripture real quick. It's something about when a day begins that a lot of people are not paying attention to. Let me just set this platform up so we can do this right. Yes?
24 hours divided by 4 is 6.
6?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Every 6 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. Sound good. There's something that a lot of people are missing when it speaks about when a day begins. And one of the things is this, and for a newcomer in this way of life, people will confuse you with this. Now I'm going to go to a simple place first. The 15th chapter of Leviticus. The 15th chapter. Let me read this to you, all right? 15:1. The Most High spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, when any man has a discharge from his body, his discharge is unclean. And this is the law of his uncleanness for a discharge, whether his body runs with discharge or his body is blocked up with his discharge. It is his uncleanness. Every bed on which he lieth on with his discharge lies shall be unclean, and everything he sits on shall be unclean." Now, this man, throughout the course of his day, he's unclean. "And anything who touches his body shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until even. Why is that so? What is it about the evening that's causing this man to no longer be unclean?
Because it's a new day.
It begins a new day. That's correct. And whoever else sits on anything of which one of those discharge has set shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening. Why doesn't it say until the next sunrise? You know, it says until the evening because the evening begins another day. It's really not that difficult to understand, but you have so many people, their minds teaches them, they run into the imagination of their minds, and then they begin to think that they're doing something right. Well, I wanted to share something with you all that, you know who started doing things like that? That the day starts, a day began to be reckoned with the sunrise?
The Catholics.
The Egyptians. Pagans. The pagans were the one who first began to do that. That a day starts when the sun rises. The Egyptians began that process. Say it again.
To go along with their deity.
Yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
Leviticus 19. When a woman has a discharge, and the discharge in her body be blood, she shall be in her menstruation impurity for 7 days. Whoever touches her shall be unclean until
The evening.
and everything that she lies on during her menstruation impurities shall be unclean. Everything also which she sits upon shall be unclean. Whoever touches her bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until.
Evening.
And whosoever touches anything of what she sits shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until.
Evening.
Whether it is on a bed or anything which he sits upon, anything that he touches, he shall be unclean until.
The evening.
So this is saying that if a woman is on her menstrual cycle, her monthly menstrual cycle, she is spiritually unclean. This woman shouldn't make prayer. This woman shouldn't touch any holy thing. This woman shouldn't go and touch individuals unless she intends to make them unclean, or they shouldn't touch her. Verse 24. And if any man lies with her and her menstruation impurity comes upon him, he shall be unclean 7 days. So that is, if she's on her menstrual cycle and you touch her blood, then you're unclean for 7 days, just like her. And every bed on which she lies shall be unclean. But watch when I get to the end. If a woman has a discharge of blood for many days, not at the time of her menstrual impurity, or if she has a discharge beyond the time of her impurities, all the days of her discharge, she shall continue in her uncleanness. As in the days of her impureness shall she be unclean. Every bed on which she lies, all the days of her discharge shall be to her as the bed of her impurities, and everything on which she sits shall be unclean. Now watch this. As in the uncleanness of her menstrual impurity. What is the uncleanness of her menstrual impurity? It means anything she touches, anything that touches her, anything she sits upon, anything she lies upon is unclean. So for you who are in a house of worship right now, look around. Think to yourself. If you could ask the question, ask the question. How many women are here in the house of worship and are unclean? How many are here in the house of worship that just had a baby a month ago and they're in the house of worship with their baby? They're all unclean. And you find that in Leviticus, the 12th chapter. They're all unclean. But this particular uncleanness that we're reading about right now, you're unclean until the evening. And whoever touches these things shall be unclean and shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening. But if she is cleansed from her discharge, watch this. After the discharge stops, it ceases. She should count on herself 7 days. 7 yamim. 7. And after those 7 days, she shall be clean. Well, if she has to count for herself 7 days, and then it says, after those 7 days, she shall be clean, how does she determine when it's the end of those 7 days? When the 7th evening comes.
Mhm.
That's what she knows. So the evening is a separation part from one day to the next. It ushers out one and it brings in another. And then when the evening or the Arab is going, the next day begins. So in the process of an evening is the beginning of another day.
Mhm.
People don't understand that. But the Most High, to me, has made it clear that this is what he desires from us. But we, as a people, we don't truly want to give the Most High what he desires. We truly don't. Because we can't. It just requires sacrifice on our behalf. All right? Now here's another one. Here's another one that so many people has a problem with, and I don't know why. The book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. 23rd chapter Leviticus. And the Most High, and verse 26 is where I'm going to start. And the Most High spake to Moshe, saying, now on the 10th day of this 7th month, on the 10th day of the 7th month is the Day of Atonement. The Day of Atonement. Y'all see that, right? On the 10th day of the 7th month is what they call the Day of Atonement. It shall be for you a time of holy convocation, and you shall afflict yourselves and present a food offering to the Most High. And ye shall not do any work on that very day, for it is a day of atonement, a whole day of atonement, to make atonement for you before the Most High, Ha Elohim.
Mm.
For whoever is not afflicted on that very day shall be cut off from his people. And whoever does any work on that very day, that person I will destroy from among his people. But see, the problem is he didn't tell us when that day began. So if you believe that the holy days or a day starts when the sunrise, if you believe a day starts when the sunrise, then you would wait until that morning for the sun to rise before you start your Day of Atonement. But let's see what the Most High tells us is the beginning of that day. You shall not do any work. It is a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwelling places. It should be unto you a Shabbat of rest, a solemn rest, a Shabbat Shabbaton. You shall afflict yourselves on the 9th day of the month, beginning at the evening. Then he goes on to say, from evening till evening shall you keep your Shabbat. That's it. That's a wrap. From evening till evening shall you keep your Shabbat. There's nothing else I need to say. But like my sister Tara said, people will find ways to justify their wrongdoings. From even to even shall you keep your Sabbath.
I have a question, Prince.
Yes.
On that same text, I had that in the back of my mind during the presentation. I'm very thankful, especially for the aspect that dealt with Tobias and how the Nehemiah was resolute. But regarding this matter on when does the Sabbath begin, it has been proposed that the 10th day, that this particular one is specially mentioned. So if I was to ask you the question, which day does the feast, the Day of Atonement start? Would the answer be the evening of the 9th or on the 10th day?
The Most High says in verse 32, on the 9th day of the month, beginning at even, is when it begins. From even to even shall you keep your Sabbath. From even till even is when you have to keep your Shabbat, your Shabbat. And you see there, it says Arab to Arab. Take the banner down for a minute, please. You see that? From evening to evening, from Arab to Arab. You see where it's coming up, Arab? That's the word for evening. From Arab to Arab shall you keep your Shabbat.
Right.
It's on the 9th day of the month. You know, there's people who teach, there's a lot of people who teach this, and I'm not saying it as you, bro. I don't know what you're teaching right now. I'm only sharing expressions that I've come up with a lot of people in reference to this. That this is only talking about this one particular holy day. And that's how they say it. Oh, this is only talking about the Day of Atonement, not any other Sabbath or not any other day. Well, when we started this, it says now the 10th day of this 7th month is the Day of Atonement. And there are too many other indicators showing us that the day begins in the evening. Like, for example, the Feast of Unleavened Bread. The Feast of Unleavened Bread was to be done on the 14th day at even, or Pesach was to be done the 14th day at even, and then the Feast of Unleavened Bread was supposed to be done on the 15th day. But when you look in Exodus, the 12th chapter, I think it's around verse 14 or 15, it tells you that the 14th day at even is the Creator's Passover, and then the 15th day was the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But then it combines them both together. It combines them both together to show us that the 14th day, when it goes out in the evening, it automatically begins the 15th day at sunset. The Most High brought us out on the 15th day out of Egypt. But you know, you won't see that unless you really, really open your mind to see what the Most High is saying. And usually when we're taught by people how to serve the Creator, there's a lot of lessons that go missed on our behalf, because the people who taught us, what they teach, it stains your mind from allowing your mind to receive anything outside of what they taught. Like that sister earlier who spoke about Christianity. Christianity programs your mind so that you're emotionally tied to that deity, and you don't want to go outside of what you're taught in reference to that deity. And that's what a lot of teachers do. They don't teach you what thus saith the Most High. They teach you emotional things around this. Okay, look at this. Exodus 12 and 14. This day shall be for you a memorial, and you shall keep it a feast to the Most High throughout your generations. As a statute, you shall keep it a feast. 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread. On the first day, you shall remove leaven from your houses. For if anyone eats leavened from the first day until the 7th day, that person shall be cut off from Yisrael. On the first day, you shall hold a holy assembly. What's an assembly? An assembly is the coming together of people. On the seventh day, you shall hold a holy assembly. No work shall be done on those days, but whatever needs to be eaten, that alone may you do in preparing by you. And you shall observe the feast of unleavened bread. On this very day I brought your host out of the land of Egypt. Therefore you shall observe this day throughout your generations as a statute forever. Now listen, in the first month, from the 14th day of the month at even, you shall eat unleavened bread. But didn't we just read up earlier where it says the first day of the unleavened bread is on the 15th day? In the first month, from the 14th day of the month at even, you shall eat unleavened bread unto the 21st day of the month. For 7 days, no leavened bread shall be found in your houses. If anyone eats what is leavened, that person will be cut off from the congregation, whether he's a sojourner or a native of the land. You shall eat nothing leavened. In your leaven, in all of your dwellings places, you shall eat unleavened bread. The feast of unleavened bread was on the 15th day of the month. But the Creator also said that that shall start on the 14th at even. Are there any questions, family?
Okay, thank you for expounding on those that Day of Atonement, because it's of note that for Passover and for Day of Atonement, the express instructions are there, and we should take it that it goes on over to the Sabbath day, practice of the seventh day. There's another reference I want you to look at, which is Leviticus 7 verses 15 to 17. And it says, as for the flesh of the slaughtering of his peace offerings for thanksgiving, it is eaten the same day it is offered. He does not leave any of it until morning. So an understanding of this is, if I'm eating the flesh of the offering today, or say, and I leave some till, or if I'm eating the flesh of the offering this evening, and I leave some till tomorrow morning, it would appear to be a different day and not the same day. So I'm thinking that if evening and morning combined is referring to one day, and I leave some till morning, what the text here says is that what is left of it is eaten the next day. So in other words, the next morning in this Leviticus 7 here is not referred to as the same day, but as another day. So is that what I'd want for you to assist in reconciling?
All right, let's start at the verse 7 and 11. I thought I taught this in class once before, but I'll try it again. And this is the law of the sacrifice of peace offering that one may offer to the Most High. If he offers it for a thanksgiving, then he shall offer with the thanksgiving sacrifices unleavened loaves mixed with oil, unleavened wafers smeared with oil, and loaves of flour, well mingled or mixed with oil. With the sacrifice of his peace offering for thanksgiving, he shall bring his offering with loaves of leavened bread. And from it he shall offer one loaf from each offering as a gift to the Most High. It shall belong to the priest who throws the blood of the peace offering. And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering for thanksgiving shall be eaten on the day of his offering. He shall not. Now, when you say on the day of his offering, we can't say that. If it's at night, that's still the same day. But he doesn't want us to eat it when the sun rises. For example, the Passover meal, we had to eat it that night. If any of it was to remain to the morning, and they didn't say day, they said morning. If any of it was to remain to the morning, it was unclean, and it was something that we shouldn't have. Same principle lies here. He shall not leave any of it until morning. Bokir. So that's exactly what he's saying. That part of the day, you can eat it in that day. But in that morning, it's still part of that day. But when the sun rises, he doesn't want you to eat it. Same thing with the Passover meal, and the same thing we covered when we was in the book of Exodus. He doesn't want you eating it when the sun rises. It's not that that's not the same day. It's still a part of that day because the day starts at evening. He doesn't want you to partake of it when the sun rises. Maybe it could have been worded differently. But if the sacrifice of his offering is a vow offering or a free will offering, it shall be eating on the day that he offers his sacrifice, and on the next day, what remains of it shall be eating. So that meant he can eat it for 2 days. But watch what happens. But what remains of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burnt up with fire. So you couldn't offer that offering and it be cool for 3 days. If any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering is eaten on the third day, he who offers it shall not be accepted, neither shall he be credited to him. It is tainted, and whoever eats of it shall bear his iniquity. Now, there's another one that's a little bit more clearer that I wanted to cover. It's in the same chapter. Let me just read this through for a second. There's another one right here in the same chapter. Person eats the flesh. I'm going to back up and see if it's before this, because it may be. So before 11. Okay, I don't see it. It may not be this chapter. I thought it was in the same chapter, but maybe I'm mistaken. And he spells it out specifically how this offering is supposed to be consumed and when it couldn't be consumed any longer and was all on the same day. Now, besides the one that you just mentioned. All right, is there another place you want me to look at? Queen Fatima, Shabbat Shalom.
Yes, there are quite a few other verses in Torah that suggest that the morning doesn't attach itself to the evening before, and it's in this one is in reference to Noah's daughters, Genesis 19 verses 33, 34, and 35.
Oh boy, that's a great one. Go ahead. Genesis 19.
33 to 35. And it reads, so they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and lay with her father, and he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she arose. And it came to be on the next day that the firstborn said to the younger, see, I lay with my father last night. So let us make him drink wine tonight. So in other words, at the time when the sisters were talking, the next night has not come. Right? So it's basically the morning after the night that she slept with her father. And 34 actually refers to it as the next day rather than the same day. Right? So they made their father drink wine that night as well, and the younger arose and lay with him, and he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she arose. So it's the timing of the conversation that they had versus the time when she lay with him, and that was referred to as the next day. That's it.
Okay, you gotta, I'm trying to follow you.
Okay, I'm saying.
Hold up a second. Let me read it. I mean, I think I understand what you're looking for. So let me see let me read it through, because I also use this to verify that a day begins in the evening. So let's look at this. I'm gonna start at 19 and 30. Now Lot went in up into Zoar and lived in the hills with his 2 daughters, for he was afraid to live in Zoar. So he lived in a cave with his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said to the younger, our father is old. There is not a man on the earth to come after us, to look after us, after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve offspring for our father. So they made their father drink wine that night. Let me hook my charger up first, please. And remember, you read that English, you can get anything from that English. And the firstborn went in, and they lay with his father. So they made their father drink wine that night, that Layla, and the firstborn went in and lay with her father. He did not know that they had laid down, and she arose. The next day, now that don't mean, when it says she arose, we don't know if it's talking about she rose the next morning, if she slept there all night. We don't know the answer to that, but this is what we do know, that the next day came. And the firstborn said to the younger, behold, last night. Now, ordinarily, when you're thinking the next day came, based on how you understand it, you're thinking when the sun rose that day. That's not what this is saying, but that's what you're assuming. I'm assuming that's what you're assuming, that we're talking about once the sun rose that day. That's not what this says. What this says is that the next day, the firstborn said to the younger, behold, I lay last night with my father. Now, that doesn't mean when the sun rose, she said, well, I laid with him today. Now it's your turn tonight. That's not what's happening. It says the next day. Okay? Let us make him drink wine tonight in the Layla also. Now, let me try to find this in the scriptures, because maybe it'll be a little bit different. 1934. Be a little bit different. So maybe I can break it down that way. See, this says, and it came to pass on the morrow, the next day, tomorrow. All right. And it came, 34. And it came to pass on the morrow. That means the next day. And she said to the younger, behold, I lay yesternight with my father. The night before, or yesterday's night with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night. Coming on this night also, go thou in and lie with him, that we may preserve our father. See, that's why it's so important that you learn to read the Hebrew. And what I've noticed, though, what I did notice is that most people who believe that the day starts in the morning, most of them can't read the Hebrew. They don't take the time to go through. We just went there. You go right there, and it says something different. It gives you a different understanding. It says this night. And what was the other wording the other scripture said about that nighttime? What did it say?
What verse again?
Firstborn said to the younger, 34, I lay with him last night with thy father. Let us make him drink more wine tonight also. She's saying the same thing. Tonight also. But she's saying the way that they say tonight also is as if the night is going to come. But she actually saying this night, this here night, and go thou in and lay with him. So they're already in the next day, as I try to explain. They're already in the next day, and she's saying, let us make him drink wine this night. Isaiah.
Yes. So so the timing that I'm getting is that you're seeing that the timing is in the next night the conversation was being had, because my challenge is finding out what time of the day
Yes.
the conversation was being had.
Yes.
Is it morning, afternoon, evening, or night? Which of the four parts of the day?
They're in the evening now.
The third part.
Yeah, they're in the evening or in the nighttime when they're speaking this, because she says in this night.
Okay, because quite a few of the versions actually says tonight,
Uh-huh.
which means it doesn't say this night, but tonight, which means that it's not yet night.
Let me try to find it for you. Okay. Halela, Gam also Halela. Now Halela Ubui to us. Let me see how they translated it, just so I can break it down or explain it to you. Halela is the word. Can you see that there? I don't know. Let me pull this up for you so you can see it. Because that's where we make a lot of the errors and mistakes in translating, where we don't use the Hebrew to go to translate it. This is the word right here, Halela, and they're saying it means this night, just as I explained, this night. Halela means the night in just normal Halela. They translating it as this night. This night also. Gam is also. Gam also. Yihye, let it be also the night. Ubia. Yeah. So it's iffy. I mean, you can translate it either way if you choose. I guess it's going to be based on how you decide you want it to fit. I don't like that. I don't accept that. To me, it says exactly what I said. They were in the evening or in the night when they said this, because it was the next day. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes, I follow.
The next day is when they begin. She said, I slept with him yesterday night. So if it's yesterday night, that means that we are in another night. It's a totally different time frame. If it was in the daytime, it would have been earlier, or I slept with him earlier, or something in that area. So Sister Kaza is bringing up something. And that's a good fact. If we think about it, in the beginning, everything was dark and void. So the beginning day will start with darkness. And she's correct. Everything was dark and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Most High called to the light and brought the light out of the darkness. So that's without a doubt. But I see where a lot of people use scripture to support either way. But I see an overwhelming abundance of scriptures that point toward the day starting in the evening. One of the ones I like to use is Judges chapter 19. I use that also. And I think it's around verse 13 or 8 or 9. So it's talking about a whole story where the man is trying to leave the man's house, another man's house, his father-in-law. He's trying to leave, but he lays him up. And let's go down to verse 8. Judges 19 and 8. Well, I gotta share that. So give me a second, please. Just so that you all can walk with me. Judges 19 and 8. You should be looking at your scriptures as well. And this conversation is probably going to be going on for many years to come. But you can't deny the facts that was brought out earlier in the day. So, Brother Asa, let me ask you, because I don't know how you believe, whether you think a day starts in the evening or the night. I don't know. So let's say, Brother Asa, how do you get 4 parts out of a day if a day is only in the daytime?
I can't get 4 parts out of a day. Basically, it's 2 parts according to the reference in Nehemiah.
Yes.
But I for everything that I find in the prophets, it must be identified in Torah, right? So if it's a case where I see something new mentioned by Nehemiah, with all respects to the great prophet Nehemiah, if I do not see it in Torah, then and if I see something that suggests otherwise in Torah, then I will stick to Torah. And the text that I have, there are quite a few texts in Torah that cautions us. Like this morning we talk about the Zit. I am so fearful of what was done to that man who broke the Sabbath that I'd rather start keeping my Sabbath from the evening before to prevent myself from breaking the Sabbath, even if I come to the idea that the Sabbath is in the day. So out of caution and urgency, I can understand the philosophy and the logics of starting a Sabbath before the Sabbath day. But if, for instance, I look on, well, I don't know if you're finished with Judges, but I really wanted to look at some more text in Torah that really speaks to the tomorrow. Right now, if I say to you, let us talk tomorrow, would you think it's later this evening or it's tomorrow morning? If I was to say that to you.
In my understanding, it could be any time after the sun goes down.
Okay, so I say, see, let's talk tomorrow. You may call me about 9 o'clock tonight then.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, well, that clears it up, because in Exodus chapter 16, I would understand it says that, and it came to be on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, and he said to them, this is what the Creator said, tomorrow is a rest. So basically on the 6th day, something was communicated to them, and when they were told that tomorrow is a rest, they would also have the understanding that it's really referring to something starting tonight is a rest.
Right, that's correct.
Okay, but in that same verse, it goes further to say, tomorrow is a rest, a Sabbath set apart to the Creator. That which you bake, bake, and that which you cook, cook. Lay up for yourselves all that is left over to keep it until morning.
That's
so
right.
Morning is actually a point of reference. I don't know if it's a point of reference for the start of the Sabbath or the point of reference for, I don't know what it would be, a start of for the Shabbat.
No, it wouldn't be the start of the Shabbat. The morning is just because it's the morning. It's just what it is, Boker. There's no reason for us to associate and say it's the start of the Shabbat if Scripture doesn't say it. It's the Boker. There are 4 parts to a day, remember? Shakarit.
Yes, except that I'm saying the 4 parts of the day, I don't see it in Torah.
But you do see it.
That's my only problem with it.
Okay.
If something is not mentioned in Torah, it can be seen as an addition.
Okay, so this is what we'll do. Let's go and let's see if we can find the different parts of a day mentioned in scriptures just for you so that you can see it. All right, do you agree that the Boker is in the scripture?
Yes.
All right, do you agree that Layla is in the scripture?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 2 parts right there, right? Would you agree that?
Okay. Can you go again, please?
Okay. You agree that Boker is present in scriptures, morning.
Yes.
All right. And you agree that, and it all depends on the translation, you'll be able to find what it is that I'm looking at. You agree that evening is in the scriptures. Would you agree to that?
Yes. And is twilight there too?
Forget twilight. Twilight is in the morning or at night, depending on which one you're using. But let's look at this one. Midday. Do you agree that midday is in the scriptures?
Well, I never thought of it. If it's pointed out in Torah, of course, why not?
Yes, it's present all through the scriptures. Midday. Midday. So we got Layla, we got midday. I don't know about midnight. Let me see if midnight might be present. Yeah, about midnight. Wow. And midnight, yeah, I wasn't even sure about that one. Midnight is present in the scriptures too. So that shows you the 4 parts of a day. Midnight is present in Exodus, the 11th chapter. And Moses said, thus says the Most High, about midnight will I go into the midst of Egypt. So that's the 4 parts of a day. You can't have a day without the evening and the midnight portion delineating the two between the morning and the Hotzarim, the afternoon. Hotzarim is that's 4 days. That's the 4 parts of a day. So that confirms Nehemiah. And that was based on what you said and how you see it. You said you see it based on it being confirmed in scripture. And we just confirmed it.
And this leads me to consider the purpose of the sun, which rules only in the day, and the moon, which rules in the nights.
Yeah, but
So-
see, the moon doesn't rule every night. It governs the night, which means it's superior over it. It has charge over it. It doesn't mean that you're going to see it every night. And if you think about it, sometimes in the daytime, you don't see you don't see the sun because the sun is up. The sun is blocked out by clouds, but you can still see the moon. So it doesn't mean just because it's governed, it doesn't mean that you're going to see it. It only means like this is a reference point. All it means.
So would you say day and night overlaps?
Of course, day and night
Or
overlap.
they are opposite periods of time?
Called evening. Yes, day and night overlaps. It's called evening. And if you notice it, a lot of people don't, but you have 2 evenings in one day. You got the evening when the sun is going down, and you got the evening right before the sun comes up. You get that mixture of day and night.
Okay. Well, that's more to understand because the Creator actually makes a distinction between light and darkness and day and night, and they are seen as 2 halves.
Say that one more time. The Creator makes a distinction.
The Creator seemed to make a distinction between light and darkness, day and night, but I'm getting now that they actually overlap.
Let's go. Yeah, they have to, and that's called evening. Let's go to Genesis, 1st chapter.
Verses 4 and 5.
You want to go to verse 4 and 5?
Well, no, we could take it from the top because it will bring context.
It says in the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. So that's the very first instance of anything being present. Darkness. And the spirit of Elohim was hovering over the face of the waters. And Elohim said, let there be light. And there was light. So he called to the light from the darkness. That's what the Hebrew says. It's not Prince adding to it. The Most High called to, or Elohim called to the light.
So would you say darkness was created or it was not created?
It was created, but we don't know when because it doesn't say.
Okay, because I don't see where darkness was created. I'm seeing where the first thing that Creator called into existence was light.
That's correct, because the darkness was already there. When the darkness was created, it's not, all right, we're going to have a whole lesson on Genesis. Let me explain this on Genesis, okay? In Genesis 1:1, it says, in the beginning. It shouldn't say that. It should say in a beginning. Genesis 1:1 starts off, Bereshit bara Elohim. In Hebrew, that is in a beginning. Not in the beginning, but in a beginning. That's how it should read, but it doesn't. The reason why it should say that is because that's what the Hebrew language denotes. And also is because this is not the beginning of all creation. This is only, in Genesis, you only read the beginning of the creations of the heavens and the earth. Everything within the heavens, everything within the earth. But it's not the beginning of all creations. Therefore, the prime example you see is the earth was already there. It wasn't the earth being created like bringing into existence from nothing. There was the matter of earth was already in the atmosphere, but it was in chaos, like a turmoil state. It wasn't congealed and brought together as a mass. It was all over the place. And then the Creator called it all to come together, and then we have what we call earth. Darkness was already there. The waters was underneath or wrapped up, mingled in within the darkness. And the spirit of Elohim hovered over the face of the waters or the deep. And then verse 3, it says, and Elohim said, let there be light. And there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good. He separated the light from the darkness. Well, he actually called to the light and said, be ye or, and it was or. He called to the light. And let me see if I can find that so that you can see it spelled out so that you can understand it.
So all this creation, it seemed to be done in light. Was there any part of creation that was done in darkness?
I'm sorry, say it again.
I'm wondering to myself if there was any part of creation that was done in darkness.
Was there any part of creation that was done in darkness?
Yes.
Well, you just seen where the light came out of the darkness.
Except for the light that came out of the darkness.
Was it any other part of creation that was? No, I don't think there was any. In my opinion, I don't know the answer to that. And I say that because there was a lot of things created before we get to the story of creation with Genesis. I just explained that to you. There was a lot of things created before we get to the story of Genesis. But as far as Genesis, everything, the first thing that he separated was light from darkness. But as far as I know, everything was within the darkness.
Okay, and the darkness has two parts to it or four parts to it, because
Darkness has two parts to it. And once light came, light had two parts. Therefore, when you put them together, there's four parts in one day. From evening to evening is the completion of one day. So when you get from evening to morning, that's a half a day. And then from morning till evening, that's another half a day. So that's its completion. It has to return from its original state back to its other state, 360 degrees.
so it would not be correct if 4 night watches are measured then.
I'm sorry, say it again.
It would not be correct to say that there are 4 night watches.
4 night watches. Why would I not say? You can say that if you choose. You can break it up and say any. If you're setting up night watches, you give a person a certain amount of hours, and you can do that. You do it for this amount of hours. You do it for that amount of hours. You do it for this amount of hours. You do it for that amount of hours. You can do that because You got 12 hours between it, usually 12 hours between a day. So if you got 12 hours between a day, 12 is divided by 4 3 times.
Okay. So it will be 3 hours per watch,
It could be, yes.
or 4 hours per watch, depending on how it's divided.
4 hours per watch, 3 hours per watch, because it's 4 hours. 4 or 3 is the same thing. They would have 3 hours per watch.
3 4 is 12. 4 3 and 4 4 is 16. Oh, okay. I get you.
Yeah, so that's simple thing. But that's not a big deal. But we got a lot of work to do. And we have to get it done, and we have to get on a consensus. And as long as we out here and we're teaching things that's against Torah, we're going to have that issue. All right, for example, go to verse, we're going to start at verse 3, Genesis 1 and 3. Elohim said, let there be light, and there was light. And Elohim saw the light that it was good. And Elohim separated the light from the darkness. Elohim called to the light day. And the darkness he called Layla. All right? Yom and Layla. There was evening, there was morning the first day. So the evening had to go all the way over to the morning, and then the morning had to go all the way back to the evening again, and then it was considered the first day. Or
I'm
day.
glad you mentioned that, because there was one translation that I saw which says there was evening, then there was morning, then there was the first day. So they actually all flow in each other, but not add to make one day.
Yeah. They got to be completed in order for their cycle to be done. So the evening cycle leads you to the morning. The morning cycle leads you back to the evening, one day or first day. Now, there's a lot of people who will argue these points, and I understand it. You know, to some people it might be a little confusing, but here we got the simple facts right there.
There's one more text. Sorry to be so exhausting, but Numbers 11,
It's
Numbers
cool.
11 verse 32 says, and Numbers 11 verse 32.
Say it again.
Numbers 11, 32.
I was looking for something to present to you.
Okay.
Okay, but Numbers 11.
32.
And the people rose all that day and all that night. And all that day they gathered the quail. Those who gather least gather 10 horns, and they spread out themselves all around the camp, while the meat was yet between their teeth before it was consumed. The anger of the Most High was kindled against the people, and the Most High struck down the people from the plague. Well, what are you trying to show me?
Okay, well, it's actually the first line in 32. It actually says the people, 3 times are mentioned. One is, and all the people were up all that night, which is 1, all that day, which is 1, and then all that night, which is 2, and all the next day. So in other words, I'm thinking that all that night should have been part of the next day, which in Numbers, they are distinguished.
Okay, so if I said to you that we ate meat in the daytime, we ate meat. Now, this is Monday that I'm talking to you, right? I'm telling you this on Monday. If I say we ate meat Monday in the daytime, then we ate Monday at night, then we ate Monday all day Tuesday. We ate meat all day Tuesday. What did I say different?
It's
All that day and all that night is still conclusive of one day. And then when the next day came, they performed the same act. There's no difference there. It's just the wording that you're being confused by is just the wording. They did it all day, they did it all night, and then they did it the next day also. What's the problem with that? I don't understand.
Well, it's all good. It's still eating.
Okay, we still eating, but we eating it for 2 days. We ate it all day in the daytime, all day on the nighttime. We ate it. So that's 1 day, and then on the next day we ate it again.
Or I could say, I ate all day and all of tomorrow, which
No.
would mean that I wouldn't mention this evening in it because
That's right. You're
this
already
evening is
including
tomorrow.
it. Yeah, you would already be including the evening when you said we ate all day. You would already be including it. You don't have to say all day and all night. You could just say we ate all day. And then we ate all the next day, because the next day, when it says the next day, it's including both day and evening.
The mention of the night, I think, in between those 2 time periods, suggesting that there's no stop, because you could just do eating all day today and do eating all day tomorrow, but no eating tonight.
I would agree with you.
It was put there to mention that it was continuous.
I would agree with you. It just meant that they kept on doing it. That's all. It's not saying the night is not a part of the day.
So with that saying, and with the Passover coming up, when it's being eaten, should we let sunset catch us eating it?
No, because you're commanded not to. I brought that part out earlier.
Right.
Conversation. We're actually commanded not to let the sun catch us eating it. Just like in Exodus 16. He didn't want it out when the sun rose because it'll stink, it'll burn. But in this particular case, that wasn't the issue. He just didn't want it there. Let it be good. But see, there's something for us to look at. And that's what is that? Deuteronomy 16, I believe it is.
It's interesting that you said it, because I was part of a group that we ate it in the night. We
Yeah.
roasted and it was so tough. We roasted some more.
That's right.
And then we just ate it and ensured we ate it in the night. We make sure that none was left till morning. But
That's
that
right.
night would have been the next day, unknown to them in terms of counting the 14th.
That's correct. Look at this, Deuteronomy 16:1. You're right. You're absolutely right. 16:1. It says, observe the month of Abib and keep the Passover of the Most High your Elohim. For in the month of Abib, the Most High your Elohim brought you out of Egypt by night. He brought us out by night. You see that?
Yes. But then we could say is that the Passover event occurred at night, so we should consume the Passover at night.
But remember, when he brought us out 12 o'clock at night.
And that was that brought us out, or that was the Passover?
I'm sorry, say it again.
That when he brought them out, was that the Passover?
Oh, no, that was a Feast of Unleavened Bread.
Very, very good. Very important.
Yeah, that's important. That's how you know that the 15th day started the 14th day at sunset. That was the Feast of Unleavened Bread he brought us out on. And it was at night. It was in the dark time. It was before the sun rose.
Important. Thank you.
All right, let me read on a little bit. And you shall offer the Passover sacrifice of the Most High, your Elohim, from the flocks of the herds in the place that the Most High will choose to make his name dwell there. You shall eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days you shall eat it with unleavened bread, the bread of affliction. For you came out of the land of Egypt in haste. Now watch this. That all the days of your life you may remember the day when you came out of the land of Egypt. The day that you came out was at night. So that day was inclusive of the nighttime and the daylight hours He brought us out of on the day. He said, remember the day when you came out. Can y'all see that? Remember the day when you came out. And in Hebrew, it says Yom. Remember the day when you came out of the land of Egypt. Up here, it says he brought us out of the land of Egypt by night. And that's Layla, by night. But now he refers to that night by saying the word day. When you come out of the land of Egypt. It says, no leaven shall be seen with you in all your territory for 7 days. Neither shall any of the flesh that you sacrifice on the eve of the first day remain all until morning. It shouldn't remain till Boker. You see that? So everything I'm saying to you is just being confirmed right here. You may not offer the Passover sacrifices within any of towns that the Most High giveth you, but at the place that the Most High will choose to make your dwell, his name to dwell there, there you shall offer the Passover sacrifice in the evening, Arab, in the evening at sunset, in sunset, Shemesh. That's the sun. As the sun goes. At the time you came out of Egypt, and you shall cook it and eat it in the place that the Most High shall choose. And in the morning you shall return and go to your tents. So we had to actually stay in this location all night where we ate the Passover. We had to stay there all night. And then when the sun rose, we were able to go back to our tents. For 6 days ye shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a solemn assembly to the Most High your Elohim. You shall do no work in it.
That you shall not do any work on the 7th day or for the 7 days.
On the 7th day.
Okay.
On the first day or the last day, you wasn't allowed to do any work.
That's clear.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Because this is, I think this is important because so many people are holding and starting to take and accept that the Shabbat day or any day begins when the sun rises. That's not what the scripture says. That's how people interpret it. And then when you have to take the time and break it down and explain it to them, because they have been taught by man, they refuse to let it go, even though they'll admit that what you're saying is correct. People don't want to give up the luxuries of being able to do whatever they want to do on Friday night. A lot of people don't want to get it up. They want to be able to do like that one brother that was working on Shabbat night, Friday night. He didn't want to get it up. Some people cook Friday night. They don't want to get that up. Some people go out and work and don't get home until after the sunset. Well, they've already violated the Shabbat. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to accept that. So it's easier for them. It's easier for them to do that.
Well, they couldn't do that around Nehemiah's time. Nehemiah would kick them out.
Yeah, Nehemiah would deal with them. But here, because every man does what's right in his own mind, who's going to kick him out? Let me see if I can find the answer to this question. Let me see if I can find. Or it's not giving me the answer that I'm looking for. Okay, let me see. Maybe I'm not being specific enough with my question. But the Egyptians were one of the first nations that we know of that began their day with the evening, in the evening. The Egyptians. And this one is not giving me what I'm looking for. Maybe I'm not asking the question correctly. Are you guys still there? Okay. All right, here you go. I got it. Let me see if I can get you the screen to share it. Let me see what I can do to share it with you guys. Oh, it keeps jumping. Why does it keep jumping? What did I do wrong? All right, I don't know how to get it back. Let me start all over again. Copy. Let me delete this. Bang. Let me go back. Okay. All right, now I got it. All right, now this question that I asked, when did the Egyptians begin their day? It says, while the Egyptians began at dawn, so that was a custom of the Egyptians to do this. They began their day at dawn and not sunrise. And dawn is in that evening, that Arab, that morning Arab. The first day of the month in their lunar calendar was marked by the disappearing of the waning crescent moon before sunrise. So, right before sunrise is when the Egyptians kept their day. That's when the day started, right before sunrise. The same thing that a lot of our Israelites are doing right now. They're keeping it when the sun rises. But the Egyptians went one step further and they started it in the Arab, the morning Arab. All right. Well, it's not too many questions about that. All right. So where we at in our portion? Sister Anit, Shabbat Shalom. All right. So do we have any other questions? Did we clear up that portion of our day? If there are any other questions or concerns, we will address them. No other questions? Can I be heard?
Yeah, I don't see any more questions.
Question, but on a different topic.
Yes.
Those children that are, say, wayward.
No other questions?
Yes.
No.
The sons and daughters that are wayward.
Can I be heard?
What I want to know is,
You might have to
what do
turn,
we do with those sons and daughters that are
turn that microphone.
on a different topic?
Yes. Brother Asa. Brother Asa, you there?
Okay, yeah. How do we treat our children that wants to go and join other nations?
What do you mean, join other nations?
Well, Nehemiah actually encouraged putting away family members that were not in alignment with the law. Or do
Well,
we dealing with children? Isn't it different? Or as they are adults, we are to support them?
How old are these children you're speaking of?
Well, anyone over 18.
You have to let them take their own way. You can't stop them from doing what they want to do. They're adults now. Although they're your biological children, they're adults, and they have to find their own way. Just like our father Jacob, Isaac, when he left his father's house, he made a covenant with the Creator. He says, "If when I go out here and I do what I'm doing, if you bring me back to my father's house, then I will serve you." We can't force children after they get a certain age to do what we want them to do. Now, in their youth, they're underage, then yeah. But when they get the age of 20, there's nothing you can do with them. You have to allow them to find their way. Now, you're teaching them and you're helping them when they're young. You're raising them up in the way in which they should go. And only pray to the Most High that they understand and they accept it. And then you cut them off at a certain point. You let them find their way. If they say they don't want to do this, there's nothing you can do about it. You can pray for them because they're your children. They come from you. So you could pray for them, but you can't do anything about it until they decide that this is what they want to do.
But Nehemiah contended with them and cursed them and smote them and plucked off their hair.
These were grown men Nehemiah was dealing with.
Oh.
They wasn't his biological children.
Well, the verse prior, in verse 24, actually says, their children speak half in the speech of Ashdod.
Yeah, he's talking about the Israelites' children. Nehemiah didn't cut off the children. Nehemiah cut it off the foreigners. He cut off everybody who violated that and didn't want to stop. He cut all of them out. The children went with their parents, of course. Nehemiah's gripe wasn't against the children per se. His gripe was against the parents who did this thing by mingling with foreigners. And not only did they mingle with foreigners, but they allowed the influence of foreign nations to take over. How do you know? Because of the language they spoke. They had consumed them. They were speaking the language of the other nations, but they didn't even know the Hebrew tongue. See, that's why, again, we opened our own school, GHA at Temple Kepharim. We have our own school for that purpose, to avoid those types of things from happening. And we teach our children Hebrew, we teach them Spanish, we teach them many of languages. We teach them a lot of things. We teach our children to be independent, to find their freedom through life, to be responsible and respectful and honorable and walk in integrity. So are there any other questions, family? Are there any other questions? Because I know it's still some that may still hold on to those things. You know, if you have questions, just ask them. It's okay. We got time. All right. If there's no other questions, we can close out. We're going to close out with prayer. Are there any other questions? You don't have to be afraid to ask your questions if you have a question. This is the time and the place to do so. Okay. I just wanted to give people time because I know there's a delay depending on what time you log in to YouTube determines where you'll be at on the video. Okay? Im Yotze, Yotze, creator of all creation, owner and possessor of all souls. Thou who have given life, created the earth, and for that life to dwell upon. We honor you, and we pray. We come unto thee, asking, begging, and pleading for permission to approach unto your throne. Thank you, Father, for allowing our eyes to behold another Shabbat day. You have been good to us, Father, in so many ways. You have showed unto us your mercy by forgiving us of our sins and pardoning our transgressions. It is you, Father, who has made all things happen in our lives, not us ourselves and not anyone else. But it was you. You opened the doors for us to eat. You opened the doors for us to be clothed and sheltered. You opened the doors for us to have great relationships with our brothers and sisters and our loved ones. And we are grateful, eternally grateful. We only ask, Father, that we could live up to your expectations of righteousness. That we, Father, can be pleasing and acceptable in your sight. For we fall short when we rely on the teachings of man and our own emotions. We fall short. So help us to separate and discern in our spirit the difference between man's law and your law, man's doctrine and your teachings. Help us to delineate the differences, Father, so that we may always be pleasing and acceptable to you. Guide us back to your warm embrace for those of us who have walked away. Forgive us of our errors and our trespasses that we make, for we make many mistakes as we are trapped in this flesh, doing what we think is best and not seeking permission from you before we proceed. So please, Father, have mercy upon the souls of all of us who have walked contrary to your law and your teachings. Have mercy upon us all. Strengthen us and allow us the opportunity to return to you, where we may serve you in perfect harmony, righteous truth, and justice with your demands, your commands, and your laws and your teachings, your Torah. All praise, glory, and honor belongs unto thee, Master of the universe, all above and all beyond. Elohei Yisrael. El Elohei Yisrael. El Elohei Yisrael. All power, all glory, all honor belongs unto you, our eternal Father. From everlasting to everlasting, you are King. Toda Rabah, Abi. Ki Koyo Otanu. Toda Rabah. All right. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting. Are there any questions, family, before we close it out? Because once we close it out, it's a wrap. Are there any questions? Well, Brother Asa, I want to thank you for your readings today, for helping us in that process, for reading for us. You did a wonderful job. May the Most High be praised, and may the Most High be accepting of your offering that you gave today by reading for the family.
Hallelujah.
And all those who are in the audience, thank you for coming out and spending your Shabbat day with us. We only pray that you leave increased in your knowledge and understanding of what the Most High will require of you in this way of life. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom Lakim.
Shabbat shalom. My phone died.